Number one job, of course, is to be strong so that we can prevent war in the first place. The president talks about it all the time. It's called peace through strength. And as history teaches us, the only people who actually deserve peace are those who are willing to wage war to defend it. That's why pacifism is so naive and dangerous. It ignores human nature and it ignores human history. Either you protect your people and your sovereignty, or you will be subservient to something or someone. It's a truth as old as time. And since waging war is so costly in blood and treasure, we owe our republic a military that will win any war we choose or any war that is thrust upon us. Should our enemies choose foolishly to challenge us, they will be crushed by the violence, precision, and ferocity of the War Department. In other words, to our enemies, F-A-F-O.
No way.
If necessary, our troops can translate that for you.
What the heck?
Another way to put it is peace through strength, brought to you by the warrior ethos. And we are restoring both.
This started earlier than...
As President Trump has said, and he's right, we have the strongest, most powerful, most lethal, and most prepared military on the planet. That is true, full stop. Nobody can touch us. It's not even close. This is true largely because of the historic investments that he made in his first term, and we will continue in this term. But it's also true because of the leaders in this room.
Check in, everybody.
The incredible troops
Good morning.
that you all lead. But the world, and as the chairman mentioned, our enemies get a vote.
What?
You feel it, I feel it.
Our
This is
enemies,
a moment
our enemies get a vote?
mounting urgency. Enemies gather, threats grow.
Oh, boy.
There is no time for games. We must be prepared. If we're going to prevent and avoid war, we must prepare now. We are the strength part of peace through strength. And either we're ready to win or we are not. You see, this urgent moment, of course, requires more troops, more munitions, more drones, more Patriots, more submarines, more B-21 bombers. It requires more innovation, more AI in everything and ahead of the curve. More cyber effects, more counter-UAS, more space, more speed. America is the strongest, but we need to get stronger and quickly. The time is now, and the cause is urgent.
For what?
The moment requires restoring and refocusing our defense industrial base, our shipbuilding industry, and onshoring all critical components. It requires, as President Trump has done, getting our allies and partners to step up and share the burden. America cannot do everything. The free world requires allies with real hard power, real military leadership, and real military capabilities. The War Department is tackling and prioritizing all of these things. And I'll be giving a speech next month that'll showcase the speed, innovation, and generational acquisition reforms we are undertaking urgently. Likewise, the nature of the threats we face in our hemisphere and in deterring China is another speech for another day.
What? Coming soon.
This speech, today, as I drink my coffee, this speech
Oh, my God.
today is about people.
Okay.
And it's about culture. The
Wonder what's in
topic
the
today
coffee.
is about the nature of ourselves. Because no plan, no program, no reform, no formation will ultimately succeed unless we have the right people and the right culture at the War Department.
What does that mean?
If I've learned one core lesson in my 8 months in this job, it's that personnel is policy. Personnel is policy.
Yes, man.
The best way to take care of troops is to give them good leaders committed to the warfighting culture of the department. Not perfect leaders, good leaders. Competent, qualified, professional, agile, aggressive, innovative, risk-taking, apolitical, faithful to their oath and to the Constitution. Eugene Sledge, in his World War II memoir, wrote, quote, "War is brutish, inglorious, and a terrible waste. Combat leaves an indelible mark on those who are forced to endure it. The only redeeming factors are my comrades' incredible bravery and their devotion to each other. In combat, there are thousands of variables, as I learned in Iraq and Afghanistan, and as so many of you did in so many more places. Leaders can only control about 3 of them. You control how well you're trained, mostly how well you're equipped, and the last variable is how well you lead. After that, you're on your own. Our warfighters are entitled to be led by the best and most capable leaders. That is who we need you all to be. Even then, in combat, even if you do everything right, you may still lose people because the enemy always gets a vote. We have a sacred duty to ensure that our warriors are led by the most capable and qualified combat leaders.
Our enemy always gets a vote.
And I.
What does that mean?
And we owe it to the force to deliver it. For too long, we have simply not done that.
What?
The military has been forced by foolish and reckless politicians to focus on the wrong things. In many ways, this speech is about fixing decades of decay. Some of it obvious, some of it hidden. Or as the chairman has put it, we are clearing out the debris, removing the distractions, clearing the way for leaders to be leaders. You might say we're ending the war on warriors.
What?
I heard someone wrote a book about that. For too long, we've promoted too many uniformed leaders for the wrong reasons. Based on their race.
What?
Based on gender quotas. Based on historic so-called firsts. We've pretended that combat arms and non-combat arms are the same thing. We've weeded out so-called toxic leaders under the guise of double-blind psychology assessments, promoting risk-averse, go-along-to-get-along conformists instead. You name it, the department did it. Foolish and reckless political leaders set the wrong compass heading, and we lost our way. We became the woke department, but not anymore.
Oh my God, brother.
Right now, I'm looking out at a sea of Americans who made a choice when they were young men and young women to do something most Americans will not, to serve something greater than yourselves, to fight for God and country, for freedom and the Constitution. You made a choice to serve when others did not, and I commend you. You are truly the best of America. But this does not mean, and this goes for all of us, that our path to this auditorium on this day was a straight line, or that the conditions of the formations we lead are where we want them to be. You love your country, and we love this uniform, which is why we must do better. We just have to be honest. We have to say with our mouths what we see with our eyes, to just tell it like it is in plain English, to point out the obvious things right in front of us. That's what leaders must do. We cannot go another day without directly addressing the plank in our own eye, without addressing the problems in our own commands and in our own formations.
What?
This administration has done a great deal from day one to remove the social justice, politically correct, and toxic ideological garbage that had infected our department, to rip out the politics. No more identity months, DEI offices.
What's that sound?
Dudes in dresses.
Dudes in dresses.
No more climate change worship. No more division, distraction, or gender
point out
delusions.
the obvious-
No more debris.
That sound is
As
so
I've
bad.
said before, and will say again, that we are done with that shit. The War Department.
What is that sound, yo? Holy.
Underneath the less capable and less lethal. That said,
Brother,
the War
ew.
Department requires the next step. Underneath the woke garbage
The
is a
woke
deeper
garbage.
and a more important problem that we are fixing and fixing fast. Common sense is back at the White House. So making the necessary changes is actually
Ew.
pretty straightforward. Actually pretty
It's on every feed.
President Trump expects it. And the litmus test for these changes is pretty simple. would I want my eldest son, who is 15 years old, eventually joining the types of formations that we are currently wielding?
What? Oh.
If in any way the answer to that is no, or
Yeah.
even yes, but.
We are doing
Then we're doing
1930s.
something wrong.
This is 1930s.
Because
Germany
my
shit.
son is no more important than any other American citizen who dons the cloth of our nation.
Oh my God.
He is no more important than your son. All precious souls made in the image and likeness of God. Every parent deserves to know that their son or their daughter that joins our ranks is entering exactly the kind of unit that the Secretary of War would want his son to join. Think of it as the golden rule test. Jesus said, do unto others that you would
Jesus.
have done unto yourself. It's the ultimate simplifying test of truth. The new War Department golden rule is this: do unto your unit as you would have done unto your own child's unit.
What?
Would you want him serving with fat or unfit or undertrained troops? Or alongside people who can't meet basic standards? Or in a unit where standards were lowered so certain types of troops could make it in?
Women?
In a unit where leaders were promoted for reasons other than merit, performance, and warfighting?
Oh yeah. This is 30s Germany
not
stuff.
just no, it's hell no. This means at the War Department, first and foremost, we must restore a ruthless, dispassionate, and common sense application of standards. I don't want my son serving alongside troops who are out of shape, or in combat unit with females who can't meet the same combat arms physical standards as men,
Told you.
or troops who are not fully proficient on their assigned weapons, platform, or task, or under a leader who was the first but not the best. Standards must be uniform, gender neutral, and high. If not, they're not standards. They're just suggestions. Suggestions that get our sons and daughters killed. When it comes to combat arms units, and there are many different stripes across our joint force, the era of politically correct, overly sensitive, don't hurt anyone's feelings leadership ends right now. At every level, either you can meet the standard, either you can do the job, either you are disciplined, fit, and trained, or you are out. And that's why today, at my direction, and this is the first of 10 Department of War directives that are arriving at your commands as we speak and in your inbox. Today, at my direction, each service will ensure that every requirement for every combat MOS, for every designated combat arms position, returns to the highest male standard only.
No more.
Because this job
oh, wow.
is life or death.
No more women standards.
Must be met. And not just met, at every level we should seek to exceed the standard, to push the envelope, to compete. It's common sense. And core to who we are and what we do, it should be in
This
our...
is a military purge like in the 30s in Germany.
Today, at my direction, we are also adding a combat field test for combat arms units that must be executable in any environment at any time and with combat equipment. These tests, they'll look familiar. They'll resemble the Army Expert Physical Fitness Assessment or the Marine Corps Combat Fitness Test. I'm also directing that warfighters in combat jobs execute their service fitness test at a gender-neutral, age-normed male standard scored above 70%.
Really?
It all starts with physical fitness and appearance. If the Secretary of War can do regular, hard PT, so can every member of our joint force.
Really?
Frankly, it's tiring to look out at combat formations, or really any formation, and see fat troops. Likewise, it's completely unacceptable to see fat generals and admirals in the halls of the Pentagon and leading commands around the country and the world. It's a bad look. It is bad, and it's not who we are. So whether you're an airborne ranger or a chairborne ranger,
Really?
a brand new private or a four-star general, you need to meet the height and weight standards and pass your PT test. And as the chairman said, yes, there is no PT test. But today, at my direction, every member of the joint force at every rank is required to take a PT test twice a year, as well as meet height and weight requirements twice a year, every year of service. Also today, at my direction, every warrior across our joint force is required to do PT every duty day.
Thank God I got my DD-214, bro. Fuck that. Fuck serving.
We're not talking like hot yoga and stretching.
Hot yoga.
Real hard PT, either as a unit or as an individual. At every level, from the Joint Chiefs to everyone in this room to the youngest private, leaders set the standard. And so many of you do this already. Active, Guard, and Reserve. This also means grooming standards. No more beards, long hair, superficial individual expression. We're going to cut our hair, shave our beards, and adhere to standards.
Really?
Because it's like the broken windows theory of policing. It's like when you let the small stuff go, the big stuff eventually goes. So you have to address the small stuff. This is on duty, in the field, and in the rear. If you want a beard, you can join Special Forces. If not, then shave. We don't have a military full of Nordic pagans. But unfortunately, we have had leaders who either refuse to call BS and enforce standards, or leaders who felt like they were not allowed to enforce standards. Both are unacceptable. And that's why today, at my direction, the era of unprofessional appearance is over. No more beardos. The era of rampant and ridiculous shaving profiles is done. Simply put, if you do not meet the male-level physical standards for combat positions, cannot pass a PT test, or don't want to shave and look professional, it's time for a new position or a new profession. I sincerely appreciate the proactive efforts the secretaries have already taken in some of those areas, service secretaries. And these directives are intended to simply accelerate those efforts. On the topic of standards, allow me a few words to talk about toxic leaders. Upholding and demanding high standards is not toxic. Enforcing high standards, not toxic leadership. Leading warfighters toward the goals of high, gender-neutral, and uncompromising standards in order to forge a cohesive, formidable, and lethal Department of War is not toxic. It is our duty, consistent with our constitutional oath. Real toxic leadership is endangering subordinates with low standards. Real toxic leadership is promoting people based on immutable characteristics or quotas instead of based on merit. Real toxic leadership is promoting destructive ideologies that are an anathema to the Constitution and the laws of nature and nature's God,
like what?
As Thomas Jefferson wrote in the Declaration of Independence. The definition of toxic has been turned upside down, and we're correcting that. That's why today, at my direction, we're undertaking a full review of the department's definitions of so-called toxic leadership, bullying, and hazing.
Wow.
To empower leaders to enforce standards without fear of retribution or second guessing. Of course, you can't do like nasty bullying and hazing. We're talking about words like bullying and hazing and toxic. They've been weaponized and bastardized inside our formations, undercutting commanders and NCOs. No more. Setting, achieving, and maintaining high standards is what you all do. And if that makes me toxic, then so be it. Second, today, at our direction, we're ensuring that every service, every unit, every schoolhouse, and every form of professional military education conduct an immediate review of their standards. Now, we've done this in many places already, but today it goes across the entire Department of War. Any place where tried and true physical standards were altered, especially since 2015 when combat arms standards were changed to ensure females could qualify, must be returned to their original standard. Other standards have been manipulated to hit racial quotas as well, which is just as unacceptable.
There's no racial
this too
quotas.
Must end. Merit only. The president talks about
there's
it all
no
the
racial
time.
quotas.
Here are two basic frameworks I urge you to pursue in this process. Standards I call, my staff's heard all about them, the 1990 test
Really?
and the E6 test. The 1990s test is simple. What were the military standards in 1990? And if they have changed, tell me why. Was it a necessary change based on the evolving landscape of combat? Or was the change due to a softening, weakening, or gender-based pursuit of other priorities?
Let's go back to 1990.
1990 seems to be as good a place to start as any. And the E6 test. Ask yourself, does what you're doing make the leadership, accountability, and lethality efforts of an E6, or frankly an O3, does it make it easier or more complicated? Does the change empower staff sergeants, petty officers, and tech sergeants to get back to basics? The answer should be a resounding yes. The E6 test, or O3 test, clarifies a lot, and it clarifies quickly.
Really?
Because war does not care if you're a man or a woman. Neither does the enemy. Nor does the weight of your rucksack, the size of an artillery round, or the body weight of a casualty on the battlefield who must be carried. This, and I want to be very clear about this, this is not about preventing women from serving. We very much value the impact of female troops. Our female officers and NCOs are the absolute best in the world.
Then why are you getting rid of them? Then why are you cutting standards?
But when it comes to any job that requires physical power to perform in combat, those physical standards must be high and gender neutral.
We have the best, but we don't.
Excellent. If not, it is what it is. If that means no women qualify for some combat jobs, so be it.
Damn.
That is not the intent, but it could be the result. So be it. It will also mean that weak men won't qualify because we're not playing games. This is combat. This is life or death. As we all know, this is you versus an enemy hell-bent on killing you. To be an effective, lethal fighting force, you must trust that the warrior alongside you in battle is capable, truly physically capable of doing what is necessary under fire. You know this is the only standard you would want for your kids and for your grandkids. Apply the War Department Golden Rule, the 1990 test, and the E6 test, and it's really hard to go wrong. Third, we are attacking and ending the walking on eggshells and zero defect command culture. A risk-averse culture means officers execute not to lose instead of to win.
What?
A risk-averse culture means NCOs are not empowered to enforce standards. Commanders and NCOs don't take necessary risks or make tough adjustments for fear of rocking the boat.
Thank you, Philly Jane, for following.
Mistakes. A blemish-free record is what peacetime leaders covet the most.
Thank you, Independence Times.
Which is the worst of all incentives. We, as senior leaders, need to end the poisonous culture of risk aversion and empower our NCOs at all levels to enforce standards. Truth be told, for the most part, we don't need new standards. We just need to reestablish a culture where enforcing standards is possible. And that's why today, at my direction, I'm issuing new policies that will overhaul the IG, EO, and MEO processes. I call it the no more walking on eggshells policy. We are liberating commanders and NCOs. We are liberating you.
Yeah, no more.
We're overhauling an inspector general process, the IG, that has been weaponized, putting complainers, ideologues, and poor performers in the driver's seat.
Really?
We're doing the same with the equal opportunity and military equal opportunity policies, the EO and MEO at our department.
That's equal opportunity stuff.
No more frivolous complaints, no more anonymous complaints, no more repeat complainants, no more smearing reputations, no more endless waiting, no more legal limbo, no more sidetracking careers, no more walking on eggshells. Of course, being a racist has been illegal in our formation since 1948. The same goes for sexual harassment. Both are wrong and illegal. Those kinds of infractions will be ruthlessly enforced. But telling someone to shave or get a haircut or to get in shape or to fix their uniform or to show up on time or to work hard, that's exactly the kind of discrimination we want. We are not civilians. You are not civilians. You are set apart for a distinct purpose. So we, as a department, need to stop acting and thinking like civilians and get back to basics and put the power back in the hands of commanders and NCOs. Commanders and NCOs who make life and death decisions. Commanders and NCOs who enforce standards and ensure readiness. Commanders and NCOs who, in this War Department, have to look in the mirror and they have to pass the golden rule test. My kids, your kids, America's sons and daughters. So I urge you all here today and those watching, take this guidance and run with it. The core of this speech is the 10 directives we're announcing today. They were written for you, for Army leadership, for Navy leadership, for Marine Corps leadership, for Air Force leadership, Space Force leadership. These directives are designed to take the monkey off your back and put you, the leadership, back in the driver's seat. Move out with urgency because we have your back. I have your back. And the Commander-in-Chief has your back. And when we give you this guidance, we know mistakes will be made. It's the nature of leadership. But you should not pay for earnest mistakes for your entire career. And that's why today, at my direction, we're making changes to the retention of adverse information on personnel records that will allow leaders with forgivable, earnest, or minor infractions to not be encumbered by those infractions in perpetuity. People make honest mistakes, and our mistakes should not define an entire career. Otherwise, we only try not to make mistakes, and that's not the business we're in. We need risk takers and aggressive leaders.
War crimes.
That supports you. Fourth, at the War Department, promotions across the Joint Force will be based on one thing: merit. Colorblind, gender-neutral, merit-based. The entire promotion process, including evaluations of warfighting capabilities, is being thoroughly re-examined. We've already done a lot in this area, but more changes are coming soon.
Thank you, Dr. D1, for following.
Performing officers and NCOs faster and get rid of poor performers more quickly. Evaluations, education, and field exercises will become real evaluations, not box checks, for every one of us at every level. These same reforms happened before World War II as well. General George Marshall and Secretary of War Henry Stimson did the same thing. And we won a world war because of it. As it happens, when he started the job, Chairman Kane gave me a frame and a photo to hang in my office. A matching frame and photo hangs in his. It's a photo of Marshall and Stimson preparing for World War II. Those two leaders famously kept the door open between their offices for the entirety of the war. They worked together, civilian and uniform, every single day. Chairman Kane and I do the same. There is no daylight between us. Our doors are always open. Our job together is to ensure our military is led by the very best, ready to answer the nation's call. Fifth, as you have seen, and the media has obsessed over, I have fired a number of senior officers since taking over. The previous chairman, other members of the Joint Chiefs, combatant commanders, and other commanders. The rationale for me has been straightforward. It's nearly impossible to change a culture with the same people who helped create or even benefited from that culture, even if that culture was created by a previous president and previous secretary.
Really?
My approach has been simple. When in doubt, assess the situation, follow your gut, and if it's the best for the military, make a change. We all serve at the pleasure of the president every single day. But in many ways, it's not their fault. It's not your fault. As foolish and reckless as the woke department was, those officers were following elected political leadership. An entire generation of generals and admirals were told that they must parrot the insane fallacy that, quote, our diversity is our strength. Of course, we know our unity is our strength. They had to put out dizzying DEI and LGBTQI+ statements. They were told females and males are the same thing. or that males who think they're females is totally normal.
Oh my God. The trans people.
They were told that we need a green fleet and electric tanks.
7:45 in the morning.
Kick out Americans who refuse an emergency vaccine. They followed civilian policies set by foolish and reckless political leaders. Our job, my job, has been to determine which leaders simply did what they must to answer the prerogatives of civilian leadership,
really,
and which leaders are truly invested in the woke department and therefore incapable of embracing the War Department and executing new lawful orders. That's it. It's that simple. So for the past 8 months, we've gotten a good look under the hood of our officer corps. We've done our best to thoroughly assess the human terrain. We've had to make trade-offs and some difficult decisions. It's more of an art than a science. We have been and will continue to be judicious, but also expeditious. The new compass heading is clear. Out with the Shirellis, the Mackenzies, and the Millies, and in with the Stockdales, the Schwarzkopfs, and the Pattons.
Wow.
More leadership changes will be made of that. I'm sure.
Out with the black people, in with the white
because
people.
We must. Once again, this is life and death.
Even use last names.
The sooner we have the right people, the sooner we can advance the right policies. Personnel is policy. But I look out at this group, and I see great Americans. Leaders who have given decades to our great republic, at great sacrifice to yourselves and to your families. But if the words I'm speaking today are making your heart sink, then you should do the honorable thing and resign.
Yeah.
We would thank you.
General Ben Hodges was right.
But I suspect, I know, the overwhelming majority of you feel the opposite. These words make your hearts full. You love the War Department because you love what you do, the profession of arms. You are hereby liberated to be an apolitical, hard-charging, no-nonsense, constitutional leader that you joined the military to be.
Yeah, be a MAGA person or you're done.
We need you locked in on the M.
MAGA.
Not the D, the E, or the I, not the DEI or the DIE of dime. By that I mean the M, military, of the instruments of national power. We have entire departments across the government dedicated to diplomatic, informational, and economic lines of effort. We do the M. Nobody else does. And our GOFOs need to master it in every domain and every scenario. No more distractions, no more political ideologies, no more debris. Now, of course, we're going to disagree at times. We would not be Americans if we didn't. Being a leader in a large organization like ours means having frank conversations and differences of opinion. You will win some arguments, and you will lose some arguments. But when civilian leaders issue lawful orders, we execute. We are professionals in the profession of arms. Our entire constitutional system is predicated upon this understanding. Now, it seems like a small thing, but it's not.
This happens when you have a Fox News host run the military.
To that end, I want to thank and recognize the services for their new proactive social media policies. Use them. Anonymous, online, or keyboard complaining is not worthy of a warrior.
Really?
It's cowardice masquerading as conscience. Anonymous, unit-level social media pages that trash commanders, demoralize troops, and undermine unit cohesion must not be tolerated.
U.S. Army what the fuck moments is going to get canceled.
O3s, E6s.
Wow.
Sixth, we must train and we must maintain. Any moment that we are not training on our mission or maintaining our equipment is a moment we are less prepared for preventing or winning the next war. That is why today, at my direction, we are drastically reducing the ridiculous amount of mandatory training that individuals and units must execute. We've already ended the most egregious. Now we're giving you back real time. Less PowerPoint briefings and fewer online courses, more time in the motor pool, and more time on the range. Our job is to make sure you have the money, equipment, weapons, and parts to train and maintain, and then you take it from there.
Less educational stuff.
You all know this because it's common sense.
More standing around in the motor pool.
And the higher the standards in our units, the higher the retention rates in those units. Warriors want to be challenged. Troops want to be tested. When you don't train and you don't maintain, you demoralize. And that's when our best people decide to take their talents to the civilian world. The leaders who created the woke department have already driven out too many hard chargers. We reverse that trend right now. There is no world in which high-intensity war exists without pain, agony, and human tragedy. We are in a dangerous line of work. You are in a dangerous line of work. We may lose good people. But let no warrior cry out from the grave, if only I had been properly trained. We will not lose warfighters because we failed to train or equip them or resource them. Shame on us if we do. Train like your warriors' lives depend on it, because they do. To that point, basic training is being restored to what it should be. Scary, tough, and disciplined.
So scary.
We're empowering drill sergeants to instill healthy fear in new recruits.
So scary. Ooh.
Ensuring that future warfighters are forged. Yes, they can shark attack, they can toss bunks, they can swear, and yes, they can put their hands on recruits.
Really?
This does not mean they can be reckless or violate the law, but they can use tried and true methods to motivate new recruits, to make them the warriors they need to be. Back to basics at basic as well. Of course, and you know this, basic training is not where mission readiness should end.
Hey, the shark attack is back.
The nature of the evolving threat environment demands that everyone, in every job, must be ready to join the fight if needed. A core credo of the Marine Corps is every Marine a rifleman. It means that everyone, regardless of MOS, is proficient enough to engage an enemy threat at sea, in the air, or in a so-called rear area. We need to ensure that every member of our uniformed military maintains baseline proficiency in basic combat skills, especially because the next war, like the last, will likely not have a rear area. Finally, as President Trump rightly pointed out when he changed the department name, the United States has not won a major theater war since the name was changed to the Department of Defense in 1947. One conflict stands out in stark contrast: the Gulf War. Why? Well, there's a number of reasons, but it was a limited mission with overwhelming force and a clear end state. But why did we execute and win the Gulf War the way we did in 1991? There's two overwhelming reasons. One was President Ronald Reagan's military buildup gave an overwhelming advantage. And two, military and Pentagon leadership had previous formative battlefield experiences. The men who led this department during the Gulf War were mostly combat veterans of the Vietnam War. They said never again to mission creep or nebulous end states. The same holds true today. Our civilian and military leadership is chock full of veterans from Iraq and Afghanistan who say never again to nation building and nebulous end states. This clear-eyed view, all the way in the White House, combined with President Trump's military buildup, postures us for future victories if, and we will, and when we embrace the War Department. And we must. We are preparing every day. We have to be prepared for war, not for defense. We're training warriors, not defenders. We fight wars to win, not to defend. Defense is something you do all the time. It's inherently reactionary and can lead to overuse, overreach, and mission creep. War is something you do sparingly, on our own terms, and with clear aims. We fight to win.
This is so stupid.
We unleash overwhelming and punishing violence on the enemy. We also don't fight with stupid rules of engagement. We untie the hands of our warfighters to intimidate, demoralize, hunt, and kill the enemies of our country. No more politically correct and
General
overbearing
Pabston.
Just common sense maximum lethality,
Yeah.
and authority for warfighters. That's all I ever wanted as a platoon leader. And it's all my E6 squad leaders ever wanted, back to that E6 rule. We let our leaders fight their formations, and then we have their back. It's very simple, yet incredibly powerful.
Jesus.
A few months ago, I was at the White House when President Trump announced his Liberation Day for America's trade policy. It was a landmark day.
Wow.
Well, today is another Liberation Day.
Is it?
The liberation of America's warriors, in name, in deed, and in authorities. You kill people and break things for a living. You are not politically correct and don't necessarily belong always in polite society. We are not an army of one. We are a joint force of millions of selfless Americans. We are warriors. We are purpose-built, not for fair weather, blue skies, or calm seas. We were built to load up in the back of helicopters, 5 tons, or Zodiacs, in the dead of night, in fair weather or foul, to go to dangerous places, to find those who would do our nation harm, and deliver justice on behalf of the American people in close and brutal combat, if necessary. You are different. We fight not because we hate what's in front of us. We fight because we love what's behind us.
Wow.
You see, the Ivy League faculty lounges will never understand us, and that's okay.
So profound.
Because they could never do what you do. The media will mischaracterize us, and that's okay. Because deep down they know the reason they can do what they do is you. In this profession, you feel comfortable inside the violence so that our citizens can live peacefully. Lethality is our calling card, and victory our only acceptable end state. In closing, a few weeks ago, at our monthly Pentagon Christian prayer service,
Wow.
I recited a commander's prayer. It's a simple yet meaningful prayer for wisdom for commanders and leaders. I encourage you to look it up if you've never seen it. But the prayer, it ends like this. And most of all, Lord, please keep my soldiers safe. Lead them, guide them, protect them, watch over them. And as you gave all of yourself for me, help me give all of myself for them. And amen. I have prayed this prayer many times since I've had the privilege of being your secretary.
What a dog shit prayer.
And I will continue to pray this prayer for each of you as you command and lead our nation's finest. Go forth and do good things, hard things. President Trump has your back, and so do I. And you'll hear from him shortly. Move out and draw fire.
Move
Because
out and
we
draw fire.
are the War Department. Godspeed.
Room, attention.
What a joke. Wow. And we still get to hear from Trump, guys. We haven't heard from Trump yet. This started early, actually. Yeah. So every fucking day. It's every day now. Okay, so just to give you guys, before Trump dies on the microphone today, because we still have to listen to Trump. So Pete Hegseth just finished a lot of rambling, but some key things in there. First, he came out and said, "If you want peace, prepare for war." That was cringe. You guys missed that part though, because this started and then I was like ready, but apparently they were early for once. He said it's the War Department, not the woke department. There will be gender-neutral PT tests, so no longer male-female standards, it's the male standard only. No more beards, which Pete Hegseth referred to as beardos. His 1990 test, E6 test, I've never even heard of that before until this moment, which is like, is the military like the 1990s? EO changes, no more walking on eggshells, so basically like they're trying to bring back super toxic leaders that lead with emotion personally and not with like what's best for the troops actually overall. It's gonna be like the bigoted dog shit leaders that he's trying to empower, because they do exist, and they're always the worst, and they always get more people killed than not, because they're gonna make stupid decisions out there by sending your troops into the battle without preparation, because you're like hard charging. I gotta get the mission done. No more permanent punishments for mistakes. So clearing the way for war crimes to be fine, and not be prosecuted for war crimes. Merit based. So we're on the theme of DEI and cutting DEI out, and that's including into the military. Culture change, which again seems to be this white nationalist culture that they're bringing on. It just is what it is. That's exactly what it is. He blamed Biden's administration and the previous administration for the toxic culture of the military, of like allowing people to serve that aren't white males. And so I guess that's changing. He said any social media pages that criticize the military gotta go. So there's like, and there's pages that don't like just shit on the military. They're veteran pages that veterans look at to be like, oh, look how goofy the military is, and like the things that you can do in it. Again, if you guys don't know, I served in the Army for 10 years. I just got out in 2022, so hi, I'm a veteran. But the way that this administration's going is starting to get cringe to claim that, so that's why I don't really do it. Let me pull up the page so I can show you guys an example. Yeah, I follow it. I've been following this page for years. So pages like this, U.S. Army what the fuck moments with 1.7 million followers. They like things that happen within units that are just like kind of funny for veterans to laugh at, but like it seems like Pete Hegseth wants to cancel that. Okay, so I'm not sure what that totally means. I put 1930s Germany speech. I wrote that in my notes because that's the parallel. Yeah, Ben Hodges clocked him. Today we end all war. We end the war on warriors. There you go. Apparently there's a war on warriors. They have a war on everything. War on Starbucks, war on Christmas, war on Tylenol, war on Cracker Barrel, war on woke, war on Antifa now. Everything's a war on their perceived victimhood. Less classes, more motor pool. And you know, when I served, some of the classes were annoying for sure, but some of them were unique, like were important to get certificates, but then they also helped you get a job after the military. If you took classes and had some certain certifications, that could help you advance because you're smart enough to know what the task is. But it's also good for after the military. Say you, for example, like being a truck driver, I was able to get certificates in hazardous materials, and so I have hazmat transportation experience. So that helps when you go into the private sector and you want to transport hazardous materials as a civilian. Well, I don't know how that's going to change, but that's just an example. But I'm not going to say every class was worth your time, but basically the educational aspect of the military that did exist, to where you had to go into the classrooms and do classes, that's gone. The shark attack returns for basic training. People in the chat were asking what the shark attack is. That's when you first get to basic training, and the drill sergeants like grab out you, like yell at you immediately and tell you to get off the bus. They scream at you, they grab your bags, they throw your shit everywhere, dump it out, make you do exercises, like basically like haze you as soon as you get to basic training. So they took that away, and now it's back. And he even mentioned they could put their hands on you, which when I served, the shark attack was a thing, but we didn't. They didn't put their hand. They don't have to put their hands on you. Like there's no reason to put their hands on you. So that was a little weird when he said that, because our drill sergeants were not woke or nice or whatever the fuck. They were like, boy, I lost my family day. I couldn't even see my family on family day because of some fuck shit that happened. They were like dark in terms of like there's no light there in the drill sergeants that we had. They were not like nice cutesy. They were like combat veterans that were like what he was talking about. So I don't know what he's even talking about, really. I really don't know what he's referring to about this culture of whatever. But yeah, so they're bringing back that hazing like right away as soon as you get there. You're like, they get right up in your face. They get in your face, but they didn't like fucking touch us. We had to do push-ups and exercises, and like we were like physically deteriorated and mentally taxed from like, cause like one of the things they did was you all have your green duffel bags with all of your shit in it. Well, if you didn't put your name on it, you were so screwed at the start, because they literally grabbed your bag and just threw it in a giant pile. They threw it in a giant pile, everyone's bag. And then they were like, go get your stuff, privates. And you have 2 minutes to get all of your stuff. And we had to go and find our bag. And there's like 60 people in a platoon. So there's like, you got to go through that shit. You got 2 minutes to do it, to grab your bag. Well, whatever. Or we had to hold our duffel bag over our head, and some people that packed too much were like struggling after 3 minutes. They couldn't hold their bag over their head. And so like if they couldn't do it, then the drill sergeants would get in their face and say, why can't you hold your bag up? What are you, weak? What are you, pussy? Can't hold your bag up? What's wrong with you? Can't hold your own stuff up? And so like it's just like that. That's like the shark attack, and it happens like in the first hour or two of like when you get to basic training. But then like they do that throughout basic training too, like red phase in the army especially. They just like, you just get smoked for no reason. You could just like breathe wrong, and they'll be like, front leading rest position move, and then you do push-ups. So I mean, whatever. Okay, so shark attack's back, and then he said that basic training should be scary, and I'm like, bro, if you think basic training is scary, or if you had a tough time in basic training, I mean, like, if that's the only story you got, if basic training was the hardest thing you ever did, I mean, whatever. It'd be like that, I guess. Some troops just, don't deploy or whatever, but Pete Hegseth was in the Guard, and, like, I don't know what he's talking about combat and shit, like, as if he knows. As if, like, it sucks coming from this dude who's a clown, and he's like trying to posture this like white nationalist, aggressive fascismo, and he's a Fox News dork. But so is Hitler's people too. I gotta say that Ben Hodges clocked it. So this is more so along the lines of one of the predictions we had was it was going to be like, in July 1935, German generals were called to a surprise assembly in Berlin and informed that their previous oath to the Weimar Constitution was void and that they would be required to swear a personal oath to the Führer. Most generals took the new oath to keep their positions. While different, obviously, they didn't ask to swear an oath to Trump. They're uprooting the culture of ability for maximum amount of people to serve. or like contribute if they want to, because only 1% of Americans join the military. It's not like a major number of people join or serve at all. Like, we don't have that. We don't have mandatory service in the U.S. You're not forced. The draft is gone. Okay, which I don't know if that's going to change too. I don't know about that. But moving towards this like male-only toxic culture of the military that has taken so long, because the military had lots of problems, lots of sexual harassment issues, lots of EO issues in terms of like discrimination, and so it seems like we're going back to that, based upon Hegseth's own words. Okay, and like basically there's open door policies to where if there was like sexual harassment or discriminatory issues, you could go to like your commander or anyone above them if it was higher than them and go and talk to whoever, or use JAG to do so. But I don't know if we're like regressing from that or moving away from that. It's what it sounded like in the speech. I don't know what war we're prepping for, but there's going to be a war. We got a war on our own citizens in the U.S. right now. That's happening. They're blowing up Venezuelan boats. That's happening. Doesn't seem the U.S. is interested in fighting Russia. So if you're thinking like, are we going to Ukraine? Nope, that's not going to happen. We've already bombed Iran for Israel this year, so there's always a Israel war that the U.S. will fight. So we'll see if that happens. Trump wants Bagram Air Base restaffed and people back there again in Afghanistan, so I don't know, are we just gonna do like a bunch of shit? Are we gonna be in like Afghanistan? Are we gonna fight in Venezuela and also our own citizens? Find out. Make sure you like and subscribe on Mercado Media. Watch The End of America. And we still haven't heard Trump speak yet. Reported to the FBI for what? Being a YouTuber? Check into the stream, guys, where you're all watching from. What do you guys all think of this? It's early as hell. It started early for once. They're doing this early as hell so the least amount of people can see what the fuck is going on here. They make these announcements because they get their clips and shit for the news for the rest of the day, and the right-wing media. And the right-wing media can doctor it up and cock it up and edit music and all types of shit to make Pete Hegseth's speech sound cool. So likely why they're doing it at 9 in the morning. What up? Your kitchen in Blaine, Birmingham, UK. Hello, hello. Also, make sure you don't turn your volume up. I'm going to turn it back up when they get back out there and start talking. So I have it turned down right now a little bit. He said, let's return to how we fought in the Gulf War. Oh. Some more Middle Eastern wars then, I guess. You're not going to be able to do a Gulf War against, like, Russia or China. I don't even know what the hell that even means. You sure you believe what you say, but it sounds propagandy? Who, me? Everything I say is based upon every single day of watching and covering what's happening. And I do it on stream, so There's documented footage of me going through all of this every day on this channel. It's not just out of nowhere. And I served in the military for 10 years. 2 honorable discharges, 1 from active duty, 1 from the reserves. Because I served in the reserves at the end too. Good conduct medals from each. Multiple ARCOMs. I mean, I don't know. You said, what if they all resign when this is over? Like, what, the generals? Why would they? I mean, I don't know. They're gonna. That was one of the offerings he said, was you can fire yourself if you want. Mentioned fat soldiers multiple times. He said, is the YMCA going to be played soon? Could be. We're waiting for Trump to come out, y'all. But we're going to be live all day, though, so make sure you get your coffee and you're locked in. We got multiple days of America turning fascist even further. Or multiple hours. I'm just posting on social media too. Yeah, you can follow me on social media. I'm trying to make posts. $100,000 federal workers resigned this morning. America dies in pomp and circumstance. Let's fact check this. I don't trust anything I see on this app. $100,000. Oh. $100,000 federal workers to resign today, in largest mass departure from U.S. government under Trump administration cuts. More than 100,000 federal workers will formally quit on Tuesday, which is today, as part of the largest wave of the Trump administration's deferred resignation program. To get them out so they're not loyalists. Because they're going to be forced to do shit that is... So that's also with the military too. There, listen to the song one more time. The end. It's the end, though. We're so done. Cody goes here. Let me see.
All the generals in one place for a speech.
Well, this is only an esprit de corps. Do you know what esprit de corps is? This is only a spirit. We're going to be talking to him. Pete Hegseth is talking right now. I'm going to have to leave because I have to talk to them. But these are our generals, our admirals, our leaders. And it's a good thing. A thing like this has never been done before because they came from all over the world. And there's a little bit of expense, not much, but there's a little expense to that. We don't like to waste it. We'd rather spend it on bullets and rockets, frankly. But this was the one time we had to do a great spiritizing. It's going to be great. I've seen it already.
Don't y'all dare go over and leave the channel.
We have every general, every admiral. We have great people. We have our real warriors.
We were live first.
And when they're not good, when we don't think they're our warriors, you know what happens? We say, you're fired, get out. We had some real bad ones last time. You know, I rebuilt the military, the entire military. But I had a couple, and I had unbelievable people. To do that, you have to. But I had unbelievable people in there. But I also had...
Why does he do interviews next to wind fucking, like, turbines? Like, why does he, every interview we hear him, he's, like, next to a plane or something, and, like, you can hardly even hear him. And, it's not like, it's whatever, but it's like every fucking interview they do.
And I had unbelievable people. To do that, you have to. But I had unbelievable people in there. But I also had some bad ones at the top, like Milley and Mattis and that Jesper. I called him too. Always too late, Jesper. He was horrible. So, but I learned because you know I was just in there and I put these people in. They were recommended by rhinos and others. And then I could.
They were recommended by rhinos.
What we have now is the best. But even despite that, I rebuilt the military in my first term.
This is what happens when conservatives are allowed to huff their own shit for this long. This is what happens when conservatives are allowed to just sit there and stew in their own shit. And that's what happens. They live in their own reality. And then when they watch the news, they watch right-wing media that tells them what like their political opponents say. So they get their own narrative, and then they don't get any other narrative than what their media tells them. And then they just sit there and huff that. And then you wonder why we live in two different Americas, or why conservatives or MAGA sound and act like aliens. It's because they live in right-wing world.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Secretary of War.
Again?
Well, you've heard from me, so now it's the main event, our Commander-in-Chief. I have the privilege every single day of watching him put America first, of ensuring that our warfighters have everything they need. His compass is clear.
This is General Pabston.
Because you know he has our back. I was thinking backstage, the man who was the Commander-in-Chief when the War Department was created was George Washington. The man who was president when the War Department was reestablished is President Trump.
Wow.
And when he found out about this gathering of senior leaders, he said, I would be honored to come in order to address and thank
when he found out about it,
Americans who defend our nation. He has a heart full of gratitude and love for what you do, and we get a chance to see it every day. And I'm honored that this morning you all firsthand get to see it as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming the 45th and 47th President of the United States, our Commander-in-Chief, Donald J. Trump.
This is the worst timeline. The worst. You can't get any worse.
Doing too. Fantastic job. I've never walked into a room so silent before. This is very. Oh, don't laugh. Don't laugh. You're not allowed to do that. You know what? Just have a good time. And if you want to applaud, you applaud. And if you want to do anything you want, you can do anything you want. And if you don't like what I'm saying, you can leave the room. Of course, there goes your rank. There goes your future. But you just feel nice and loose, okay? Because we're all on the same team. And I was told that, sir, you won't hear a murmur in the room. I said, we got to loosen these guys up a little bit. So you just have a good time. But I want to thank...
Have a good time.
And General Kane, General Raisin Kane for a reason, they call him that. When I heard his name, I said, you're the guy I'm looking for. The Joint Chiefs of Staff and so many others in this room who together represent the greatest and most elite fighting force in the history of the world, the United States military. We're very proud of our military. I rebuilt the military during my first term. It's one of the greatest achievements. We had the greatest economy in history, and I built the military. Those are the two things I say more than anything else. And I also kept us safe at the borders. We had very good borders. We didn't have people coming in from jails and prisons and everything like took place over the last 4 years. They'll never forget what happened to this country over the last 4 years with the incompetence. There could be no higher honor than
Thank
to
you, Adam, for the
serve as
gifted.
your commander-in-chief. It is a great honor. I look at you, you're just incredible people. Central casting, I might add. To each and every one of you, I thank you for your unwavering devotion to the armed forces and to the country that we've all sworn a sacred oath to defend. We all have that oath, every one of us. I'm thrilled to be here this morning to address the senior leadership of what is once again known around the world as the Department of War. I know Pete spoke about it. He gave a great speech, I thought. Great speech. I don't want him to get so good. I hate that. You know? No, I hate it. I almost fired him. I said, you can't, I don't want to go on after that. No, he gave a great speech, but he talked about Department of War. We were sitting there. I said, didn't it used to be called the Department of War? And he goes, yes, sir. They changed it like in the early 50s. So we won the First World War. We won the Second World War. We won everything in between and everything before that. We only won. And then we went, in a way, woke. That was probably the first sign of wokeness. And we changed it to defense instead of war. And I said,
America was woke in the 50s,
I
guys.
think if we changed it back, would that be a nice idea? And Pete loved it immediately. Some people thought about it. You know, they gave it a little thought. But in the end, we did it. And I have to be honest, it's so popular. I thought it would be met with fury on the left. But they're sort of giving up, I must be honest with you. They've had it. They've had it with Trump. They've been after me for so many years now. Here we are. Here we are. Come to the White House anytime you'd like. No, they've given up. They're bad, a lot of bad people. But all over, that's been so popular. It's been very popular. I really thought that we were going to have to sort of fight it through. There's been no fight. There's been no fight. Like what I called the Gulf of America, the Gulf of America, because to me it was always the Gulf of America. I could never understand. We have 92% of the frontage. And
The frontage.
for years, actually 350 years, they were there before us. It was called the Gulf of Mexico. I just had this idea. I'm looking at a map. I'm saying, we have most of the frontage. Why is it Gulf of Mexico? Why isn't it the Gulf of America? And I made the change, and it went smoothly. I mean, we had a couple of fake news outlets that refused to make the change. And then one of them, AP, took us to court, and we won. And the judge, who was a somewhat liberal judge, said, the name is the Gulf of America, because AP refused to call it the Gulf of America. They wrote, they're not a good outfit, by the way. They call it the Gulf of Mexico. I said, no, the Gulf of America is the name. And the judge actually said that, in fact, you can't even go into the room because what you're doing is not appropriate. The name is the Gulf of America. God. Google Maps changed the name. Everybody did, but AP wouldn't. And then we won in court. How about that? Isn't that so cool?
So cool.
Secretary Hexler
Wow.
beautifully described the name change reflects far more than the shift in branding. It's really a historic reassertion of our purpose and our identity and our pride. That's when we go with the word war. And you know, we want war because we want to have no wars, but you have to be there, and you know, sometimes you have to do it. I have settled so many wars since we're here. We're here almost 9 months, and I've settled 7, and yesterday we might have settled the biggest of them all, although I don't know. Pakistan, India was very big. Both nuclear powers, I settled that. But yesterday could be the settlement in the Middle East. That hasn't happened for 3,000 years. I said, how long have you been fighting? 3,000 years, sir. That's a long time. But we got it, I think, settled. We'll see. Hamas has to agree. And if they don't, it's going to be very tough on them. But It is what it is. But all of the Arab nations, Muslim nations have agreed. Israel has agreed. It's an amazing thing. It just came together. War is very strange. You know, you never know what's going to happen with war.
Oh, you know about it, Trump?
One of them all is Putin. I said, number one, it's
so
a war
easy.
that would have never happened if I were president, if the election weren't rigged. If I were president, that war would have never happened. Not even a little chance. And it didn't happen for 4 years. But I knew Putin very well, and I thought that would be easy because I know him so well. Well, that one turned out to be the hardest of them all. We had some that were not settlable, and they all got settled. So if this works out, that we did yesterday with the Middle East, then that's more than a war. That's lots of wars. That's all combined. That's a lot of wars. Many of you were over there in many different capacities in many different countries. That's a big part of the earth. But if that works out, it would be 8+. I could give myself 2 or 3 for that one. And then we just have the one to settle, and we have to settle it up with President Putin and Zelensky. Got to get them together and get it done. But the only way we can do that is through strength. I mean, if we were weak, they wouldn't even take my phone call. But we have extreme strength. We had the horror show in Afghanistan, which is really the reason I think that Putin went in. He saw that horror show by Biden and his team of incompetent people. And that showed, I think it gave him a path in. I wasn't there any longer. I watched that, and it was so horrible. I think it was the most embarrassing day in the history of our country. And now we're back. And
We're still back?
We're not going to have any of that crap happen, I can tell you.
Oh, yeah.
That was terrible, so terrible. Together we're reawakening the warrior spirit, and this is a spirit that won and built this nation, and from the cavalry that tamed the Great Plains to the ferocious, unyielding power of Patton, Bradley, and the great General Douglas MacArthur. These are all great men. In this effort, we're a team, and so my message to you is very simple. I am with you, I support you, and as president, I have your backs 100%. You'll never see me even waver a little bit. It's the way it is. And that includes our great police officers and firemen and all of these people that are doing so well. Together over the next few years, we're going to make our military stronger, tougher, faster, fiercer, and more powerful than it has ever been before. I rebuilt our nuclear, as you probably know, but we'll upgrade that also and just hope we never have to use it. We have to hope we never have to use it, because the power of that is so incredible. I see things, I don't think they'd show it to you. I really wouldn't want them to show it to you. But when you see the result of what's left, you never want to use that. Never, never, ever. We were a little bit threatened by Russia recently, and I sent a submarine, nuclear submarine, the most lethal weapon ever made. Number one, you can't detect it. There's no way. We're 25 years ahead of Russia and China in submarines. Russia's actually second in submarines. China's third, but they're coming up. They're coming up. They're way lower in nuclear too, but in 5 years they'll be equal. They're coming up. And you don't have to be that good with nuclear. You could have 1/20th what you have now and still do the damage that would be, that'd be so horrendous. But I announced that, based on his mention of nuclear, and it was really a stupid person that works for him mentioned the word nuclear, I moved a submarine or two, I won't say about the two, over to the coast of Russia.
What is he saying?
Because we can't let people throw around that word.
What word?
I call it the N word.
Oh,
There
nuclear.
are 2 N words, and you can't use either of them.
Oh, okay. Which ones?
Can't use either of them.
What are they? What are they, Trump?
And frankly, if it does get to use, we have more than anybody else. We have better, we have newer, but it's something we don't ever want to even have to think about. But when somebody mentions it, that submarine started immediately thereafter. and it's just lurking, but I'm sure we're not going to have to use it. But it's an amazing, it's undetectable, totally. Ours is, theirs isn't. Theirs are totally detectable. We can detect them easily. We go right to the spot. But we have genius apparatus that doesn't allow detection. It doesn't allow detection at all by anybody above water or below water. It's incredible. We're way ahead of everybody in that and other things. As a result of the exciting renewal of the spirit of our armed forces, and that's what it is. It's really reaching that spirit, unprecedented heights. Over the past 8 months, new enlistments, I'm so proud of this, have surged to record highs, the highest we've ever had. And we used to have recruiting shortages. If you remember, about a year and a half ago, I was at the beginning stage of a campaign, and things came out that you couldn't get people to join the armed forces. And by the way, the police also. Fire department. I always put the fire department in because they're great. They're great. And I got 95% of their vote, too. That helps. When you get 95% of their vote, you always have to mention them. But they're great. And they're brave in our inner cities, which we're going to be talking about, because it's a big part of war now. It's a big part of war. But
What
the
is
firemen
it?
go up in ladders, and you have people shooting at them while they're up in ladders. I don't even know if anybody heard that, but
They're shooting at the
don't talk about
firefighters?
it much, but I think you have to. Our firemen are
Who's?
incredible. They're up in one of these ladders that goes way up to the sky, rescuing people, and you have animals shooting at them,
Who?
shooting bullets at firemen that are way up in death territory. You fall off that ladder, it's over. It's over. They don't even have to
Who the
inspect you
what the fuck,
when you hit the
brother?
ground. And you have people shooting bullets at them in some of these inner cities.
Oh,
We're not going to
boy.
let that happen. So I always mention the firemen because that's actually a big problem we have. They are
That's a big
unbelievable.
problem?
They're unbelievable people. For the first time on record in 2025, the Navy, Air Force, and Space Force all met or surpassed their recruiting goals 3 months early. That never happened before.
When the fuck are
The
firemen
Army
getting shot at, yo?
Did even better. Congratulations, Army. They met everything. And these were the highest standards because we're making it larger.
They're
So
eating
these
the
were much higher
dogs. They're eating the
standards than 4
cats.
years
They're
ago,
shooting the
3 years ago,
firemen.
during the Sleepy Joe Biden era.
A fucking liar. This guy's a liar, dude.
The Army did
I
it
gotta smoke.
4 months early. And you remember, a year and a half ago, they said the big stories that we're way behind with the Army, Air Force, the Navy, the Marines. We're way behind, Coast Guard. And even Space Force. I love Space Force because that was my creation. You know, when you create something, I love it. And the people we put in there were good. I got that right. We put in great people initially. And
420 friendly
really
news stream.
dominated. We really dominate in that sphere now. We're way behind China and Russia, and now we dominate. Space Force turned out to be a very important thing. I said.
What are
from
you
the beginning,
saying,
when
bro?
Biden came into office, he wanted to terminate. He said, and this thing called
Russia,
Space
China,
Force,
Space Force, Biden.
and he got hammered by the people in this room for even suggesting
Just
it. This is
rambling.
Very important, one of the most important. And as time goes by, it'll get more and more important. But we're now at 106% of our recruiting targets for the year, and that's the best in far more than a generation. And for the Marines, morale is so strong that the Marine Corps will meet its 2026 retention targets before the end of October, which never happens. And that's the earliest it's ever happened in the history of our country. And it makes you feel good, you know. I felt
it
guilty.
doesn't.
I'd go make a speech in front of never people like you. You are the leaders. But people, soldiers. And I felt embarrassed because there'd be stories about, you know, we couldn't fill up our Army, Navy, Air Force. We couldn't fill them up. And it was headlines. It was during Biden's 4 years. The auto pen. I call him the auto pen. It's, how would you like to have your thing signed by an auto pen? You know, when I have a general and I have to sign for a general because we have beautiful paper, the gorgeous paper, I said throw a little more gold
gorgeous
on it.
paper.
They deserve it. I want the A paper, not the D paper. We used to sign a piece of garbage. I said, this man's going to be a general, right? Yeah. I don't want to use this. I want to use the big, beautiful, firm paper. I want to use the real gold writing. when you talk about the position, and they're beautiful. And but how would you like to have that where some kid sitting in the back office is having it signed with an auto pen? I thought about it, and I thought about you people first, admirals, generals. I said, somebody works his whole life. He gets into maybe the academies or wherever, but however you got there, and you go through years of work, and now you become an admiral or a general or whatever. And when you do, the President of the United States signs your commission, as you know, and that commission is beautifully displayed. And I sign it. Actually, I love my signature. I really do.
This will make this speech more tolerable. Give me a second.
But I signed it very
I'm still listening, though.
I always think to myself, how can you have an auto pen sign this? It's just so disrespectful. To me, it's just totally disrespectful. And it turned out that almost everything he did was signed by auto pen, except for when he gave his son, Hunter, pardon. He signed that one. And that's actually the worst signature I've ever seen. That was the bad. The auto pen looks much better. But as leaders, our commitment to every patriot who put on the uniform is to ensure that American military remains the most lethal and dominant on the planet, not merely for a few years, but for the decades and generations to come, for centuries. We must be so strong that no nation will dare challenge us, so powerful that no enemy will dare threaten us, and so capable that no adversary can even think about beating us. And we've had it recently. I had India and Pakistan were going at it, and I called them both. And in this case, I used trade. I'm not going to trade with you. Used to two nuclear nations, big nuclear. No, you cannot do that. I said, yes, I can. You go into this freaking war that I'm hearing about. You know, actually, they just shot down 7 planes. 7 planes, it was starting. There was a lot of bad blood. And I said, you do this, there's not going to be any trade. And I stopped the war. It was raging for 4 days, but that was just the beginning. And we stopped it. It was a great thing. And the Prime Minister of Pakistan was here, along with the Field Marshal, who's a very important guy in Pakistan, and he was here 3 days ago. And I didn't even realize it as beautiful as he said it, but he said that to a group of people that were with us, 2 generals, but a group, he said this man saved millions of lives because he saved the war from going on, and that war was going to get very bad, very, very bad. President Trump saved millions and millions of lives. That was a bad war. And I was very honored. I loved the way he said it. Susie Wiles was there. She said that was the most beautiful thing. But we saved a lot of them. Saved a lot of them. Even in Africa, we saved the Congo with Rwanda. They've been fighting for 31 years, 10 million people dead. I got that one done. And very proud of it. So if this works out, we'll have 8. 8 in 8 months. That's pretty good. Nobody's ever done that. Will you get the Nobel Prize? Absolutely not. They'll give it to some guy that didn't do a damn thing. They'll give it to a guy that wrote a book about the mind of Donald Trump and what it took to solve the wars. And he'll get the Nobel Prize will go to a writer. No, but well, let's see what happens. But it's be a big insult to our country. I will tell you that. I don't want it. I want the country to get it. But it should get it because there's never been anything like it. Think of it. So if this happens, I think it will. I don't say that lightly because I know more about deals than anybody. This is what my whole life was based on. And they can change, and this can certainly change. But we have just about everybody. We have one signature that we need, and that signature will pay in hell if they don't sign. I hope they sign for their own good and we create something really great. But to have done 8 of them is just like such an honor. And then we have Putin and Zelensky. The easiest one of them all. I said, that one I'll get done. I thought that was going to be first. The other was much harder, some of them. Azerbaijan this was going on for 36 years. They said, it's not solvable, sir. Don't do it. I said, I will do it.
He's repeating himself. He's repeating himself. He already said this.
2 countries, they were great. They were great. I knew immediately. I knew as soon as I started talking to them, we're going to solve that war. We did. Now they're so happy. Now they're friends. One said he's been president for 32 years, 22 years. He said, for 22 years I did nothing but kill his people. They were in the room together at the Oval Office. And they started off spread like this. I have the beautiful resolute desk. And one was here, and one was here. You couldn't get further away. That's the furthest I've ever seen two people in front of me. And as the hour went by, they got closer, closer, closer. And at the end of the hour, we had it done. And they hugged and hugged and hugged. And I said,
they hugged.
That's so nice, and you're going to remain friends. And I spoke to them, one of them the other day. He said, no, he's now my friend. But for 22 years, he's been the head of Azerbaijan for 22 years. And the other guy, great guy too, 7. And you know that war, that was a war that was not solvable. He said for 7 years. The other one said for 22 years. All I did was kill his people. That's all I've done. I said, well, we're going to put a stop to that. So we solved that. So it's a great thing. It's a great feeling. You're saving Kosovo and Serbia. You're saving so many lives doing this if you can do it. Mm-hmm. But our people deserve nothing less than the very best, and we're never going to let them down. And if we can solve wars instead of you having to fight wars, wouldn't that be wonderful, right? Wouldn't that be wonderful? That's why one of the first executive orders I signed upon taking office was to restore the principle of merit. That's the most important word.
Merit.
Other than the word tariff. I love tariffs.
Oh, my God.
Most beautiful word. But I'm not allowed to say that anymore. I said tariff is my favorite word. I love the word tariff. We're becoming...
This guy is mentally fucking...
a big case in front of the Supreme Court.
Cooked.
I can't imagine. Because this is what other nations have done to us. And we have, great legal grounds. But you still have a case. It would be very bad if something happened. But I said, my favorite word in the English dictionary is the word tariff. And people thought that was strange. And the fake news came over and they really hit me hard on it. They said, what about love? What about religion? What about God? What about wife, family? I got killed when I said tariff is my favorite word. So I changed it. It's now my 5th favorite word.
Oh, my fucking God.
And I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. But they hit me hard. But it is. When you look at, we've taken in trillions of dollars. We're rich again. And there'll never be, when we finish this out, there'll never be any wealth like what we have. Other countries were taking advantage of us for years and years. You know that better than anybody. And now we're treating them fairly. But the money coming in is, we've never seen anything like it. The other day they had $31 billion that they found. $31 billion. So we found $31 billion and we're not sure from where it came. A gentleman came in, a financial guy. I said, well, what does that mean? He said, we don't know where it came. I said, check the tariff shelf. No, sir, the tariffs haven't started in that sector yet. I said, yes, they have. They started 7 weeks ago. Check it. Comes back 20 minutes later. Sir, you're right. It came from tariffs. $31 billion. That's enough to buy a lot of battleships, Admiral, to use an old term. I think we should maybe start thinking about battleships, by the way. We have a Secretary of the Navy. He came to me because I look at the Iowa out in...
How many battleships?
Different ships, the old pictures. I used to watch Victory at Sea. I love Victory at Sea.
How many battleships?
It's got to be your all-time in black and white.
Now I had to smoke a joint.
When I look at those ships, they came with the destroyers alongside of them, and man, nothing was going to stop. They were 20 deep, and they were in a straight line, and there was nothing going to stop them. And we actually talk about, those ships. Some people would say, no, that's old technology. I don't know. I don't think it's old technology when you look at those guns. But it's something we're actually considering, the concept of battleship. Nice 6-inch side, solid steel, not aluminum. Aluminum that melts if it looks at a missile coming at it.
How girthy is it?
It's melting as the missile's about 2 miles away.
Trump, how big is it?
Those ships, they don't make them that way anymore. But you look at it, and your secretary likes it, and I'm sort of open to it. And bullets are a lot less expensive than missiles. A lot of reasons. I should take a vote, but I'm afraid to take that vote because I may get voted out on that one. But I tell you, it's something we're seriously considering. There were powers. There were big powers. They were just about as mean and scary as you could be. And so we're looking at that. One of the biggest cases that we won was the decision of the United States Supreme Court to allow us to proceed on the word merit. Merit. So those two words are right up there. So this is, I would say, the opposite if you ask for a definition. The opposite of political correctness. We went through political correct, where you had to have people that were totally unfit to be doing what you're doing for many reasons. I won't get into them. But for many reasons, they were unfit. Now, it's all based on merit. That was such an unbelievable decision. I didn't expect we were going to win that one. We went in. We said we needed it.
How many times have we talked about merit now?
Kids with a C average are getting into the best colleges, and the kids with A averages won't get in. And kids with the highest boards and the highest marks or the best marks couldn't get into the best schools. And people that had not good boards and not very good marks, I mean, okay, but nothing special, they were getting into our best colleges. I said, this is just crazy. You can't run a country like this. And it was lingering for years, and it got to the Supreme Court, and we won that decision. Merit, everything's based on merit. You're all based on merit. We're not going to have somebody taking your place for political reasons because they are politically correct, and you're not. We take the people that are going to do the best job. That's all. It's very simple. And that's the way our country was built. We were built on merit. We got away from it for a long time. And everyone understands it. And it was done. It was approved. I give great credit to the Supreme Court because I thought they had tremendous courage. I didn't think they'd do that. That was tremendous. I give them maybe for that decision almost more than anything because it's a hard decision to make. It's really hard. The apparatus of our country was not set up for merit. It was set up for political correctness. And you can never be great if you're going to do that. And we're going to be greater than we ever were before. We're bringing back a focus on fitness, ability, character, and strength. And that's because the purposes of American military is not to protect anyone's feelings. It's to protect our republic. And it's the republic that we dearly love. It's to protect our country. We will not be politically correct when it comes to defending American freedom, and we will be a fighting and winning machine. We want to fight, we want to win, and we want to fight as little as possible. You have to count on people like me to keep you out of wars because we don't want to go into wars. Many of the wars that I just told you about, we could have entered those wars and settled them in a different way, lose a lot of our troops. And we could have settled them, I guess, differently. Maybe not, actually. Actually, you might not have been able to settle them. We just would have been in the middle of a lot of firepower. But when we do need it, you're going to be so ready. And you know,
so ready.
But very importantly, with that goal in mind, I've committed to spending over $1 trillion on our military in 2026, and that's the most in the history of our country. $1 trillion. That's a lot of money. I hope you like that.
Wow.
Ma'ams and sirs, I hope you like it.
Ma'ams and sirs.
That's a hell of a lot of money. We have the best of everything. Every branch is seeing major investments, and as I announced in the Oval Office in March, we are rapidly moving forward with the first ever sixth-generation fighter jet. I didn't name it. I did not name it. Boeing came in, and they said, sir, this is our submittal. It's the greatest fighting jet ever done. And, you know, they're testing all these planes. All the companies are testing, and this one tested like through the roof. And they said, we'd like to name it the F-47. I said, all right, let me think about it. Then after thinking for about 2 seconds, I said, okay. You know what that means, 47. I'm 47. So I'm 45, 46, and 47, you know, if you think about it. I just don't want the credit for 46. I don't want to have their open borders and people coming in from all over the world, including jails and mental institutes. I don't want that on my record, but I like having it. We're investing tens of billions of dollars in modernizing our nuclear deterrence capabilities like never before. And we've begun construction on what we call the Golden Dome missile defense shield. It'll be the most sophisticated in the world. You watched it do well
Ugh.
until they had some problems at the end with a little bit of
That
a
was gross.
lack of ammunition, defensive ammunition, but they've got that taken care of. But I tell you, it's what we're doing is so good, and we deserve it. You know, we help other countries with it. We don't have it ourselves. And Canada called me a couple of weeks ago. They want to be part of it. To which I said, well, why don't you just join our country? You become 51, become the 51st state, and you get it for free.
Wow.
So I don't know if that made a big impact, but it does make a lot of sense. It actually makes, because they're having a hard time up there in Canada now. Because,
Oh, they are.
as you know, with tariffs, everyone's coming into our country. We have
Oh, really?
more investment than we've ever had before. $17 trillion coming in. As an
wow.
example, in 4 years, Biden didn't have $1 trillion.
Oh,
We have 17 trillion more than that in
okay.
8 months coming in.
Right.
And they're coming in from Canada, Mexico, from Europe, from all over. AI, auto plants. Everybody's coming back to the United States.
They're all coming back now.
Under my budget, we will be expanding
Everybody's
the US
back.
Navy by at least 19 ships next year, including submarines, destroyers, assault ships, and more. And it's going to be much more than that as we go along, because we basically don't build ships anymore. We do build submarines, but we don't build ships. Do you know in the Second World War, they were freighters and different types, but we were doing a ship a day. And now we don't do ships.
We were fighting a world
And
war.
I'm not a fan of some of the ships you do. I'm a very aesthetic person, and I don't like some of the ships
They're not named after you,
you're
that's
doing
why.
aesthetically. They say, oh, it's stealth. I said, that's not stealth. An ugly ship is not necessary in order to say you're stealth. By the way, the B-2 bombers were incredible. That is stealth. They went into that. I was with General Kane and
Battleships and bombers cannot. What is happening? Stop it.
we're watching them.
Please
go in.
stop.
They were totally untouched. They were not seen. They were literally not seen. They dropped their bombs. They hit every single one of them. Hit its target. It was total obliteration. CNN, when we came back, fake news CNN.
Oh my
the
God,
camera just
brother.
went off. You know, their camera. Every time I mention, they turn the camera up because it's never good. They see
Because
this
you're
as a
not
problem.
saying
I don't
anything.
blame them. Better
You
off
have said
keeping it
nothing. You're rambling.
But they have some scammer reporter who started saying, without any knowledge, that
Ryan Stelter.
he may not have hit the targets as well as they thought. It may not have been obliteration. He did hit the targets, and I got to give us a little credit, right? It was obliteration, it turned out. The Atomic Energy Commission said it was obliteration. They had, not only did they hit the target, they had these chutes. And think of this here. Way up in the sky.
This
there
is the
was no
weave.
moon, it was dead dark.
You guys like being a
Couldn't
part
see
of the
a thing.
weave?
You couldn't see them. But they had, I guess, a beam going right into these chutes. Every
He
single
did this
one
all
of
last
those
year
bombs
too, by the
went
way,
down
before the
those chutes
election.
into a granite mountain. I think it's the last time they're going to build air chutes.
I couldn't believe
These
anyone
air
voted
chutes
for
that
him.
were nice, beautiful. They were meant for us. But it was total obliteration. And now they give us credit for that. But these people were phenomenal. I tell you, for the Air Force people here, you can be very proud. That B-2, we just ordered a lot of new ones and updated ones, but I'd take the other ones. Let me tell you, they couldn't have worked any better. So they flew for 37 hours total, back and forth. No stops, no nothing. We had 52 tankers loading them up. And that's a job I wouldn't necessarily want too much, flying a tanker, loaded up with hundreds of thousands of gallons of fuel. I don't know if I'd do that job, General. I asked the question, what happens if it gets hit? Sir, you don't want to know about that, right? I don't want to know about that.
Morning, Matthew.
Those guys, they just hear us. They're incredible. I had them all to the Oval Office. We had the B-2 pilots and a lot of the people, even the people that took care of them, the maintenance people, just as important. We had them all to the White House, gave them a big party on the lawn, brought some of them into the Oval Office. But on top of all this, we'll deliver a hard-earned pay raise of 3.8% to every soldier, sailor, airman, Coast Guardsman, Space Guardman, and Marine, something you weren't getting from the
Space
past
Guardman?
administration. They did not treat you with respect. They're Democrats. They never do. Not only are we rebuilding our great strength, but for the first time in years, my administration is actually using that strength to defend the core and vital interests of America. And very simply, we are putting America first. And I have since I've been elected. I've always put America first. It's sort of simple, you know, when you think. My campaign was run on common sense, and we did great. We got the highest numbers ever received in terms of districts. You know, they have it broken up. 2,000.
Hey, Facebook, check in. It says there's only 12 people now. There was like 80, like 5
we
minutes
won
ago.
every swing state. We won.
Everybody
the
on
popular
Facebook,
vote.
say hi.
We won everything. We won everything. You have to take a
Facebook's
look at the
screwing with
map.
me.
It's almost entirely red, except there's a little blue line on each coast, and I think that's going to disappear too. We did really great, and part of it is because of our success with the military, the rebuilding of the military, the vote that I got from the military, and they're vicious people, you know, that we have to fight, just like you have to fight vicious people. Mine are a different kind of vicious, but they spread all these
What up, Darpat?
horrible, you know, they made up statements and said what I said about everything, but even about the military. But fortunately, the military didn't believe it. It's hard. You know, they make up a statement and they said, you say it. We had 25 people that said he never said that. 25. We had 25 affidavits. And they said, well, we're going with it anyway. You know, these sleazebags. And it's why the press is really losing all power, because
The press
people
is
aren't
losing
believing it.
power.
We need an honest press. We need borders. We need borders. We need an honest press. We need fair elections. I mean, those three things. And we don't have an honest press. We have a really corrupt press. But we fight through the corrupt press. And the people understand you have to do this stuff a lot. You have to go on television a lot, because you can't get a fair shake if you're going to rely on somebody else. They don't understand. They've destroyed the image of media. Now is at the lowest point it's ever been. It's lower than Congress. Can you believe that? It's something. But together with many of you in the room, we've brought back the fundamental principle that defending the homeland is the military's first and most important priority. That's what it is. Only in recent decades did politicians somehow come to believe that our job is to police the far reaches of Kenya and Somalia, while America is under invasion from within. We're
Thank you,
under
Leslie.
invasion from within.
Are we?
No different than a foreign enemy, but more difficult in many ways because they don't wear uniforms.
What do you
At
mean?
least when they're wearing a uniform, you can take them out. These people don't have uniforms. But we are under invasion from within. We're stopping it very quickly.
Ooh.
After spending trillions of dollars defending the borders of foreign countries, with your help, we're defending the borders of our country from now on. We're not going to let this happen. Biden let people come in from prisons, mental institutions, drug dealers, murderers. You know, we had 11,488 murders allowed into our country by this guy who had no clue. He had no clue. He shouldn't have been there in the first place, but he had no clue. The people that ran the office, the White House, were people that surrounded him, radical left lunatics that are brilliant people, but dumb as hell when it came to policy and common sense.
Like you?
And they allowed people from all over the world, from the Congo. They opened up prisons in the Congo. They came into our country totally unmatched, unvetted, unchecked. And from all over, South America, not just
The
South
Congo.
America. You know, you think South America, no, but from all over. A lot came in from Venezuela. Venezuela emptied its prison population into our country. That's why they have Tren de Aragua, one of the worst gangs ever. But we took care of them. We took good, strong care of them. And I just want to thank the National Guard in Washington, D.C. It's embarrassing to say this. Now I can say it because we solved it. But Washington, D.C. was the most unsafe, most dangerous city in the United States of America. And to a large extent, beyond. And beyond that. You go to Afghanistan, they didn't have anything like that. You go to countries that you would think there's problems, they didn't have that. And now Washington, D.C., after 12 days of serious, serious intensity, we took out 1,700 career criminals. If you have 5 career criminals, they can make your numbers look very bad because they'll commit many crimes a day. But we took out 1,700, and they took them out. There was no doubt who the boss was. They did an unbelievable job. Then they started even cleaning. I said, I don't want them doing that, sir. They were cleaning it up. I drove through it 2 days ago. It was beautiful. People are walking down the street holding hands, man and wife, coming from Iowa. They're not worried about being shot. Washington, D.C. is now a safe city. In fact, I went out to dinner with my crew. I haven't done that. In theory, I wouldn't do it. And I felt totally safe. And nobody's been attacked. Nobody's been hurt. Washington, D.C. went from our most unsafe city to just about our safest city in a period of a month. We had it under control in 12 days, but give us another 15, 16 days. It's perfect. And people other than politicians that look bad, they think, the Democrats run most of the cities that are in bad shape. We have many cities in great shape too, by the way. I want you to know that. But it seems that the ones that are run by the radical left Democrats, what they've done to San Francisco, Chicago, New York, Los Angeles, they're very unsafe places. And we're going to straighten them out one by one. And this is going to be a major part for some of the people in this room. That's a war, too. It's a war from within. Controlling the physical territory of our border is essential to national security. We can't let these people in. We had no people enter in the last 4 months. Zero. Even I can't believe that. We had millions coming in, pouring in. 25 million all told. And of those 25 million, many of them should never be in our country. They would take their worst people and their people from prisons and jail, and they'd put them in a caravan and they'd walk up. CNN was interviewing one person. Oh, why are you coming? I want freedom. Good. Were you in jail? Yes. For what? Murder. He said, you're in for... You had to see this anchor, a young woman. She's like, I couldn't believe. She'll probably lose her job. But because the left doesn't want to hear that. But we're running it based on common sense and based on love of our country. But I want to salute every service member who has helped us carry out this critical mission. It's really a very important mission. And I told Pete we should use some of these dangerous cities as training grounds for our military, National Guard, but military. Because we're going into Chicago very soon. That's a big city with an incompetent governor, stupid governor, stupid. They threw him out of his family business. He was so stupid. I know the family. He becomes governor. He's got money. Not money that he made, but he ran for governor, he won, and now he criticizes us all the time. And last week they had 11 people murdered, 44 people shot. The week before that they had 5 people murdered, 28 people shot. Every weekend they lose 5, 6. If they lose 5, they're considering it a great week. They shouldn't lose any. You shouldn't lose any. This is civilization. And he's always up there saying, we're in very good shape. We don't need the military. No, they need the military desperately. How about Portland? Portland, Oregon, where it looks like a war zone.
Is it?
And I get a call from the liberal governor. Sir, please don't come in. We don't need you. I said, well, unless they're playing false tapes, this looked like World War II.
What?
The place is burning down.
Are you kidding me?
I mean, you must be kidding. Sir, we have it under control. I said, you don't have it under control.
It looks like World War II.
I'll check it.
In Portland.
And I called you back. I called her back. I said, this place is...
This guy needs to
nightmare.
resign.
Probably, it's certainly not the biggest, but it's one of the worst. It's brutal. They go after our ICE people, who are great patriots and tough job too, but they love it. They love it because they're cleaning up our country. And so you look at some of the things where they took over parts of Seattle. They actually took over a big percentage of Seattle. Think of that. You remember that. That was a while ago.
Yeah, 5 years
sent
ago.
in the troops and they were gone. As soon as they sent them in, when we send in the troops, if you have a real leader that says you got to do what you have to do, I put that out the other day. You got to do what you got to do because we don't want our people hurt as they stand by. I was watching during Biden, there were troops standing up like this, brave, standing up at attention, the way I should stand all the time. And I'm like this, and people are standing, and their mouth is this far away from their mouth, and they're spitting at them, and they're screaming at them. And that soldier standing there, he wants to knock the hell out of the person, but he's not allowed to do anything. Wow. So they just stand there and they get abused. And a woman was this far away from his face, and she starts spitting in his face, and he's not allowed to do anything. if it's okay with you, generals and admirals, I've taken that off. I say, they spit, we hit. Is that okay? I think so. They spit, it's a new thing. They spit, we hit. How about the cars, where the cars are coming out? They get brand new cars, Border Patrol, ICE, beautiful, nice new cars. And they're driving along, and they have to go through a gauntlet of rocks being thrown at the car. So here's this beautiful brand new car. By the time it goes 100 yards, it's destroyed.
Wow, the car.
These guys have pretty good arms, some of them. And they're throwing bricks at full force into the window and into the car. It looks like it's a war zone.
Wow.
And I said, never let that happen again. From now on, if that ever happens, and I say it here, you get out of that car and you can do whatever the hell you want to do.
What does that mean?
Because those people are you can die from that. Those bricks go through the windows. You can die. They'd like it to. They'd like it to go through the window. But this was a couple of months ago. They just kept driving, and bricks are hitting the car. And I said, why aren't they stopping? Because they were under orders from the past administration, never stop. But that's different with us. We stop. And since I gave that order, we haven't had that problem. It's very interesting. It's amazing. It's just like in Venezuela. You've seen the boats going. We can't find any more boats. They're carrying drugs, massive. Every boat kills about 25,000 people. That's what they have. They had fentanyl mostly and a lot of other drugs. And we take them out, and we've taken out 4. So, and it's on air. Everybody gets to see it. Not that we like to do that, but every boat kills 25,000 on average. 20. Some people say more. You know, you see these boats just stacked up with bags of white powder. That's mostly fentanyl and other drugs too. And now we have a problem. General Kane says, "Sir, there are no boats out there. Not even fishing boats. They don't want to go fishing." I don't blame them. There'll be no fishing today. You know. But it's amazing what
a good
strength
joke.
will do, because what we want to do is stop drugs from flowing into our country. It's destroying. We lost 300,000 people died last year. Everybody knows friends, many friends probably, that you lost a child, or adults too, but you lost a son or daughter because of what's coming into our border. And we're making it very hard. Oh, and we haven't even started yet. Last month I signed an executive order to provide training for quick reaction force that can help quell civil disturbances. And this is going to be a big thing for the people in this room, because it's the enemy from within, and we have to handle it before it gets out of control.
The enemy from within.
Once you're involved at all, they all joke. They say, "Oh, this is not good." You saw it in Washington. We had gangs of Tren de Aragua with 10, 12, 15 kids, and these military guys walk up to them, and they treat them with disrespect, and they just got pounded. They just got pounded. The gang just pounded. Then thrown into paddy wagons and taken back.
They got
to their
pounded.
country.
They got pounded, yes.
Some are so dangerous we don't want to even do that, because we don't want to. Some of stone cold murderers, we don't have the confidence. Even though they're not coming back very easily, we don't have the confidence. We put them in jails. But these service members are following in a great and storied military tradition, from protecting frontier communities to chasing outlaws and bandits in the Wild West. And our history is filled with military heroes who took on all enemies, foreign and domestic. You know that phrase very well. That's what the oath says, foreign and domestic. Well, we also have domestic. George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, Grover Cleveland, George Bush, and others all
George
used
Bush.
the armed forces to keep domestic order and peace. Many of our leaders used the military to keep peace. Now they like to say, "Oh, you're not allowed to use the military." And you know what the people say? The people in those cities where they're being raped and shot, beat up. You know what they say? "We love the military." You ever see where they interview the people on the street? I've never seen somebody say they don't, unless they're radical and paid off, because a lot of these insurrectionists are paid by, whether it's Soros or other people, but they're paid by the radical left. So today I want to thank every service member, from general to private, who has bravely helped us secure the nation's capital and make America safe for the American people. It's amazing. The whole world is watching. Everybody in the White House, they come up to me, young women, sir, thank you. I know immediately what they're thinking. They don't have to say it. They walk to work now to the White House. We haven't had a crime in Washington in so long.
No crime.
Because we got the careers, we call them the careers. We got these lunatics out, and they'll never be any good. You know, I hate to tell this to the liberal media. You could spend time with them. You could do whatever you want. You could send them to the finer schools, which they couldn't get into anyway, mentally. They couldn't get in, but no matter what you do, they'll never be good. They're bad. They're career criminals. I don't know, maybe they were born that way. Some people don't like me to say that, but maybe they were. Certainly some were. Together with the leaders here today, we're also restoring a needed focus on defeating threats in the Western Hemisphere. Throughout this region, cartel terrorists have been allowed to wage a relentless campaign of death and destruction on our country, all because we had weak leadership on top. And we did a great job with it first term, but this is something else what we're doing now. We're taking it to the next level, probably next level times 3.
Really?
But we had COVID come up, and we had to take care of that. We did a great job with COVID. We had the therapeutics. It's just Regeneron. So many things we did for COVID. But we had to focus on that, and every other country in the world was being decimated by COVID. So we had to change gear a little bit to take care of that. But under our leadership, the military is now the knife's edge in combating this sinister enemy. We have to put the traffickers and cartels on notice, and we've done that. And we've put them, a lot of them, we've called them a terrorist organization, which is actually a big thing to do. Nobody's done it, but I've done it with a lot of them. It gives you a tremendous advantage. If you try to poison our people, we will blow you out of existence.
What?
Because that's the only language they really understand.
Are they cutting his speech now?
That's why you don't see any more boats on the ocean. You don't see any boats around Venezuela.
Thank you, I Blue, for the 5 gifted.
As president, I will never hesitate to defend our people from threats of violence, from the horrible plague that's taking place from within. The Iran nuclear power, the Iran, all of the great power that we thought existed, we blew it out to kingdom. We took advantage of it, and we just really took advantage of it, and it was a beautiful thing to see, and that's what military power can achieve. That's why I chose Raising Cane. He's fantastic, by the way.
You already said that.
You all agree. If anybody disagrees, could I please have your hand? Who disappears that Raising Cane is no good? Just raise your hand.
What?
I don't see any hands raised. All right. That means you're okay. That means that he's okay now, but I saw his results. You know, he took out ISIS. I was told it was going to take 4 years. It took 4 weeks. I went to see him, and he took him out in 4 weeks. Knocked him out, knocked him to hell. And I was told by military people it was going to take 4 to 5 years to do it. And I don't even know if we'll have it then, sir. These were the Washington generals. I call them the television generals. But Raising Cane did it in 4 weeks, took out 100% of the ISIS caliphate. As a result of these actions and many others since my inauguration, we're witnessing the triumphant return of peace through strength. We have great peace through strength. America is respected again as a country. We were not respected with Biden. They looked at him falling downstairs every day. Every day the guy's falling downstairs. He said, it's not our president. We can't have it. I'm very careful, you know, when I walk downstairs, like I'm on stairs, like these stairs, I walk very slowly. Nobody has to set a record. Just try not to fall, because it doesn't work out well. A few of our presidents have fallen, and it became a part of their legacy. We don't want that. You walk nice and easy. You don't have to set any record. Be cool. Be cool when you walk down, but don't pop down the stairs. So one thing with Obama, I had zero respect for him as a president, but he would bop down those stairs. I've never said, da-da, 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 pop, pop, pop. He'd go down the stairs, wouldn't hold on. I said, it's great. I don't want to do it. I guess I could do it. But eventually, bad things are going to happen, and it only takes once. But he did a lousy job as president. A year ago, we were a dead country. We were dead. This country was going to hell. We were dead in every way, from immigration to military. We didn't have the weapons. We were given everything to Ukraine. We had nothing.
Oh, weird. Now he's shitting on Ukraine again?
Now, as you know, I went...
We're giving everything to
NATO,
Ukraine.
NATO raised from 2 to 5, which everyone said 5% of GDP.
Oh, no, another bad day for
Millions,
hopium addicts.
Trillions of dollars are pouring in.
Trump will help
They
Ukraine.
didn't pay the 2%.
He will. He'll do
because
it.
they know we were there to pay it.
Well, he's going to help
they
them.
paid the 5%. That's trillions of dollars. And we're not spending any money on that war, not 10 cents. We sell our equipment to NATO. NATO pays us for the equipment, and they give it to Ukraine or whoever they give it to.
Yeah, Merkel does that now.
But we're not involved. We have no money going out. Biden gave $350 billion. Not sustainable. $350 billion. And we have a war that should have never started. But we're not doing that anymore. So I just want you to know we're selling equipment. Our people are buying equipment. They are buying the equipment at full price, a fair price. So I don't want to say we're making money, because I don't want to be making money on a war. It's too many people dying. They're losing 7,000 soldiers a week. A lot of them are Russian soldiers, but between the two countries, mostly soldiers, by the way.
A lot of them are Russian.
You know, in Kiev, they'll lob a missile in, or
Kiev?
some drones in, kill some people.
Nice.
But mostly it's soldiers. Russia,
bad day.
Ukraine are losing 7,000 souls. And you know, they're not American. They're not us. They're not you. We have a special obligation. But they're soldiers. They're young people. They leave their parents. They wave goodbye. And then 2 days later, they're blown up so unnecessarily. And so that's the primary reason I want to get it done. We got to get it done. It's crazy what's going on. That's the worst war that there's been since World War II. The number of soldiers that are being killed there is just crazy. From 5,000 to 7,000 soldiers die a week. Think of that. So I think we'll get that done. But that's turned out to be the toughest one. I'm so disappointed in President Putin. I thought he would get this thing over with. He should have had that war done in a week. And I said to him, you know, you don't look good. You're 4 years fighting a war that should have taken a week. Are you a paper tiger? And it's a shame, but I think eventually we'll get that one done, just like in theory, I want to knock on wood, because you never know. It's like we're going to have the Middle East done, which is actually a much harder thing to do. I mean, thousands of years. But we have to get that war done. So now just think of it, we're a dead country. I was with the King of Saudi Arabia, a great guy. I was with the Emir of Qatar. I was with the great leadership of UAE. I was over there. We brought back $2 trillion and more. They ordered 200 planes, Boeings. They ordered so much, and they were great. But they all said essentially the same thing. They said, 1 year ago, you were a dead country, and now you're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're the hottest country in the world right now. The absolute hottest country in the world. There's nobody even close. Putin said that to me.
Oh.
We met in Alaska.
The paper tiger or what?
Then he went back and started sending drones into Kiev. I said, I thought we had a good meeting. But it's one of those things. But we were a dead country a year ago, and now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. Think of that. You can be proud of that.
So hot.
And you must have felt like hell when you have a wife or a husband at home, and you used to read the numbers that we can't get people to join the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, Coast Guard.
Boy, we were weaving hard today. We are weaving so hard.
You must have felt like...
New topic.
You know, I have a job that nobody wants.
Topic change.
Well, now you have a job that is brimming over with people wanting it. They want it. And you're able to get a much higher quality because now you have your choice. You know, you want so many. And
this is the weave, you guys.
Many people that aren't going to be able to join because of the fact that we don't need them at this moment.
He coined it himself.
But think of it, what a difference that is from, I could just imagine 2 years ago, you're reading front page articles in the New York Times, of course, and Wall Street Journal, They always give us unfair stories.
Oh my
But
God.
it's so big. They were playing it so big. Nobody wants to join the Army, the Marines, the Air Force. They don't want to join. They don't want to join the Coast Guard at all. Nobody wants to join. Nobody wants to join our police forces. Our police forces also. It's almost went hand in hand. And I used to say, boy, I'm speaking in front of the military today, and it's embarrassing because I'm speaking in front of people who have a job that other people don't want, but now you have a job that everybody wants. So I think that has to make you feel good. It's one of the reasons I love being here today, because I wanted to say that. I have to say that everybody wants to be in the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, the Marines. If you think the Coast Guard and Space Force, our beautiful Space Force, it's a whole different world. And now they're signing up, by the way, seriously big numbers for the police. Dangerous job, isn't it?
How many times has he said this now in this speech?
But that's the paving the way for progress once thought almost impossible. I mean, a year ago, you wouldn't have thought that was possible. A year ago, they were talking about making the military smaller because they can't get the people to join. We're thinking about making it larger because we have so many people. And it's nice to be able to cut people because of merit that aren't really qualified for
We're cutting people, but we're
any reason.
whatever.
A physical reason, a mental reason. You don't have to take them anymore because you have the pick of the litter.
Really.
And they all want to be with you. They all want your job. They want to be with you. They want to work with you. They'll even take your job, Got to be a little bit sharp. You got to watch it. But everybody wants to be doing what you're doing now. What a difference. When I speak to you, and I can say that as opposed to a couple of years ago when I was talking to rooms where they were desperate to get people and they couldn't get them. What a difference a presidential election can make. That's all it is. It's just a presidential election. Yesterday at the White House, we put forward a plan for peace in Gaza. We announced it, and we're going to create something that was my idea, but unfortunately I got drafted. It's going to be called the Board of Peace.
Board of Peace.
And it's going to reign over that territory, and we're going to get that done. And they asked if I'd be the chairman of the Board of Peace. I wasn't counting on that. I had the idea for the Board of Peace.
With
But
Tony
I'd say
Blair.
yes. And I guess because of that, every leader, everybody wants to be on the Board of Peace. And we're going to watch over that very volatile part of the world and keep it non-volatile so you don't have to get involved. We want to save you for other things or save you for nothing from that standpoint. We don't want you fighting wars, but if you have to, you're the most lethal fighting force in the world. And I would say that even 2-3 years ago, but now I say it with great enthusiasm. It's so true. And we're striving tirelessly to end the terrible war in Ukraine. And as you know, we're also working hard to get the allies to share more of the burden of our defense. Much of that has really already taken place. But all NATO members have committed to the increase that I talked about. Think of that. That was unthinkable. It used to be 1%, then we got it up to 2% in my last term. And they did not like it. And now I got it to 5%, and I get along great with all of them. In fact, they call me the president of NATO. I said, I don't think so. But they're great. They're great people, and they're spending a lot of money, and a lot of money that they should have been spending in the past. But I think Putin was a wake-up call for them, really. We're now selling large quantities of American-made weapons to NATO, and we're getting
We just heard this.
really fair pricing. We're making a lot of money. It's my hope that from Europe to Asia
I
to
can't
the
make
Middle
it stop,
East,
guys. He's our president.
allies will make similar commitments to increase their military capabilities.
3 more years.
This will greatly strengthen our alliances, and
2024
also
should have
make
mattered more.
war far less likely. If
I
you
did
have a
all I
strong-
could.
If you're a strong presence like we are such a strong presence.
Gotta ride it out now.
And I go around bragging.
The wheels
about
fall
this,
off.
that we have the strongest military anywhere in the world. I say it. You never heard Biden say that. Never heard him say anything.
Biden. Auto
You never
pen.
heard him say. Did he ever hear him say, we have the strongest military? He doesn't say that. I say it. We have the strongest military anywhere in the world. We have great leadership. And I'll tell you,
Auto
Pete
Biden.
and General Kane, all of the people that I've met that have been lifted up in rank. And we got many of them out of here, too. I'll be honest with you. Didn't like doing it, but we got many of you out of here because we weren't satisfied. We know everything about everybody. It'll also help the United States rapidly rebuild our defense industrial base. Each of you can play an important part in getting allies to do their part. So to that end, Secretary Hegseth will soon be announcing major reforms to streamline military acquisitions and expedite foreign military sales. We have tremendous numbers of countries that want to buy our equipment, and, you know, in many cases it takes too long. They have backlogged. We're backlogged on all the equipment, which is something that's new to us a little bit. And I told those companies, you better get your ass going, because we're selling you a lot of equipment. We're getting countries to buy your equipment. You got to produce the equipment. Some of the countries, I'm not going to mention, but some of the countries are buying a lot. And that's a good thing. They're on our side 95%. I'll never say 100% because it can always turn, right? You know about that. But they're on our side. The problem is we have to get the companies that make this equipment, and we make the best equipment in the world, but they got to make it faster. We have orders for the F-35. We have orders for everything. The new F-47. We have orders for everything. They got to make it faster, a lot faster. Ammunition they have to make faster. In the coming months, we'll be making even more historic announcements to fully embrace the identity of the Department of War. I love the name. I think it's so great. I think it stops wars. The Department of War is going to stop wars.
We're 1984.
We are as ruthless and relentless as our enemies.
War is
the United
peace.
States Armed Forces will be totally unmatched in the future. We have a group of enemies that are very ruthless and very smart, but they can't match us. They can't match us. They don't even come close to matching us. Again, you know, it's very important for me to say we are the greatest military in the world, but we make the best equipment in the world. I watched our anti-missile missiles. I watched our Patriots just knock things out like a needle hitting another needle on the stage. There's a needle up there, and you send another needle up, and it hits it every time. During the war, we went 14 for 14. We had 14, this is with Iran, we had 14 missiles coming at us. All 14 were knocked out of the sky.
Wow. Can you believe it?
We make the best equipment. From Sparta to Rome, to the British Empire, to the United States of America, history has shown that military supremacy has never been simply a matter of money or manpower. At the end of the day, it is the culture, spirit of our military that truly sets us apart from any other nation. Our ultimate strength will always come from the fierce people and those brilliant people with such pride and the unbending will and the traditions of excellence that have made us the most unstoppable force ever to walk the face of the earth. And that's what we are. Remember, we never want to use it, but we have the most powerful nuclear capability, and I call it nuclear deterrent of any other country. Nobody close. The men and women in this room inherit the legacy built and won by Washington and Jackson, Grant and Pershing, Eisenhower and Patton, Nimitz and LeMay. We carry forward the majestic military heritage passed down from father to son, soldier to soldier, and one generation of warriors to the next. You are warriors, you know that, right? You're great warriors. Well, you wouldn't be in this room. You're the best of the best. From Concord Bridge to Fort McHenry, from Gettysburg to Manila Bay, from Normandy to Sicily, and from the jungles of Vietnam to the dusty streets of Baghdad, America's military has charged into hellfire.
The dusty streets of Baghdad.
Jagged mountains, crossed roaring oceans, and thundered across open deserts to defend our flag, our freedom, and our homeland. Nobody does it like you. Now we are discovering American muscle, reasserting American might, and beginning the next story chapter in American military legends and lore. That's L-O-R-E.
Lore?
It is lore. When it comes to defending our way of life, nothing will slow us. No enemy will stop us. They cannot stop us. And no adversary will stand in our way. They won't stand in our way. We don't want them to stand in our way. We don't want to even put them in that position, but they're not going to.
Who fucking wrote that?
Again. You'll never see 4 years like we had with Biden and that group of incompetent people that ran this country that should have never been there. Because we are the United States military, the best, the boldest, the bravest that the world has ever seen, that the world has ever known. With leaders like we have right here in this beautiful room today, we will vanquish every danger and crush every threat to our freedom in every generation to come, because we will fight, 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 and we will win, win, win. I want to just thank you once again, and God bless the United States military, and God bless America. God bless you all. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Oh, boy. Another campaign speech. So you guys just listened to a 2024 Trump campaign speech, because that was the exact same thing we heard all year last year. If you never listened to Trump speak before, nothing's changed in at least 2 years. He's been like this, by the way. So if you like voted for him and you didn't know about this, you're a fucking moron. And if you like sat out, then I mean you have the freedom to do that, but I think you're a moron too, because this is what we got now. So Trump's portion of this, Gulf of America, I did that. And he said, if they spit, we hit, whatever that means. I don't know, is there another speech? I mean, they had Hegseth and Trump. Like, remember, guys, this is all of the top military leaders. Like, every leader of anything is in this room right now. He was speaking to like random GOP Republicans and shit, which is what he did. He was like a campaign speech. So for the police, if they spit, we hit. You can do whatever the hell you want, which that's like one of his favorites. He said Putin can do that, by the way, like months ago. But now he's said that the police can do that. He referred to protesters as the enemy from within. He said, this is going to be a big thing for the people in this room because it's...
Gentlemen, please allow the combatant commanders and any four-star with a detail to proceed out first, and we will begin pulling up the buses. Please remain in your seats until all the four-star...
They're busting them in.
...details leave first.
They're busting them in. He said, this is going to be a big thing for the people in this room because it's the enemy from within, and we have to handle it before it gets out of control. It won't get out of control once you get involved. So, referring to protesters against the administration as the enemy from within. Military leaders will be used for the streets of our country. And then he talked about the Board of Peace that he's on. Everything else I didn't write down because it's irrelevant campaign bullshit political speak that he does. But that was wild. How long was that? He spoke for a fucking hour and 12 minutes.
Great honor.
An hour and 12 minutes. Well, so yeah, that's what Trump said. Pete Hegseth before him. I mean, you missed the beginning of it, but let's go, you guys. Hey, we also missed the Admiral at the start, so you'll get the beginning of Pete Hegseth and then the Admiral. What do you have to say? And we missed this part. It was early as hell. They actually started early.
Please welcome the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Kane.
I'm sorry, Raising Kane or whatever. Oh, General Kane. My bad.
All right, generals, admirals, senior leaders, good morning. Wow, what a group here today. I will tell you that our enemies are terrified right now that we are all in the same room, and that is a true statement. Welcome everyone to Marine Corps Base Quantico and the first ever Key Leaders All Call. To the Commandant and all of the Marines that have made this event possible, thank you. This was no small feat to put this event together in short order, and I'm glad there's pull-up bars just outside. The SEALs in the corner out there are very happy about that. I regret to inform you there will not be a PT test after this event because I know you all would crush it. Last night, I had the privilege of joining the Secretary and the Joint Chiefs in honoring 50 Gold Star families at the White House as the President, the First Lady, and our nation honored their loved ones' service and sacrifices. Teammates, it was a quiet and deeply meaningful event that reminded all of us that were lucky enough to be there of the serious and unforgiving nature of the business that we are in, fighting and winning our nation's wars. Leaders, we are living in dynamic and potentially dangerous times. Global risk is on the rise. Our adversaries are no longer aligning, they are aligned. And we must align with equal resolve and unity. Even as we strive for and seek peace, we must be prepared for war. Now, more than ever, it is vital that we hear from our civilian leaders, understand where they're taking the department and the joint force. And today, we have the unprecedented opportunity and honor to hear directly from the Secretary of War, and our Commander-in-Chief. Together, you and I and our civilian leaders have the honor of leading the finest military in the world, and we must seize every opportunity every day to prepare our joint force for the future. I am deeply humbled to serve with each and every one of you. And now it is my distinct honor to introduce our nation's Secretary of War, the Honorable Pete Hegseth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Please take your seats.
Merrick wouldn't last a day in a real line unit. I served in a line unit, you fucking loser. What are you talking about?
Well, Mr. Chairman, the Joint Chiefs.
We did gun truck operations. I was on gun trucks. We had to do convoy fucking security. Merrick wouldn't last a real day in my fucking nutsack. You wouldn't last a real day in my shoes at all, you little bitch.
Generals, admirals, commanders, officers.
That's why you're in my chat.
Enlisted, NCOs.
Can't even hold my pocket.
Enlisted, and every member of our American military. Good morning. Good morning, and welcome to the War Department. Because the era of the Department of Defense is over. You see, the motto of my first platoon was, "Those who long for peace must prepare for war." This is, of course, not a new idea. This crowd knows that. The origin dates to the 4th century Rome and has been repeated ever since, including by our first commander-in-chief, George Washington. The first
No,
leader.
I'm playing the beginning of it because people missed the very start because they started early as hell. This is at like 7 o'clock sharp, actually. So I'm just playing the opening because people missed it, and then we're gonna go through it, and then there's more stuff to go through. So I'm not replaying all this, and you're not listening to Trump again here. So we're just playing the beginning.
Peace must prepare for war.
Cringe.
This is, of course, not a new idea. This crowd knows that. The origin dates to the 4th century Rome and has been repeated ever since, including by our first commander-in-chief, George Washington, the first leader of the War Department. It captures a simple yet profound truth. To ensure peace, we must prepare for war. From this moment forward, the only mission of the newly restored Department of War is this: warfighting, preparing for war and preparing to win, unrelenting and uncompromising in that pursuit. Not because we want war, no one here wants war, but it's because we love peace. We love peace for our fellow citizens. They deserve peace, and they rightfully expect us to deliver it.
So all of this is to get them ready to go into the cities. You know, I don't fearmonger actually, but it might sound like it on a daily basis because I'm just talking about like what is happening. But I'm not trying to incite fear. I'm telling you that they're going to be like the military's already gone into LA. They're went into DC. They're getting them ready to go into more cities and have the full weight of the military supporting it. And they're gonna thin out the ranks of the military. It's like just like Nazi Germany did.
Our number one job, of course,
To make sure that these goals can be met.
is to be strong so that we can prevent war in the first place. The president talks about it all the time. It's called peace through strength. And as history teaches us, the only people who actually deserve peace are those who are willing to wage war to defend it.
Wage war to defend it.
That's why pacifism is so naive and dangerous.
There were no more wars, no new wars. I voted for Trump because no new wars. That's why I voted for Trump. Dumbasses. Quote.
It ignores human nature and it ignores human history. Either you protect your people and your sovereignty, or you will be subservient to something or someone. It's a truth as old as time. And since waging war is so costly in blood and treasure, we owe our republic a military that will win any war we choose or any war that is thrust upon us. Should our enemies choose foolishly to challenge us, they will be crushed by the violence, precision, and ferocity of the War Department. In other words, to our enemies, F-A-F-O. If necessary, our troops can translate that for you.
Can they do that?
Another way to put it is peace through strength, brought to you by the warrior ethos. And we are restoring both. As President Trump has said, and he's right, we have the strongest, most powerful, most lethal, and most prepared military on the planet. That is
What up,
true,
Greg?
full stop. Nobody can touch us. It's not even close. This is true largely because of the historic investments that he made in his first term, and we will continue in this term.
Which, why did he and then Trump gets up there and talks about tariffs and just, oh my God, that was terrible. Just talks about a bunch of irrelevant shit, which honestly makes it that I don't know how much longer Trump has, as like he is just dementia, actual like brain scrambled eggs. So I don't know if he as the president will be able to even carry any of the things he wants to out, because he's going to hold himself back with his own dementia. So just have JD Vance do it, probably be like the new Dick Cheney. JD Vance Cheney.
Leaders in this room.
JD Cheney.
And the incredible troops that you all lead. But the world, and as the chairman mentioned, our enemies get a vote.
And he kept saying that multiple times. Our enemies get a vote. Trump says the enemy from within. I want you guys to hear this clearly. A lot of people left the stream because they're like, I'm done hearing it. But like they multiple times he says our enemy gets a vote, and then and then Trump gets up there and like literally calls the people against Trump the enemy from within. So I don't know. I mean, this is a primer for the military to get ready to go into our cities, and he's given the language they were using around the police and what they're going to be authorized to do to protesters. It's going to be a rough one. Hey, by the way, good thing I haven't left yet, because we're gonna have to react to what's gonna happen here and like where the military is gonna go. Trump went up there and lied and said Portland's like World War II. Said a bunch of crazy shit. I forgot about that one. Nothing like that. We watched all night from people that are in Portland, and people that are in Portland follow me, and they told me there's nothing. There's like it's the same. And even when we watched the other night, there's like maybe 100 people that went out, but they had a big MAGA group out there in Portland. There's no war zone. Reporting that Donald J. Trump isn't even charged of civilian murders being carried out in the military. In fact, So the one thing I am going to need though that I forgot to take inventory for, and you guys can still hang out. I mean, check into the stream. Check into the stream. We're going to be live today. We're just going through the news and Trump's. There's more announcements happening. Let me see here. So he just made the address to Quantico. He's going to deliver another announcement at 11 a.m. Okay. So he's going to be delivering another one here. And I don't know if that's going to be like where he's sending the military next, but we also have the government shutdown that's taking place. But the thing I'm going to need help with, Chad, is gear and serious gear. I have some already. Like I already have a vest, and I wish I was kidding, but I need better ballistic protection. And I'm being dead ass serious. So we need to I don't know if we need to fundraise for it, but I've been looking at a better gas mask. That's I mean I have one, but it's Amazon, not really the best, and some of their stronger gas can get through it. And then I need armor. Let me see here. The armor I have is too small. It doesn't cover what I need. So I need plates. I need new plates. So that's like what I would like to get support for. You got Chuck Schumer arguing right now, but so I try to do this with Chat GPT to try to help figure out the cost of it and what this is going to be. Arresting Ukraine over the Nord Pipeline. Can I turn up my volume? Can you guys not hear me that well? Hello. Don't forget side plates. I might need. I don't know. I don't have side. I have like flak protection, but I have front and back plates by an AVS rig. If you guys have recommendations, send it to the Discord. But I was using ChatGPT really quick, and we'll get to the news in a second. Okay, audio's fine. I'm good. It's a little low. I'm low? Check. Is it really low? Okay, hold on. Test. Can you guys, is it better now? I don't know what the heck. All right, how about that? Is that a little better? It could be a little higher. How about that? I turned it up some. It's good now. It's low on YouTube. All right, it's fine. My bad, y'all. All right. So, anyways, I need new ballistic protection. I'll get that fixed. You said I'm good on YouTube. I need new armor. I'm like talking a helmet too, because the helmet I have. I'll show you guys what I have here. This is what I have right now, and it works. This is good. I could get a new vest. I could get a new vest, but I really like this, and it's comfortable, and it has flak. It has a layer of like some protection already without putting plates in. But it fits well. Okay. So, but the things I need to update is this. Okay, I just need a better one. And then I have plates, but these are too small. It doesn't cover shit. Like I'm not a medium. I'm like an XL or like a large. So I need to get new this. I got to get a new ballistic plates, and then I need to get a new helmet because the one I have is just not working. It's just too big and it's just not built for quick movement. So I got to get a fast helmet. So I got to get one of these. It looks like a bicycle helmet, but they're not, because I can wear my gas mask too. So I can have my mask, and then I have ballistic protection, but like it's not cheap. That's the I'm just being honest. It's not, I'm not going with the best of the best of the best, but like I can't go cheap on this stuff, if that makes sense, because you go cheap on it and then with what's going on out here, I don't want to be in a situation to where I have cheap gear and then, the worst happens. It just is what it is. So, I mean, it's just not going to be a cheap ordeal here with the gear. So I need one of those, and I need like a day too. I got a tape measure coming so I can tape my head to see what size my head is now, because I know it's changed since I served. So I can get the proper size. But that's what I'm looking at for a helmet. So I can get a fast helmet. And then obviously new plates. Let me see here. The new plates, those are gonna be like $300. So it's be like $600 for a helmet, $300 some for new plates. And these are like the plates I'm looking at. If you guys that know better plates, then let me know. Or if you have access to them that are a little cheaper. But and these are lighter too. These are lighter weight than this giant ass NATO standard one that doesn't even fit, but this is just heavy. So I'm gonna need one of those. And then what else? ChatGPT, man. You can good tool here. And then this too, which is looking at like, $700. Just being real. And this is the type of gear that I'm gonna need. And professional journalists have these now. It's like it's war journalism. Okay, it just is what it is. It was like in 2020. I had to wear a ballistic vest in 2020, and good thing I had one on, and because the first political shooting or violence or whatever related to protesting or whatever was in Kenosha that I saw. So good thing I had the protection that I did have. But I'm looking at this. But if you guys know a different one, this is the top standard. So I'm thinking like around 2,000-ish, like 2,000 to 2,500 for the gas mask, because this is the one I'm looking at. This is a NATO standard one, and I will need this. So NATO standard gas mask here to protect against all of the gases. Plus, it comes with extra filters. Air Purifying Respirator Pro Kit. It comes with extra pair of filters. I can wear I wear this in the gas. Like, I don't leave. If you're new to the channel, when gas comes, I don't run. Unless I don't have one of these on, then I'm running because I don't want to breathe that in. But when they're about to start gassing and shit, I put this on and stand in it and keep streaming. So that's why I get this shit. So I don't have to run away. So we're looking at that. So I'm just giving you guys the idea. I gotta wait for the tape measure to get my head size, and then tonight I'll get a total and put it together and put it up on the Buy Me a Coffee if you'd like to, and then we'll get this going here. But I'm just giving you guys an idea of like what I'm gonna need to get back out there safely, knowing this environment that we're in now. I'm just being honest. It just is what it is. So I'm gonna need a new helmet. I need a new gas mask, and then I need plates, which is very important. I don't need a vest. I'm good with my vest. I'm comfortable with it, and it's a good vest. I got it years ago, and it still fits. It still works, so I don't need to get that. Or a plate carrier. But I need these too. I don't know which one, whatever. If you guys have recommendations, if you know plates better than me, I don't know civilian armor or anything. I'm not in the militia, and I don't LARP that. I only wore all this when I served, so I don't know shit about civilian wear, and like what that, what is the best or what isn't, or what is bad quality. Like I'm not in on all that. So if you have recommendations too, I'll take them. I'm not gonna get all this like right this second, because obviously you guys can see we're gonna have to. I don't think we need the $2,000 one, for example. Like, see what I mean? There's shit that is expensive. I don't think I need that. So I'm really not trying to go like the highest, most expensive shit possible. Like, I'm trying to keep it reasonable without going broke, because you really can with this shit. Pretty expensive stuff, but I need it to live. In case, the climate of what's going on out there continues, which it is. So ChatGPT gives a rough estimate, about 1,500 to 2,500 plus. depending on how premium you go. I have a good backpack already, but I might get myself a new one. I don't need any of your guys' help for that. I can get a new backpack, but what I will need the help for is definitely the mask, the plates, and the helmet, which are very important to have. All three: gas mask, ballistic plates, and then the fast helmet. Because I don't. I'll show you guys the one I have. The one I have right now, I had to tape it and like just kind of make it work because a lot of the paint got chipped off because I took we were taking less than lethals to the face and shit. And I got hit, like my helmet got hit multiple times, so like a bunch of the paint was like starting to chip off. There's like a paint layer. So this is like, I mean, it works and it can be comfortable to wear, but I need a better helmet. So, and this will do for now, like until the new helmet that I want gets here. But I mean, I kind of want a helmet at least, and also I've noticed war journalists wear this type of helmet anyways. I don't want to be looking bunk out there. You know what I mean? I want to be able to know. I want them to see like, okay, because you gotta understand like the differences of like who journalists and who protesters are. The line is kind of blurred, and the police also blur that line, or the military does. Oh, I don't know about the military. I don't know how the military is gonna act now, but the police for sure, like they don't care. So I try to like make myself identifiable as possible that I am one and I'm out there to film and provide journalism, but it still doesn't matter at the end of the day. Like they're gonna arrest and beat journalists anyways. But the more identifying factors I have, the better, obviously. And this helmet's just a better idea. Okay, because this one just kind of looks like I mean, it's a good helmet though. It's actually a nice, high quality helmet. But I needed to tape shit on there, and it looks shitty. Okay, it just looks shitty. I mean, I came from wearing bike helmets. I literally, like in 2020, I was wearing a bicycle helmet that had no ballistic protection. Literally, it was just some plastic shit. But obviously, with the people getting dropped out here, left and right, I'm not trying to take a risk of not having ballistic protection. Did you get your mobile media camera all set up yet? I don't have the live view, and that because it's $500 a month, so I'd be able to get everything, but then it's $500 a month that I don't have the infrastructure to support right now. When we get back out there on the streets and I'm doing it consistently, we're gonna have like people are gonna be supporting. It's just how it works. So I'll be able to like continue doing that. It's just like getting started, if that makes sense. And I've kind of made that clear because like it's really hard to shift what you're doing, right? It was hard to shift away from covering protests in the streets to covering Ukraine. That was very difficult to do at first. And like, I really ruined my channel trajectory, but like we got it. It's fine. But then I had to adjust to going to Ukraine, right? And that took like people like Ozzy T or Andrew P, big supporters, or many of you guys that had to, that helped significantly in helping me get there multiple times. And that was just a big change. So now, I've been here at home doing the at-home streams. And it's just like a big change to then get into now I'm back out on the streets consistently all the time. And I have the money to do it. Right. Whereas like now I could do it, but then I'd blow my savings basically because I didn't have the infrastructure to do this consistently out on the streets because it's not cheap. I showed you guys for the gear I need. It's expensive, travel, but I have a good vehicle. I have a good truck. So anywhere that's like in the Midwest, If there's something in Wisconsin or Chicago, like when the military goes to Chicago, we're going, and I can drive, and we'll do like a road trip stream and talk about it, and I'll do a bunch of content around it. I've done it so many times, but that's what you can expect when the military starts moving. Okay, we didn't make it to LA, didn't get to Chicago, didn't get to DC, but we got the military going to Memphis. We know that's happening in Tennessee. We got Trump's announcements on social media about Portland. We watched Portland on the weekend just to peep it and kind of gauge like the scenario. And I had a lot of members tell me I should do that and just see what happens. And then also wait for what we just watched today, which is basically affirming that, yes, the military will be going into more cities. And all the people's fears about the levels of fascism that this government is going into is like coming true. So we saw Portland, and there was no chaos, no riots, nothing that warrants even if there's nothing that warrants the military going into any city. Let's just say that. But like in their made up mind of like, or their made up scenario of what's going on out there, that nothing's happening like that to warrant any type of militarization. And we've already seen that ICE that are in the building are completely capable of being militarized themselves and can crush protesters, and have been doing that. Not saying I support that, but I'm saying there's no reason to increase the levels of capabilities that they already are able to do and crush protesters whenever they want. They'll announce it, they'll come out, gas the whole crowd, grab one or two people that are being violent at the building or whatever, and then it's done. And then the protest remains, and there's like 20 people. There's nothing that's worth like there's no violent anything taking place that warrants any type of increase of military presence, etc. But the military will be going into places, and that could increase response to it. But even then, like, I think people right now are playing it smart. I'm not seeing any cities or any protest groups really playing into Trump's hands and like going out there and like trying to like one up him, for example. You know what I mean? Or trying to say, oh yeah, Trump, well, you're being like that. Well, then here, like, people are pretty locked into the midterms or looking to what these Democrats are doing, which I have up on screen right now. We're not listening, but we got the government shutdown approaching, and we'll see what they do. We have the major protest taking place on the 18th. Got the No Kings 2 protest. I'm worried. I hope that goes smooth. I'm worried about a domestic terrorist, like a MAGA or something in some city. That's the only thing I'm concerned with now at this point. But you know, you can't let fear stop you from using your voice against this administration, because if that happens, then it's all over with. Then if we're like scared, can't be scared, can't be afraid. There's so many people, there's so many millions and millions and millions of people that are going to stand against this together. And I mean, what else is there? If what else? Or we just accept dictatorship. So he said we shouldn't take the bait. It's what they want. I don't think anybody is, though. No, nobody is. They were like, the military went into DC, and you got like veterans out there protesting, and they got a veterans tent out there, but they try to provoke nothing. And like, there's no massive wave of anything. There's so many factors that went into why 2020 had protests at scale like that, including COVID. We were on lockdown. People weren't at work, actually, because of lockdown and COVID. So there were so many people able to protest in the streets daily. And just because, we're not in that anymore. It's back to normal. Like I'd say there's more protests and more people go to them, especially on the weekends. Record numbers of protests. But like on a regular though, it's just the people that can. It's just the small groups that can go out and grassroots efforts that can go out and protest. And it ain't at scale like it was in 2020 that MAGA is trying to hold on to. Because of course, we were not locked down. We don't have COVID still exists, but we don't have everyone's not at home. Except for the essential workers, but like most Americans were at home. So there was a lot of room for protests or you attending them. People now have to wait for the weekend one because they're working, actually, and they want to protest, but they can't because they're at work. And it is what it is. It's just life. So there's nothing that could meet the 20, like, it's almost as if MAGA is living in 2020 still. They are, or they're living in the 2016 to 2020 time period. That's it. And then Joe Biden bad. But we're living in a loop. We're living in that 2016 loop. When is Trump gonna? He's supposed to make an announcement. Here you go. So we're waiting for him to get back to the Oval. We didn't miss it, did we? No, this just started. So he's gonna be making an announcement. We'll see if it's about the military and if he's sending them to Portland and Chicago or whatever. What do you guys think? It does feel like 2019 and 2020 all over again. Yeah, except for without the pandemic. Later. Sorry, you guys. I cover the news, so you guys want to know what Trump's going to say about his announcement, and stick around, but I get it. I think it's going to be a while. Yeah, but there's other stuff to go through. Plus, if you guys would like to support the channel, just hit the like button and subscribe if you guys haven't. It's something we're actually considering, the concept of battleships.
I think we should maybe start thinking about battleships, by the way. You know, we have a Secretary of the Navy. He came to me because I look at the Iowa out in California, and I look at different ships, the old pictures. I used to watch Victory at Sea. I love Victory at Sea. Look at these admirals. It's got to be your all-time in black and white. And I look at those ships. They came with the destroyers alongside of them, and man, nothing was going to stop. They were 20 deep, and they were in a straight line, and there was nothing going to stop them. And we actually talk about, you know, those ships. Some people would say, no, that's old technology. I don't know. I don't think it's old tech, but it's something we're actually considering, the concept of battleship. Nice 6-inch sides, solid steel, not aluminum that melts if it looks at a missile coming at it. Starts melting as the missile's about 2 miles away. Now, those ships, they don't make them that way anymore, but you look at it, and your secretary likes it, and I'm sort of open to it. And bullets are a lot less expensive than missiles. A lot of reasons.
Just an idiot. Just a moron. You know, there's a clip if you missed it from earlier. Minimizing collateral damage. Just reading some takes that are going around now after all this. Minimizing collateral damage causing civilian deaths out, war crimes in. I pegged that during the speech. It was Trump's first meeting with the big four leaders in Congress since retaking the White House. Trump posted an AI generated image in response to Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer. Is he's still posting AI? Yeah. So on his AI, on his True Social, he posted this.
Look, guys, there's no way to sugarcoat it. Nobody likes Democrats anymore. We have no voters left because of all of our woke trans bullshit. Not even black people want to vote for us anymore. Even Latinos hate us. So we need new voters. And if we give all these illegal aliens free health care, we might be able to get them on our side so they can vote for us. They can't even speak English, so they won't realize we're just a bunch of woke pieces of shit, you know, at least for a while until they learn English and they realize they hate us too. Look, guys.
So that was posted last night. Yeah, some random Republican asked about it on CNN last night. This is what Republicans think, though.
We heard from the president late tonight on his view, I guess is how I would put it, on how the negotiations at the White House went today. I want to get your reaction to what the president posted.
Look, guys, voted for us.
Is that appropriate in your view?
Look, I think sometimes the president plays with the press like a little boy and a flashlight and a dog. And he's shining the flashlight here and he's shining it there. What he's saying is this offer from the Democrats is ridiculous. $1.5 trillion on top of funding that they already agreed to. That what they're asking for is completely ridiculous. It's disingenuous. And then for the Democrats to sit there and blame Republicans for the plight of rural hospitals is just so wrong. The problems with rural hospitals would be their policy, not ours.
So that's what Republicans do. Hey, is this video that Trump shared fucked up? Well, see, this is actually the Democrats are bad because... Hey, is this video appropriate? AI generated video where you're negotiating with the Democrats to keep the government open? Well, see, actually, this is why the Democrats are actually bad. Let's talk about that instead.
Couldn't the president just say, these demands are ridiculous, and not post a video with Hakeem Jeffries wearing a sombrero and you know, putting that voice over Senator Schumer talking about people of color and immigrants?
You know, I think he said that several times already. And then for them to come and not to make any really serious offer, why didn't they just say, look, let's just talk about these extra COVID-era subsidies, these extra subsidies that are costing some $35 billion a year. Let's make those just for the people who really need them. Let's go back to the original ACA and make this for people under 400%. They didn't bring a serious offer there. Look, in my estimation, Chuck Schumer wants the government to shut down to settle a political score.
Yeah, well, Vice President Vance sounded open to the subsidies, but just to be clear, you don't have any objections to that video the president posted?
I tell you, I think it's said in jest. I think it's the president making fun of a couple people that didn't bring a serious request to the White House.
There you go. Deflect, deflect, deflect. We don't do anything wrong. Only Democrats have to apologize for everything and things they don't, even things they don't do. Or like the left, whatever that means. Yeah. Today we end the war on warriors. Warriors! Ben Cohen of Ben & Jerry's leads a dope protest. Okay. We're waiting for him to make an announcement or another proclamation from his little kingdom. Getting our field push with the FBI New Orleans. Great team doing outstanding work on the front lines. I'm starting to legit wonder if Donald's brain is drying out and crumbling. It's got the same brainworm that RFK Jr. has. Also, you guys, well, I'm seeing a lot about Pete Hegseth today. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth taking off for Quantico. Strength, service, America. What song do you guys think they used? You guys think there's a song? No song. No music today. Just Aura with his stupid socks. Looks like a clown. And his American flag underneath his well. Caroline Levitt agrees. If women can make it, excellent. If not, it is what it is. It will also mean that weak men won't qualify because we're not playing games. This is combat, life or death. It's all I see right now on my timeline is this. Okay, interesting. Yeah. Oh. What the fuck? I'm war secretary. What the fuck? That's crazy. That's crazy. Yo. Mehdi Hassan says they're so cringe, so needy, so childish, they think they're in a movie.
Should our enemies choose foolishly to challenge us, they will be crushed by the violence, precision, and ferocity of the War Department. In other words, to our enemies, F-A-F-O.
You guys all know what FAFO means, right? Right? It's the fuck around and find out. Well, this will certainly raise his stature and finally get the senior command to take him seriously. It's completely unacceptable to see fat generals and admirals in the halls of Pentagon. There are two N-words and you can't use either of them, but I use both of them. Exile says it's not a good look for a military to have overweight people commanding it. Got him. Please clap. Trump to a room full of generals. I never walked into a room so silent before. Just have a good time, and if you want to applaud, you applaud. Please clap. That's what Jeb Bush said. No more beards. Just in. We want war because we want no more wars. Trump. Trump. It's our president. For those wondering, yes, this could have been in a Teams meeting. Yeah, they sent everyone there to listen to a Trump campaign speech. All the taxpayer dollars that went into sending all the generals to Quantico. Let's see what they're arguing.
House Small Business Committee and the House Science
This
Committee.
is the debate of the Senate as the government shutdown approaches.
To me, urging passage of the...
Oh, we're waiting for Trump. Guys, check into the stream. Check into the stream. We got live coverage today.
The National Academies, including Trump's former Undersecretary of Defense for Acquisition, wrote to us urging passage of H.R. 5100. And given that the House will not be in session today, any objection or modification to this unanimously passed House bill will result in the program ending. Yet here we are, watching the clock expire on one of the most bipartisan and successful small business programs in our government. If we don't pass this bill, more than $4 billion worth of research and development funding for research institutions and small businesses is at stake. SBIR and STTR have led to technologies that have changed.
Jacob, thank you for the 10 hot dogs for the gear. Again, guys, I'll get a comprehensive list of the protective gear, and then I'll have it for tomorrow's stream.
And Qualcomm wireless communication.
And then also your guys' recommendations in the Discord,
the expectations
if you have them. But if not, I'll go with what I've researched.
40 years ago. For every SBIR dollar spent, the program
Also over on Twitch, thank you for the hype train. We had a hype train. Oddball Game, thank you. Greg for following. Thank you for the 1 month subscription. Benny says, I appreciate you over on Twitch.
63% of the top 25 companies commercialize their technology. In 2024, 60% of SBIR awardees had won their first award in the last 5 years. And annually, 30% of awardees are...
Rambo asked, do you think they're using AI to analyze the general's reactions? I don't know.
Be hitting the off switch to the light bulb of
Mod Eye Blue says, Bigly, here's to the goal. Thank you for the 5 gifted as well. Suzanne with a 5. His war on American citizenry, do whatever you want. The man is insane. An enemy within said he's such a lying POS where we are in 30s Germany.
They deserve by making the program.
Thank you, Melody in Portland.
Do not watch the clock.
Darpat, thank you for the 34 months. Matt, 26 months. Steve with the 14 months. Cheers. Mortal Badass, 25 months. Thank you. Thank you for the 5, Kelly. Brambo, thank you for the 5. Oopie Doopie, Ice Assaulted Fireman, and that's true. Thank you for the 5. Bendy Butt with a 5. Darth Fred with a 5. Kelly with a 5. Yup with the 5 said release the files. Rambo with a 5 said I support the stream. Chris V said, could you imagine having such a serious job and having to listen to this asshole as your boss? You sent that when Trump was talking. Shut up, old man. What a rambling fool. Adam with a gifted. Thank you. Lincoln. Muffin Top Cankles is going to come out on stage. Mango Mussolini. Sick to my stomach. Syracuse, New York. Thank you, Najia, for the 5. Barbarous with a 5. No beards. What kind of soy crap is this? It's more so a policy for a lot of our African American soldiers. Okay, they have to get shaving profiles because when they use the razors, it gets put bumps all over their face. Okay, a lot of my friends had to get shaving profiles, and it is what it is. Okay, because the daily shaving like just destroys the skin. So it's really a policy to hurt people that have sensitive skin to the shaving, and it's gonna make it hard for them to stay in. And like it's happened, people stay in, but like literally, it just looks like the neck and everything is just full of bumps, full of it. It's like zits and shit, and it's just not. It's just bad.
Decimation. We would be stifling potential.
Barbarous, yo, I miss anything? Yeah. I'm glad you're here now, though. I think you're here now. Lincoln, Hegseth shaves his bunghole for Trump.
It should not matter where these technologies come from.
Lincoln, a frat boy addressing top brass. LOLOL.
North Carolina, or Iowa.
Thank you, Lincoln. And thank you, Crystal. And St. Javelin, thank you for 29 months of membership. LJ Colonel, thank you for 34 months.
Lapse in the program would be devastating.
Jess, thank you for 23. I think I'm caught up now. I am all caught up.
Leave government-funded technology vulnerable to foreign adversaries and cut billions for small business innovators. We are already seeing the impact of uncertainty in the programs. Last week, the Department of Defense delayed their SBIR applications. And we have heard from multiple agencies that they will do the same if the program is not reauthorized. So to be clear, this was not in response to a government shutdown.
Is the idiot. The chat over here is majority voted for Trump. He's president for a reason.
In STTR programs. That is why 5 of the 6
You guys ever notice when people like it doesn't even matter like whether they're not they're like a Democrat or not, or liberal or leftist, whatever. Like anytime somebody criticizes Trump at all, MAGA comes into the chat to defend him and defend his honor. DJ Ira, thank you for being a member for 36 months, supporter, and then also Pro F Karen, thank you for becoming a supporter of the channel. I appreciate you. You guys ever notice that? Just ready to defend their king. Anyone else kind of underwhelmed by Pete Hegseth's speech? I agree with several of the points he made, but I felt that most of them should have been happening anyway. The vibe I got from the speech was very Albert Speerish. Who the fuck is Albert Speer? It could have been an email. 25th Amendment. Representative Eric Swalwell tweeted during the stroke we just watched of Trump speaking. Oh, okay, Phil. They don't kill you for being a fascist. They call you a fascist in order to justify killing you. Okay. Pronouns and Oxford commas. All right, here's a response from Governor J.B. Pritzker of Illinois. To Donald Trump, stop using military troops and ICE to invade and disrupt American cities. Stop calling your political opponents enemies of the U.S. Stop attacking the First Amendment. Our troops and our nation deserve better than you acting as a petty tyrant. When Trump said he's going to start straightening cities out one by one. San Francisco, Chicago, New York, L.A.
What they've done to San Francisco, Chicago, New York, Los Angeles, they're very unsafe places, and we're going to straighten them out one by one. And this is going to be a major part for some of the people in this room. That's a war, too. It's a war from within. Controlling the physical territory of our border is essential to national security. We can't let these people in. What they've done to San
So that's what J.B. Pritzker said in response. These fearless anti-Trump protesters really didn't like us playing the national anthem. They're not even looking at you. They're all looking the other way. The protesters are facing the other way. They're not even looking at the MAGA. Oh my God, bro. I can't. If it's that fucking loser Cam Higbee again. Same guy that got chased out of the HBCU. The same guy that, if you're watching my stream in Mercado Media, he was actually in my stream once. Because he was out there pretending to be a journalist. I think he's just like an Israel op at this point now. I think he's funded by Israel. Because he also went there and did, he went to the aid point and said, wow, look at, they have all the aid. And the Palestinians are like, I'll show you. And I got privy to Cam Higbee a couple years ago when he debated Jackson Hinkle. But he's gone complete MAGA dick suck now. Or like, I don't know, he always was maybe. But he went to God, he went to there, yeah. So now he's like being a MAGA white boy. That's his character now. But he was playing war journalist in Gaza. Got in an altercation with Jolly Good Ginger, it looks like, yesterday.
Still trying to ride that 5 minutes of fame? Trying to ride that 5 minutes of fame, Cam? You got run off of an HBCU and
Like, Cam is such a giant bitch. He goes to the veteran tent and goes and tries to antagonize veterans by playing the national anthem on his fucking It's loudspeaker. I think this is the veteran group that's out there in DC. They didn't like us playing the national anthem. Electric. No one, they weren't even looking at you. Two people looking for attention. And he's still got that. The little handbag he's wearing too, his purse. Cam Higby's purse. He said he got it from some random store in Jerusalem or something. He said that's the only one they had. When did he? I'm trying to find where he went. Liberals shout slurs at a conservative black man. They gave him a MAGA hat.
Negro, as much as you buck dance, they not going to accept you. They not going to accept you, bro. Where's your MAGA hat at? Where's your MAGA hat?
Give it to him, give it to him, give it to him.
Where's your MAGA hat?
Give him that, give him that.
They not going to accept you, bro.
I can have it. You can have it. It's yours. It's yours.
Put it on. Look at him. This man on his knees. Look how he buck dance. This man learned to backflip to wear a MAGA hat. I told you.
Here, I got you. Thank you. Hey, man. Dog, I just don't know, dog.
Imagine a black man rolling around.
Not even just a black man. Any man that rolls around on the fucking ground to get a Trump hat needs to go into a mental institution. You're not a man. You like, no, I'm man boxing. I don't give a fuck. You're not a man if you roll around on the fucking ground for a Trump hat. You've lost your manhood. I said so.
This is how far you gotta go to beat Blogger. Imagine that. Imagine a black man fucking with Trump. Once again, I tell you, hey, black men for Trump are Negroes for nuisance. Period.
I don't know
Negroes
him.
for nuisance.
You just gave him the hat.
Slugs
He
for
just
salt.
came up and we gave him a hat.
Show me
Slugs for salt.
one pro-black Trumper.
So why did you
show
give,
me it's
why did you
impossible
just
to be
purposely
pro-black
give a
and
guy
pro-Trump.
who is a homeless
Name
black man
one
a hat
black person
to support your
that
cause?
supports Trump
He's
that's
not-
pro-black.
Is he
Here you
homeless?
go.
Essentially, what you're doing is
How do you know?
giving-
Why are you assuming he's homeless?
One
Well,
black
because he
person
is. So
How do you know
is
that?
pro-black and
Because he
supports
is.
Trump.
Are you assuming he's homeless because
It
he's
does
black?
not exist.
No,
It
that's
is
you
impossible.
assuming that.
What a situation. Rolled around on the ground. Anyways, that's the veteran tent. They're going over and provoking the veteran tent in DC. Then they provoked the HBCU. Oh, here you go. So this is all you need to see. This is really it. This is all you need to know about Cam Higby. Right here. There you go. There it is. That's why he's able. That's who funds him too. Gotta be. Because that's how he gets around. So chat, this is like why I try not to when I need help and I need support, but I'm going against people getting funded by whole countries out here. I did as much work for Ukraine as possible. Did Ukraine ever offer to fund me? Nope. Did I ever ask them to? Nope. Would I expect that? No. But like, for example, you know what I mean? Like as much work as we did for Ukraine, Ukraine's fighting a war. They ain't worried about really funding influencers. They're trying to fund their military to fight the Russians. So, but you got Israel funding people like this that go around. So like, in a way, I mean, now if you got MAGA influencers going out there and harassing people and they're directly connected to Israel, man, at least we could say Netanyahu and the Likud and the Zionists are controlling the media. Uh-oh. Is the prophecy coming true? It's a tough one. You got this guy doing media. He's doing undercover journalism, going out there provoking HBCUs and veterans and dancing to the fucking... Or no, they were dancing too, because this isn't the only thing they did. The Fearless Tour. Serious face. They were dancing. There you go. How much of a cuck do you have to be? Loser vibes with your purse. And you're going out there and you're dancing to the YMCA. They're over there doing their thing, not even looking at them, looking the other way, and they're over here dancing to the YMCA. And then they like aura farm that and say, we encountered a gang of anti-America, anti-Trump protesters blasting nonsense in front of the White House. So we decided to bring a speaker and play the YMCA. Stand with Trump, even when others around you have full-blown Trump derangement syndrome. Well, what do you call this? What do you call standing there with two fucking dudes dancing by themselves to the YMCA, clutching your fucking purse? What do you call this? Again, they're doing their own thing. They're doing the Palestine, and they're looking down the road the other way. And these two are like half a block away on the other side of a police line dancing. So the Fearless Tour. We are all Charlie Kirk. So they started the Charlie Kirk grift right as soon as he died, huh? Not weird at all, is it? Maybe Candace is onto something. Our tour is not sponsored by TP USA, nor have we claimed it is. No, you guys are the well-funded new TP USA, apparently, or trying to be. Wonder who's your sponsor? I'm gonna ask him next time I see him, I'm gonna ask him who funds him. Where do you get your money to go to HBCUs and harass people and go back to Washington D.C. and harass veterans? Go to Gaza and go get money to go to Gaza. Hold on, I'll show you. Cam Higby was sponsored by the Israeli government via Israeli 365 action to deny famine. God damn it, I hate when it's these people that you gotta get the info from. There he was. Lying about the aid, though. Just a reminder that there's plenty of food in Gaza. I went and saw it for myself.
Vegetables, just cans and cans of vegetables. You could feed so many people chickpeas. You could feed so many people with this stuff. What do we have over here? Looks like more chickpeas. Like, look at just endless amounts of food. And over that fence, there's more food. Just sitting on pallets, going nowhere. We have soup here. Ramen. Just endless amounts of food. It just keeps going. When you think it's going to end, it keeps going. So much food.
So you take out all of the NGOs that were distributing the aid. You replace it with one, which there's only 2 aid distribution points now. And the ones in charge of it are a Trump-connected NGO. What's it called? Oh God, what's it called now? Someone in chat, what's that MAGA Christian grift, that white nationalist Christian thing that's like running it now? What's it called? What happened to the distribution? They don't distribute it, and so then they go there and they say, "Wow, look at all the food." Oh, is it the GHF? Yeah. Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. This is who's distributing it now. Backed by Israeli and American governments for the purpose of distributing humanitarian aid. So the Israeli and American government are running the only one left. This is the only one left. It's ran by a evangelical fuck. Yeah, American evangelical Johnny Moore, evangelical leader and businessman who founded Kairos Company, a public relations firm. Moore is the former commissioner of the United States Commission on International Religious Freedom and co-founder and president of Congress and Christian Leaders. So that's who's distributing the aid, and that's why the aid is getting blocked up. And then they send in these fucking loser like Cam Higbee into there and say, wow, look at all the aid. Wow, look at all the food. Wow, so much food.
Tons of food.
Wow. They've cut it down to 2 distribution points. It used to be a bunch.
Just endless amounts of food. Look at that. It's not even just this area. It's like over here. Look at this. We have flour here. Flour. What's this over here?
Flour.
I can't tell because I can't read Hebrew, but it's something. Oh, wait. That's it. No, it doesn't say.
And why would the aid be in Hebrew? Cam Higbee is the guy who posted the video with all the supplies for Gaza and tried to say Israel is not keeping them from being distributed. Turns out he is a paid shill running cover for Israel. After the debate last night, Cam Higbee was pulled into a space with his Zionist minders. The ringleader seems to be a guy named Dara, who told him he was unprepared.
Issue he just picked up.
The main points that Cam Higbee, if he's going to be doing more of these debates, and the main points were the Tony Aguilar, he didn't even know about it. So
he didn't know about it because he was on the ground in Gaza.
Yeah. I'm just giving you a quick rundown of the main points. The claims that the Gaza Health Ministry.
Which issue? Which issue? What's the second issue he just picked up?
That the Ministry of Health in Gaza numbers are trustworthy and is used by many organizations, UN, which we obviously know it's BS, and we can push back on it. And we can show him the HES report from Andrew Fox and other places that scrutinize it.
Okay, so I mean, there's too much about the Tony Aguilar stuff for me to do on a space with Cam. I'd have to give him the full intel file on him that we all put together, right, with the Green Beret guys. But hey, Cam, how are you?
Yeah, can you guys? hear me?
Yeah. I didn't know if you were still overseas or not. So because people were posting about Dara came in to give me a readout on you having to debate a bunch of twinks for Obama. So I was just wondering. But I'll send you the whole intel file on Aguilar, this whole research that we did. A bunch of it was me and then a couple of Green Berets. And then they got the audio from Gaza Humanitarian Foundation through Cassie Akiva. So I don't know if you're not up to date on that. Dara said that you needed that info.
No.
Okay, because you've been traveling and you've been busy. And then what else does he need? What other info does he need?
The other thing, I put an IDF video. The claim was that they use civilian location to conduct their combat. I just think in any future debate, just have a list of a thread of videos ready, but we can help you with that.
But was that a last minute thing you did, or was it or what? That.
Yeah, it was pretty last minute.
Yeah. Cam's usually very organized and prepared, and he studies stuff. I'm sending you stuff, Cam.
So you got like a Zionist handler or whatever in this Twitter space saying he didn't do good. He didn't have the talking points. We'll send you the material next time. 3 weeks ago, I was in Gaza and felt safer than 10 minutes ago at an HBCU. You're a moron, racist moron. All right, well, I'm going to confront the fuck out of him when I see him. What a loser, dude. Oh, we're missing Trump's announcement. Oops, my bad. Did it just start? There's no audio? Oh, my God. There's no audio.
They put all of that on us, and yet they were the beneficiaries too. So it's being changed as of today. The United States had just all the top brass, and that was a great morning. And this is other fantastic news for you, because it's going to...
The AP's stream didn't even make noise.
Prices,
Quiet.
drug prices, like in the history of our country, has never happened before.
2 concurrent viewers? What happened? Chat, check in. It says we have 2 concurrent viewers. What is going on the streams? There's more than 2 people tuned in. Does it say 2 for you guys as well? What in the fuck is happening? This happened on Facebook earlier too. It cut down to, it said there was like 13 people. But there were like 100 some. What is that? Look at this. Look at it. Says there's 2 people. 11 now. It says now there's 11 people watching. My fucking ass. 11 people watching, it says right there. 0 concurrent viewers. Now I have 2 apparently. What is this? What's going on, dude? Am I getting hammered? Am I getting pounded with some shit?
Its favored nations, if you know what that means, but we'll talk about it. Today I'm thrilled to announce that one of the world's largest pharmaceutical manufacturers and one of the best anywhere in the world, Pfizer, has agreed to offer countless prescription medications at major discounts in the United States, a result of the most favored nation drug pricing order that we established earlier this year. As you know, the United States was paying sometimes 10 times more than other countries for drugs, and a lot of excuses were made for that, but it went on for many years, many years, decades, and it's not going on any longer. We're going to be paying the lowest price now. We're going to be paying whatever the lowest price is. Favored nations. This will save American taxpayers and consumers hundreds of millions of dollars a year. I want to thank Pfizer CEO Albert Bourla, who is one of the most respected people in the industry and in business generally. I will say that, Albert, for joining us today, along with Secretary, as you know, we've got a number of secretaries. Secretary is Lutnick behind me, I hope. Where's Lutnick?
He's over here, to the right.
You can get over here. I'm looking.
There's no audio.
Our great Secretary of Commerce. Good. I'm glad you're here. You would have been in trouble. Howard Lutnick, great. Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr., CMS
We'll just watch this.
Administrator, Mehmet Oz, Medicare Administrator Chris Klomp, and the FDA Commissioner Marty McCary. And I just want to thank them all. They've been working hard on many things. I think this is one of the biggest medical announcements that this office has ever made.
Oh God, now what?
Price reductions, as you'll see in a couple of minutes, that are incredible. For many years, Americans have paid the highest prices anywhere in the world for prescription drugs. They paid far more, 10 times, 13 times, 15 times more than other countries for the exact same product. A major reason is that the American consumers have been subsidizing research and development costs for the entire planet. They put all of that on us, and yet they were the beneficiaries too. So it's being changed as of today. The United States had just 4% of the world's population and consumers, only 13% of all prescription drugs, yet pharmaceutical companies make 75% of their profits from the United States. So think of that. We have 4% of the market, 13% of prescription drugs, and yet, Albert, I didn't know you were that violent. I'm surprised you're agreeing to this.
I'm getting better.
No, he's doing the right thing. Thank you. And yet they make 75% of their profits from the American customers, so it's something. That's why I signed an executive order combating this practice, and we signed it very happily a little while ago. Today, Pfizer is committing as will other drug companies as we go through the weeks. But Pfizer is truly one of the biggest in the world and one of the greatest in the world. Today, Pfizer is committing to offer all of their prescription medications to Medicaid, and it will be at the most favored nation's prices. It's going to have a huge impact on bringing Medicaid costs down like nothing else. I told you that in my first term, I was so proud of the fact that for the first time in 28 years, drug prices came down. And I had a news conference that I explained it was 1/10 of 1%, but it was down. And here we're talking about, in one case, over 1,000%. This is a critical step forward to our work and to improve health care, and hardworking, low-income Americans, especially low-income Americans, will be helped so greatly. In addition, Pfizer is agreeing to provide some of their most popular current medications to all consumers at heavily discounted prices of anywhere between 50 and even 100%, and that's off the price. And in some cases, even more than that. These drugs will be available for direct purchase online at a website operated by the federal government. We're also announcing that moving forward, all new medications introduced by Pfizer to the American market will be sold at the reduced most favored nation cost. So we'll be paying essentially what other countries are paying, who have been much lower, much lower for many, many years. Furthermore, Pfizer will invest $70 billion to reshore domestic manufacturing facilities. In other words, they're going to bring a lot of their facilities to make their drugs and make what they make, their product. They're going to make it in the United States. I appreciate that $70 billion investment in fund research and development right here in America. We're working with other major pharmaceutical companies to secure similar agreements. Everyone understands that the status quo where Americans pay more for drugs, prescription drugs, and they pay more than foreign countries who take advantage of us in many other ways, although not so many anymore. I think we've pretty well got that stopped, right? I think so. We've stopped that, but they took advantage of a lot of other precedents, that I can tell you. But we're making this pay to be very unacceptable, what they've done in the past. That's why my administration has also taken historic action to investigate the unfair and discriminatory trade practices of other countries that extort our pharmaceutical makers to shift costs onto the American consumer. They say, no, give us a price, a very low price, and just charge the American consumer, charge it to the U.S. The United States is done subsidizing the health care of the rest of the world. It's a big thing. I can't tell you how big this is. And I was all set to go on that first term, but then you had the COVID, and we had to focus on that. But I said, I want to get back here because you're talking about 14, 15, 1,600% reductions in some cases. But by taking this bold step, we're ending the era of global price gouging at the expense of American families, and we're making America healthy again, which is our little theme for the people behind me. And I want to just ask Secretary Kennedy to come up, and we'll start, and we'll go through it with Oz and Klomp and Bourla and McCary, and we'll go through it, and if you have any questions. But this is a really big announcement. This is something that most people said was not doable. And other countries are going along because we told them that if you don't go along, they didn't have to go along. But if they didn't go along, we were going to put extra tariffs on those countries, and we were going to charge them the amount of money that they should be paying for the reduction in costs. So I think we had a pretty good negotiating position. So, Bobby, I'd like you to speak about this, and what a great job, and thank you very much.
Dr. Heidi Overton, who played key roles in this negotiation and helped make this happen. And also Inma Hernandez, who's not up here, but John Brooks and Chris Klomp, who were the people who were negotiating, in some cases, I think including last night, 24 hours without any sleep. This would not have happened without President Trump's leadership. I told my son last night, we're all under secrecy about this, but I told my son late last night, a 27-year-old son, Connor, who's a very liberal Democrat, and I told him this was happening, and he just paused for a minute, and he said, "Thank you, Dad, I'm so proud of you." Because this is something Democrats have wanted for 20 years, Republicans have wanted for 20 years. Everybody said they're going to do it. Nobody has even taken a step towards doing it. And the reason was because it was such a daunting task. And, you know, even all of the negotiators, you see, I also want to thank Howard Lutnick. This would not have happened without him. But even all of the negotiators here and all the people on at HHS and at the White House, all we could see was all the reasons that this couldn't happen. Everybody had tried. Nobody could make it happen. And it was President Trump alone who, with his doggedness, his persistence, he saw this clearly in a way that none of us other, in its most simplest terms. Why are we spending more on this country than any other country? Why are we spending 75% of the revenues that come to the pharmaceutical industry? We're doing all the research, and everybody else is riding on our slipstream. And President Trump, I would say, harangued and harassed us to make this happen. I was getting calls 12 o'clock at night. Oh, are you asleep? And you got to get MFN done. And at one point, Dr. Oz told me I can't take the president's calls anymore. I have a lot of reasons. My wife has a lot of reasons to say to me about different things that happen in my life. Doesn't that give you anxiety? And I say, I don't get anxiety. This gave me anxiety. Oh, thank you, President Trump. It would not have happened without your leadership. This is real leadership. It's a president who has a vision and makes that vision happen. And any other president of the United States who could have done this in our history, I'm very grateful to you. This is an extraordinary benefit to the American people. Thank you for your vision, President Trump, your bold action, your unwavering commitment to health and well-being of the American people. Never has a president stood up so bravely for the American people with respect to health care. And by the way, I forgot to thank Albert Burla. Albert and I have had a long history of antipathy and antagonism toward each other. But I have to say his leadership in this took tremendous courage. And he really created a template for corporate responsibility, for putting public health ahead of his individual interests. So I'm very, very grateful to you for that, Albert. Under the leadership of President Trump, the U.S. government is now acting as a tough negotiator on behalf of the American people. Today is about fairness, it's about equality, it's about giving hope to those who are trying to stay healthy, who are managing illness, and who are fighting for their lives. We refuse to make the most vulnerable citizens continue to pay an unthinkable price for the world's pharmaceutical breakthroughs, which we pay for. This policy is a shield for the chronically ill who have carried the burden of high drug costs for far too long. It's a signal to every American family that we're finally putting their health and financial security first. And it sets a new standard, one that says we won't write blank checks to the drug industry any longer. No family should ever be forced to choose between filling a prescription and putting food on the table. Americans should not be gouged paying 300 or 400 or 1,000% more than people in other countries for the exact same drug, many times manufactured in the same factory in New Jersey and sold in Great Britain for 1/10 the price that it's being sold for here. This weekend I was with some friends up in Martha's Vineyard, and an old friend, one of my oldest friends, his wife and daughter have a chronic disease. And that chronic disease last year cost $150,000 to treat. And the mother had to choose whether she was going to take that money and spend it on her or her daughter. And she spent it on her daughter. So she had to make that choice. It's a choice that no mother should have to make. We did a roundtable recently on drug prices. One patient spent more than $180,000 on one drug. One cashed in all of her savings and worked 3 jobs to make ends meet. One almost quit her job and moved to Germany to get the drug cheaper. Some looked at getting the drug on unsafe secondary markets because they could not afford it through the legitimate markets. Today, we begin to right that ship. For the mother trying to help her child get better, for a grandmother at the pharmacy counter, and for millions of Americans who want to restore their health. Today is about another promise made by President Trump and another promise kept by President Trump to the American people. And it's only just the beginning. This is all thanks to your unwavering leadership, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
There is a fine line between vision and hallucination.
Dr. Oz.
People have to follow you for it to be a vision. And President Trump, you made a lot of people following you, an idea that most people thought was not possible, even remotely. And when we I'll speak to some of the people who are involved in this process, because it was incredible effort that gives me great pride to serve in this administration. And the fact that it did not leak is also an issue of pride for us, because these were tough challenges. And Albert Bourla looks very calm up here and cat-like, but he is ferocious when you get him in a negotiating room. This is true for all the pharmaceutical companies that we are negotiating with. And Secretary Kennedy, my son Oliver, who I told about this deal as I was walking over here, is a Republican. And you know what he said? Thank you for making us proud. Because it's not just a Democratic problem, it's a Republican problem. This has not happened before. And it took a crusader like President Trump, with the support of Secretary Kennedy, Secretary Lutnick, I see the vice presidents here as well, just unwavering, dogged pursuit of change. And now I have to admit that I know the president has me on speed dial, and most of the time when he would call me, as Secretary Kennedy alluded to, it was about MFN, and he always had reasons why we needed to go faster and why people were being hurt today, because we're allowing the kinds of pricing that had been tolerated for so many decades in America. The time of the day didn't matter, the day of the week didn't matter, and that's how the president was functioning. This was such an important part of what he saw as his legacy, which is why it brings such pride to all of us up here and many others to deliver it. And the laser focus that the president had on this, which he shared with me the day that I was nominated, that he nominated me for this position, and has reminded me frequently since, made it a top priority for us as well at CMS. Now, to do this, you have to have tactics, not just vision, but tactics. And the first tactic the president shared was to introduce me to Albert Bourla. He took us to dinner with Secretary Kennedy, and he argued, and he's a great deal maker, as you know, that if you're going to make a deal of this scope, of this nature, you need trust. So the president lit the kindling. He got the embers going, but he needed us to nurture that beginning of a fire so they would ever, certainly in the space of pharmaceuticals. I gained to respect Albert, and I'll tell you why in particular. It was because he recognized the dangerous problems facing so many Americans, that they had to choose between taking medications prescribed by their doctor that could be life-saving, or shopping at the grocery store, paying for their kids a fundamentally important need that would be squeezed out because they couldn't compromise on drugs, or often worse, they compromise on the drugs. 1/3 of all prescriptions are not filled in the pharmacy because of this. We talked through the winter. We talked through the spring. We talked through the summer. And we got nowhere. We stalled. The industry is powerful. They're important. They have smart people. There's no reason for them to give the numbers that the president is articulating today. And you see these numbers on the charts around us. These are massive wins for the American people. But the president in July demanded, after the executive order, that manufacturers make a firm commitment and to lower prices or else. And it sent shockwaves through the industry. It got the ball rolling again. Our talks with Albert heated up, but it wasn't until, if you want an inside story, it wasn't until last week that we made a major breakthrough. And our hardworking team embarked on a remarkable story that I think books will be written about, 24/7 nonstop with industry, with Albert, with his great team at Pfizer. And with this partnership, we began to deal with the fundamental challenges we have, which is protecting medical advances for the future while at the same time securing the prices Americans want today. We're going to continue to stimulate and strengthen innovation. That's what a great country does, and we are a great country with a great leader. We're going to protect the U.S. hegemony in R&D. We dominate the planet in discovering cures for illnesses. All those orphan ailments, all those remarkable advances, they come from research labs here with companies like Pfizer and other great ones in the pharmaceutical space. We're going to lead in the life sciences. We're going to lead in ideas, and we're going to make sure that we do all that while we're being fair to the American people, especially our most vulnerable. We're going to finally deliver on the fair drug prices that President Trump has been speaking about for 2 terms. We're going to celebrate this historic day, I predict, this historic day in the medical field for generations to come. The heroic negotiators that I do feel compelled to mention, and Secretary Kennedy kindly also mentioned their names. Some of them can't be in here because they're busy negotiating future deals. Irma Hernandez-Delso, John Brooks, who's a deputy administrator of mine, Theo Merkel, who is in the back and tall and hard to miss with DPC, and Corey Enslin with the same group, did a spectacular job, and Don Dempsey at OMB. Just wonderful human beings, worked tirelessly to get this done. We were able to secure this first MFN deal, and the president touched on this, but we have much more to come. You'll be hearing breaking news from the president for the rest of the fall. And Mr. President, these brilliant minds are here because of you. Now, I don't want to just pay homage to this. I want to actually speak this a little bit. The passion to protect the American people brings top-tier Americans into the government. We've created a powerful administration with the president's leadership, an administration of winners. People get things done. They see the generational opportunity to fix the biggest problems our nation faces. And the person who led this negotiation, Chris Klump, embodies this seal. Now, Chris Klump came to visit Secretary Kennedy and I the very first day we were looking for staff to try to bring in the government. And neither of us really had an idea of how challenging this might be. And he came to the interview, and we knew that he had built a business that was worth several $100 million. And the secretary, very poker-faced as he tends to be, looked at him and said, "Are you willing to give it all up and move your family to Washington?" A young family, 4 young children, beautiful wife. "Are you willing to come across the country and serve our nation, serve this president to ensure vital programs like Medicare, which he runs, will keep our seniors healthy for years to come?" He gave it all up, like so many have in this administration, passionate to follow the president's lead and serve under Secretary Kennedy. And for those of you at home who are watching, and I hope there are quite a few, I think this shows just how cool a place it is to work, is in this government.
Right.
And I take great pride in handing the ball to Chris. Chris, tell the American people what they have won thanks to your passionate ability to deliver on President Trump's promise.
Thank you, Mr. President. You have enabled something that as recently as last night, nearly everyone has said was impossible. And Secretary Kennedy and Administrator Oz, thank you for having trust in us as a negotiating team to drive this forward on behalf of the American people. It is an absolute honor and privilege. And Mr. Borla, to you and to the team at Pfizer, you have taken a step that I think few appreciate, requires a level of courage to change something that for decades administrations have tried. And there was no incentive rationally for you to do, and yet you've done it because you recognized the opportunity to align your economic interest with the social interest of the American people, and we're grateful. Today is historic, as has been discussed. This is a major win in the battle for affordable health care and affordable drugs. As the president said, on average, we pay nearly 3 times what the rest of the wealthy world pays for branded pharmaceuticals. And yet we drive more than 50% of global R&D, 50% of revenues, nearly 70% of profits. It's unjust. It's morally unjust. And when this happens, we stifle innovation and we limit access for the most vulnerable people across the planet and in America who need these medications. And so the president directed us to make deals. That's what he does, and it's what we do. And all great deals, and this is a great deal, are rooted in principles. And this deal was rooted in the principle of fairness. Now, the president could have directed us to go to the poorest country on the planet and find the cheapest price for every single drug and bring that back to the United States and use the might of the government to insist that that's the price we pay. And that might have worked, actually, for just a little bit. But very quickly, it would have utterly destroyed innovation in pharmaceuticals. It would have destroyed American primacy in building life-saving medication.
Yeah, really quick on the lockdown in New Jersey. I saw many comments about it.
Or cures for far fewer than 10% of them. So that would have been a bad strategy.
Notification about a potential active shooter on a joint military base. Joint base McGuire-Dix Lakehurst in New Jersey sparked a lockdown and a brief public concern Tuesday, but authorities later said the report of the threat was unfounded. That's why I haven't broken to the active shooter.
Which is to call on manufacturers and ask them to be fair.
Clear, all clear.
To go to countries and ask them to pay their fair share in the battle against global disease.
It's all clear. There's no shooting.
This great deal. Now, it's my privilege to talk just for a few minutes about the details of the deal. First, let's start with the definition of MFN. What do we mean by that? This is not made-up list prices that have often been quoted in prior administrations, stuffed with fees and rebates. We're talking about we start at net prices, after fees, after rebates, the prices people actually pay here, the prices people actually pay in other wealthy countries. We then index to a basket of countries, wealthy countries, across the world. And we go drug by drug, and we look for the lowest price. And that becomes the starting point for what an MFN price is in the United States. And then we've built this principles of fairness on 5 key pillars, as we've talked about. Number 1, as has been discussed, direct access for patients at Trump RX, which is a site soon to be launched, available often at full MFN and always at lower prices than currently available. This is bypassing middlemen. It increases transparency. In many instances, prices are 80% lower than they are today. No more Canadian detours to purchase drugs more inexpensively at our neighbor. You do it from home. You do it a click. This is American ingenuity outsmarting the system. Number 2, the president was very clear to us and directed us to ensure that we secured the lowest prices for the most vulnerable Americans, those who are served by Medicaid. So we focused there first. So Pfizer will be putting virtually all of its portfolio of drugs at MFN prices available to Medicaid in the near future. This safeguards the program. This ensures that this program lives as a lifeline without undue burden on the taxpayer for those who need it most, for our vulnerable Americans whom we are charged morally to care for. The third principle is about future-proofing fairness. This is the idea that Pfizer has committed, as are other manufacturers, that they will not launch a new drug for commercial, Medicare, Medicaid, or cash pay markets at a price that is higher than the other wealthy world. Now, they are free to price their drugs wherever they want. These are not price caps. These are not price controls. They can price however they'd like. We're simply asking them, and they are committing not to undercut us in other countries. This is an essential principle. This allows us to retrain other countries to appropriately value innovation for their citizens, to appropriately understand what fair share means, to contribute global R&D. This allows us not to compromise access for those who need it most. And this is a powerful commitment. The fourth principle is around shared savings. As our commerce colleagues and as our U.S. trade representative colleagues succeed in encouraging other countries to pay more for existing medications, a portion of that will go to fund additional R&D. And a portion of that will repatriate back to the United States to offset prices, lower prices further for Americans on those existing drugs. And the fifth principle, as discussed, with hats off to Secretary Lutnick and Ambassador Jameson Greer from U.S. Trade, is about Pfizer committing to onshore 100% of the value of all imports that it currently imports to the United States, thus ensuring that we seal our great American resurgence. If you're watching this right now and you have been looking for evidence that this is a president who knows and cares about you, who is fighting for you, who is fighting for every American, this is Exhibit A. This is not an empty promise. It's not platitudes. It's not lacking a plan. These are hard contracts with teeth, lowering prices now that we will all feel. These are the most significant, historical, substantive, mathematically quantified price reductions in the history of our country and modern-day pharmaceuticals. I cannot thank you enough for your leadership in enabling this to happen. It is an absolute pleasure. The president has showed us that the impossible can be achieved, and that is what's happened today. God bless America. With that in mind, it is my absolute pleasure to introduce Albert Bourla, CEO of Pfizer.
Mr. President, what an honor to be here today in this office to announce a landmark agreement. I think it's an historic day.
Is this the coolest office? He has a beautiful office, but the Oval is the coolest, right? What do you think?
I think by far. And I have seen other presidents' offices. There's nothing like that.
You have the best. Say it.
Yeah. So it's an historic day because I think today we are turning the tide and we are reversing an unfair situation. For years, other rich nations refused to pay the fair share for the medical innovation. And As a result, Americans had to assume disproportional cost on their shoulders. This situation, we all knew, is not sustainable. This situation is a situation that many wanted to change, but no one could. This is changing today with this agreement. In July, the President sent to me and other heads of pharmaceutical companies a letter. And over there, he articulated 4 specific requests. These requests, it was obvious to us, were designed to lower drug cost in the America in different ways, each one of them. And altogether, holistically, to have synergistic effect in the impact that that will have in the US healthcare cost and patients. With this deal that we signed today, we satisfied all 4 of President's requests, all 4. The big winner of this deal clearly will be the American patient. There is no doubt about it. They are the ones that will see significant impact in their ability to buy medicines. But I would argue that it is not the only winner. I think who else is a winner here? It is American innovation and American economy. In our industry, we had 2 major overhangs that have substantially reduced our valuations and create concerns for us in our ability to invest. We are addressing both of them right now, and I will speak about them. The first one was the uncertainty of tariffs. Because President is absolutely right. Tariffs is the most powerful tool to motivate behaviors, Mr. President, and clearly motivated ours, right? So, by this agreement that we did, we commit to onshore the production of our medicines that are consumed in the US and are made outside the US. And for that, we are ready to unleash our investment portfolio in this country. And the President graciously gave us a 3-year grace period that we will not be subject to the 232 tariffs, as long as, of course, we move the products here. That's one. The second overhang in our industry was this uncertainty. What will happen with the framework of pricing in the country? Because this uncertainty, it was what was holding people from investing in the pharmaceutical industry, which resulted in significant reduction of our multiples. Actually, our multiples are at historical low. Well, now we have clarity about what is the framework for the US pricing. Read the letter of President Trump, read the 4 points, and this is the framework. And we will abide to that, and going forward, this is how things will be priced in the US and abroad. We are ready to invest, as the President also mentioned, $70 billion in the next few years from Pfizer in manufacturing and research in America alone. I really think this is an historical moment because also I can put that behind us and focus on the things that I want to spend my time. Cancer treatments, to bring better obesity medicines, to bring better vaccines, to bring things that people value. And thank you for allowing us to do that. I want to thank Secretary Kennedy. I want to thank Secretary Latnik. Your leadership helped us to pull that together. You are the masterminds of everything, and without the brilliant way that you designed the whole thing, we wouldn't be able to make it happen. But you were even more brilliant because you had someone in your team that he was the driving force behind everything. And I don't have words to thank you for your integrity. And it is what you have said. We created trust from day one. And that was the most important thing that allowed us to be able to pull very difficult negotiations. Of course, also I want to thank the US trade representative, who is also heavily engaged, and he's probably the first trade representative that I have seen that cares about our industry and cares to do something about unfair situations out there, but more than anyone else. Mr. President, I want to thank you, for your leadership and, frankly, for your friendship. Thank you.
Albert, thank you very much. Great job. Great job.
Thank you, Mr. President. The growth of drug spending, that is, the increase in drug pricing, is the fastest and biggest increasing area of healthcare spending. So today's announcement has incredible implications for healthcare spending in the United States. And today marks the beginning of the end of the Great American Ripoff. And it also marks the beginning and the end of a great American tragedy, something I've seen as a physician at the bedside. Patients getting spun up into a financial rage, doing GoFundMe campaigns online, sending repeat reminders, asking people to donate, getting their churches to pass the offering plate from pew to pew, Sunday after Sunday, to try to get enough money to pay for a drug in the United States, a drug that's 5 or 10 times more expensive than the same drug in France or Germany or the UK. People get spun up, and it's a tragedy. Having cancer is hard enough. Getting spun up into a financial rage in order to try to get the money to pay for treatment makes it so much harder. 37% of people who go through cancer care say in the end that the financial toxicity makes them want to avoid or delay care in the future. That is, they're done with it. They're done with the system. That's how toxic financial toxicity can be. And for what? For what? So the U.S. can finance the R&D of the world? Well, that ends today, thanks to President Trump. So we want to see R&D. We want to see American pharmaceutical companies thrive. We want to see pharmaceutical companies that do business and manufacture in the United States thrive. At the FDA, we're doing our part. If you're going to equalize your price to that of other wealthy countries, we're not talking about Zimbabwe. We're talking about Germany, France, UK, Japan, other wealthy countries, the OECD countries. If you equalize your price, then we're going to put your future applications at the front of the line. A voucher to get a review in weeks has a market street value of about $500 million because every day is money when it comes to getting a drug approved. And so if you meet one of the president's national priorities stated very clearly, moving manufacturing to the United States, meeting a large unmet public health need, or equalizing your prices. We're the largest purchasers of drugs. We deserve the best prices. And so we're going to do our part. And if a generic company makes their drug in the United States, that application is going to move to the front of the line as well. And if you're going to build a plant in the United States, our FDA inspectors will walk through that plant during the construction phase, something never done before, so that it's ready on day one. So thank you, Mr. President, for your leadership. They said it couldn't be done, and here we are. Thank you.
This is all just noise.
I want to go up and just show one of the boards about.
I got to grab an ice pack. Hold on.
Prices come down, and these are small examples. We're going to have it over 1,000% in some cases. You'll see that during the week, but we just picked out 4 at random, and you see the kind of numbers. Bobby and maybe Albert, good.
We picked 4 examples, but I want to be totally clear. These are not the only 4 examples, and as the president
just saying shit. None of this is even happening.
It's a historic agreement. There are many to come, and we're excited to talk about them. And that means hundreds and hundreds.
Can we hear from this guy again?
We are not exaggerating when we talk about reductions of up to 80%. We give you 4 examples here. One for dermatitis. The new price at MFN results in 80% reduction to what's available today. One in postmenopausal osteoporosis, 85%. Migraines that affect so many Americans, 50% reductions. Rheumatoid arthritis, something my own mother.
Okay, so who in chat gets their prescriptions as Pfizer prescriptions? So you can report and let me know and tell me if you see a decrease in your prescriptions. I don't have prescriptions, so I can't but if you're like a regular person and you get your prescriptions.
Talking about the Make America Healthy Again.
I did heat last night. I do both heat and ice. I alternate.
The day was excellent.
I do an Epsom salt bath, hot heat bath. So I did that last night already.
I think that was a very important meeting. And this, in terms of pricing, it's going to be great for Medicare,
gotta do both.
Medicaid, Social Security is going to be great for everything because your medicine costs.
Ice now, heat before bed.
We have some examples that I think we'll be able to show you next
relax.
week of over 1,000% in some cases. Where a pill that cost $10 in London was costing $130 in New York and various other places within the United States. And the same thing with Canada. People would go to Canada, they'd go to Mexico, they'd go to other places to buy drugs. They don't have to do that anymore. So we have favored nations. So that's what we have. And it's one of the biggest days I think anybody will ever have. We're talking about massive numbers, and the numbers are going to get even better with a little time. And I will say, Albert, I think that the drug companies are going to be the same. You're going to, the world, we're really competing against the world, so they have more people. So we'll come down a lot, and the world's going to go up a little bit. And the end result is you're going to, I think, do the same business pretty much. Maybe you'll figure a way to do more business, I think, knowing you. But I think the drug companies, we're going to come down a lot. The U.S. will come down a lot.
I think.
But the world, many more people, is going to go up a little bit, and it equalized, and it's a great tribute. And I want to thank everybody up here. J.D., thank you for all of your help, too, and Howard, great, really great job. Thank you all very much. Do you have any questions? How about we focus on this? It's so big, let's focus on this.
Can you please give us a timeline?
Mr. President, first of all, this kind of goes along with your America First campaign promises, right? Lowering health care costs. On a day that it seems
he's like don't ask me about anything else.
Led by Democrats. On
this only.
Of providing health benefits to illegals. This seems to your move here is a stark contrast to that. Could the same principles that you did today apply to health insurance to maybe lower the cost of health insurance? Many Americans are kind of struggling.
And we're working on just that. Little different group, but we're working on just that. It could, I don't know to this extent. We have a pill, one pill in particular we're going to show you next week.
Tylenol.
It sells for $10 in other countries and $137 in the
What
US.
pill? What pill?
And
what
that's coming down now to probably $15 or $18. They'll go up to 18. I think that's pretty much right, Albert. It's not you, but they'll go up to 18. And
what pill?
Down from 135 or whatever down to 18. I mean, that's a massive number. Remember, I was the one that held a news conference because I lowered drug prices by 1/4%. I think it was 1/8 of 1%, but it was the only one in 28 years that brought drug prices down for the year. But it was a very small number. Now we're talking about you're going to see one over 1,000%. Look at these numbers. So, and this has a big impact, even on the discussion that we'll have with Chuck Schumer, who was here yesterday, along with a very nice gentleman who I didn't really know. You know who I'm talking about. The two of them came and we had a good discussion.
Doesn't even know his name.
See what happens.
Doesn't even know Hakeem Jeffries' name.
And this has a huge impact on that because these numbers are going to bring Medicaid. We talk about Obamacare. Obamacare is a failure. Obamacare is not good. It's not. It's there, but relative to other health care programs, it's in the lower 20%. It's not good. And I asked the Democrat representatives, what do you think about coming up with a better health care? This actually allows you to do that because the cost of prescription medicine is a very big, more than 50% the cost of what we're talking about. So we might be able to do something like that. This is one of the biggest news conference from a medical standpoint that I think has ever been had.
You said that last time. You said that last time for Tylenol, putting autism in it.
Companies other than Pfizer, are you expecting them to come?
They're all with us. And I was honored to have Albert be the first. He's done a fantastic job with, as you know, with the COVID. He did a fantastic job with a lot of things. He's a leader, and Pfizer is right at the top. It's there. Eli Lilly has been fantastic also, my friend. And they're all coming in over the next week. We're making deals with all of them. And I said, if we don't make a deal, then we're going to tariff them an extra 5, 6, 7, 8%, whatever the difference is, and we'll take it that way. So we took away the advantage by the fact that we have tariffs. We took away the advantage that they would have of just saying no, and we couldn't do anything about it. If they do that, what we do is we'd put a tariff on them of an equivalent amount, and we take it that way. And nobody wants to play that game. So they're going to be, they're all going to be good. We didn't have to mention that to Albert. Well, maybe I whispered it to him very slightly. We had to give ourselves a little bit of an advantage. But the tariffs played a big role because they know that's what's going to happen.
You mentioned the tariff
exemption of the 232s, but can you share a timeline for when we can expect the results of that 232 investigation?
Let Howard answer that question, please.
Sure. So while we're negotiating with these companies, we're going to let them play out and finish these negotiations because they are the most important thing to the American people. So we are standing by, helping, and working with them. But the driver of the 232 outcomes is our...
I took an oath to defend the country against enemies, foreign and domestic, David Davis. Didn't you take an order to follow the president order?
Because of the tariffs, let's say, and other reasons. I think he liked the winner of November 5th, in all fairness, but because of the tariffs. And that wouldn't happen. He's not going to pay any tariffs because when he moves here, there are no tariffs. So he won't be paying tariffs. That's the beauty of it. If you move here, there are no tariffs. And we have over $17 trillion, Albert. Do you believe these numbers? So Biden had less than $1 trillion for 4 years. We have over $17 trillion for essentially 8 months. Pretty amazing.
When will prices come down, Mr. President? When can America...
They're going to start coming down. Drug prices? Well, they'll be starting immediately.
Immediately?
Can you speak to what impact you think this reduction in drug prices will have on midterms coming up?
I think it's going to have a huge... I said, if we can pull this off before midterms, I've wanted to do it from the beginning, from my first day in first term. And we were doing so well. We had the greatest economy we've ever had. Everything was good. And then we're ready to do this, which is complex and big. It's a big change.
Yeah, David, I decide.
What happened is COVID came.
You're right.
And we focused on COVID.
I decide who's the enemy. And it's MAGA. So
Regeneron was a great thing. You know, we did a lot of therapeutics.
It'll be great. Trump says that the people that protest him are the enemy, and I say MAGA is the enemy. So there you go, fair and balanced.
I'm going to do, and you know,
fair and
we've been
balanced.
working on this for 8 months. This is a very big deal. This is a big shock to the system, but it's not as much as I said. They're going to go up. The world is going to go up a little bit. We're going to come down a lot, but now it's fair.
Mr. President,
it's fair.
We're going to be paying the same.
You heard him.
Yeah,
it's fair.
In your first term, when you cut the price of insulin, Biden later came in and tried to steal credit for that. Do you
did he?
Do you worry that the Democrats are going to try to steal credit for these?
MAGA media, no, that's all that's left.
I really appreciate your question because I did. I cut the price of insulin down to $35. And the problem is with many of these things, in this case it's going to be pretty quick, but oftentimes you'll do something medically because of the process, and it won't be seen for 2 or 3 years. That happened also with, I could say 4 different things. But just if you talk about insulin, so it was 200, 300, 500, and you couldn't get it, and I got it down to 35. And I said, I hope I win the next election because otherwise whoever wins is going to take credit for it. Well, what happened is we did win the election. We did great. But unfortunately, it didn't work out that way from a practical standpoint. And Biden, when I saw him get up and take credit for the $35 and even less insulin, that was 1,000% lower than what it was just previous. Boy, I tell you, I didn't like it. I didn't like it. So I did the best I could to let them know we did it because we want to be given credit. But we are the ones that got insulin down to that number. And you're right. They tried to take credit for it. They had nothing to do. In fact, they didn't even know what happened. All of a sudden, the insulin price kicked in at $35. And they asked Biden about it. He had no idea what the hell they were talking about. But after they explained, and they didn't really explain to him because he was not capable.
What really sucks is the media doesn't push back at all anymore. Have you guys noticed that? No one's like, Trump, you're lying. Trump, why are you lying right now? Nobody. And the only media left in the room are MAGA now.
People weren't taking it, I would imagine. They couldn't take it. God bless you, Bobby. I hope I didn't catch COVID just there.
Mr. President.
Do you have Paxlovid? What is it? Paxlovid. He's got Paxlovid.
Mr. President.
Give me a Paxlovid immediately.
Mr. President, you can...
While Nancy Pelosi is ignoring what you're doing for the American people, she's going after your administration for cutting taxpayer-funded health care for illegal aliens. Last night,
who is doing that?
Nancy Pelosi. She went on NBC last night, dropped a bunch of F-bombs, told Republicans to go F themselves. Has she lost her mind?
We have done an unbelievable job medically. Just this, if you did nothing else, we've done a lot like the insulin.
But just this, nobody can ever catch this. This is the biggest price reduction times, maybe 10 times, 15 times, than has ever been given before. And this is going to have a huge impact. You know, as I said, Obamacare is not a good thing. It's been bad. And I'd like to make it better. I told them, I spoke to a lot of people, a lot of Democrats recently. I said, why don't we change it? We can make Obamacare much better. We could come up with a new system that would be much better, less expensive for the people and better. This is maybe the biggest breakthrough because, you know, when you're talking about the prescription drugs, that's a big part of it. So we're going to look. This is prescription, but we're going to be looking at that. We could come up and through this whole thing, you know, because I don't know, we'll probably have a shutdown because one of the things they want to do is they want to give incredible Medicare, the Cadillac Medicare, to illegal immigrants.
Cadillac
and what
Medicare.
that does is it keeps them coming into our country, and like they do in California. And no country can afford that. No country. And we have the border stopped up. We have it closed. We have nobody for 4 months. Zero people came in. That wasn't me. That's by the authorities who happen to be liberally oriented. But
liberally oriented.
We have people offering health care to people all over the world that they can't afford to pay. And that's the Democrats. And what that does is it brings people into the country because they want to come in for the health care. But no country can afford it, and they can't afford it. So we cannot allow them to charge tremendous amounts of money for health care for people that aren't even citizens. And in many cases, they come in from prisons, jails, and mental institutions. And we can't let that happen. So we have a big fight over that. We have a fight over open borders. They still want open borders. We're having a fight over men and women's sports, if you believe it. You would have thought they would have learned that it's not a good issue. And we have a fight in transgender, as you know, transgender for everybody. And that, when you talk medically, that's a lot of money, too.
Transgender for everybody.
Those operations are bad. So those things are also being discussed right now. I mean, can you imagine we're actually talking about open borders, and we now have a great border, and we have a great country.
I don't even know what to do with that. What do I do? What do you guys want me to say? He's making shit up, just saying shit. Guys, remember the transgender for all plan?
They have a 33% favorability rating on average in recent months, and they're willing to shut down the government over healthcare.
They are shutting it down. We're not shutting it down.
Brother, like we're living in Grand Theft Auto. We're living in Grand Theft Auto, or this is what we're in now.
Once it shut down, is us now. With that being said, we can do things during the shutdown that are irreversible, that are bad for them and irreversible by them. Like cutting vast numbers of people out, cutting things that they like, cutting programs that they like. And you all know Russell Vought. He's become very popular recently because he can trim the budget to a level that you couldn't do any other way. So they're taking a risk by having a shutdown because of the shutdown, we can do things medically and other ways, including benefits. We can cut large numbers of people out. We don't want to do that, but we don't want fraud, waste, and abuse. And, you know, we're cutting that. But they want to have illegal aliens come into our country and get massive health care at the cost to everybody else, and we don't have it. And that's I would say, the number one reason that they want to strike is to get illegal immigrants health care. And, you know, Gavin Newsom wants that, too, in California, and it's destroying California. We can't have that. We're not going to let it happen.
Mr. President, undocumented immigrants,
Do you have a plan for dealing with drug companies that are responding to MFN only by raising prices overseas as opposed to lowering prices in the U.S.?
No, they're responding. I understand that question very well, but they're responding by lowering prices. They're helped by lowering prices. You know, there's a price at which they can't sell, and they're helped by lowering prices. In the case of Albert and in the case of Eli Lilly, the fact is our prices are coming down massively. You see, that's just a few of the basics, but they're coming down much more than that with many drugs, and over 1,000%. Think of that, over 1,000% reduction. And we'll show you that next week because we have some of them on the board next week where you have over 1,000% price reduction. Now, what's going to happen is you're going to have the market will kick in. This way, the market kicks in. The other way, it was just basically it was just a form of control. You were stifling the market.
Yeah.
At this point, is a shutdown inevitable? And how would you describe the negotiations with Democrats yesterday? Are more meetings scheduled?
So nothing is inevitable, but I would say it's probably likely because they want to give health care to illegal immigrants, which will destroy health care for everybody else in our country. And I didn't see them bend even a little bit when I said we can't do that.
Trump and MAGA and Republicans do nothing for health care ever, period.
If there is no deal reached on the Obamacare subsidies with the Democrats, is there anything that CMS can do to lower those, to mitigate the increases of those Obamacare subsidies?
What?
Not really, but we have time. We have time till the end of the year to make the changes I know the president is evaluating, but we should have a clean continuing resolution, get past this budget process as it has happened so many times, and allow the president
now they're lobbying for the
freedom to be able to put some good ideas in front of the legislative bodies.
Mr. President, undocumented immigrants.
We actually do have time for that.
They're not eligible for the health care subsidies the
Yes.
Democrats are demanding. So can you clarify, what are you talking about when you say Democrats want to protect their health care?
So when an illegal person comes in, a person who came into our country illegally, therefore breaking the law, and look, we all have big hearts. I have a bigger heart than you do. They're all breaking the law, and they're coming into our country. And
finally,
we just, as a country, cannot afford to take care of millions of people who have broken the law coming in. We want them to come into our country, but we want them to come in legally. Now we have a strong border, very strong border.
irrelevant to the healthcare question.
And Tom Homan and the whole group.
Okay.
They've done an amazing job at the border. I mean, we had a border that was reckless. We had a border that was a disaster. They were coming in by the millions. I say 25 million people. You're saying less, but I say 25 million people came in illegally.
Can you answer the question?
The system can take care of the health care of all of those people that came in. Now, a lot of them have gone out. We have over 11,000 murderers. We got many of them out. Many of those people have been taken out of the country, brought back to where they came from. In some cases, put in prison because they're so dangerous. We don't want to take them out.
Health care?
We have to watch them. We don't want them coming back. But if you look at what's happened in Washington, D.C. right now, it is such a place. I just drove through it, and it's clean and nice.
Holy fuck.
We're not afraid of being mugged. We haven't had murders. We haven't had anything happen in a long time. It took us 12 days to make it very good. It took us 20 days to make it beautiful.
We've
and now we're going
just
to
like
Memphis.
that.
But I think we should always keep a presence here, because if we don't keep a presence, it's going to come back never like it was, because we got rid of 1,700 career criminals. You know what that is? One career criminal can give you a lousy reputation for danger, because they commit many crimes a day in some cases. But Washington, D.C. is an unbelievable example of what can happen. And now we're going, as you know, to Memphis, which was very similar to Washington, very dangerous. And we're there, and we're working along very well with the governor, the mayor. A lot of these Democrat mayors, you know, what they don't want to have us do well.
Healthcare.
If we do well, it makes
the
sense.
healthcare question.
Feel that way. If I were a Democrat,
immigrants aren't eligible for health care.
Calling Trump, I'd say, get your troops over here, just help, because the mayor of Washington is getting a lot of credit for what we did. You know, a lot of credit. But the beauty is, isn't it nice? Seriously, you walk down the street, you're not going to be mugged. You're not going to be hit. We had a meeting about 3-4 months ago, and I was saying to the media, how many of you people have been threatened or mugged or accosted?
Ask him the same question.
To the White House.
Ask him the question again.
To the White House anymore. But the answer was, remember, Brian, almost everybody's, look at this guy. They even attacked this big, strong guy, right? Didn't you get attacked?
No, Mr. President.
Did you? But, yeah, just take a look at the other guy, right? What happened to the other guy? I don't know. Those other guys are pretty tough. They're tough with a gun in their hand, right?
Ask the question again.
And, yeah, you were hit pretty hard. But almost everybody was. And now, nobody. Anybody been accosted in the last 3 weeks? If I would have said that 6 months ago, half the hands would have been raised out. No, we have a very safe city now. The country's going to be safe. We're doing one at a time, and we'll be going to Chicago. I told you this story. Union Pacific, head of the railroad. He knows this country very well. Started off as a very low-rung employee of the Union Pacific. He's now chairman. He came to me and he said, "Sir, save Chicago. It's a great city.
Chicago.
It's going down fast." They had 11 people killed over the last couple of weeks. 11 people killed. 48 shot. That's not a city. It's a war zone. There's no city in the world like that. And then we have to listen to this Pritzker get up. I know him well. They threw him out of his business, and the family threw him out of the business because he's a loser. But
healthcare immigrants.
Call me and say, get the troops in. You ever hear that? 11 people over a week and a half killed, and I think it's 48, when you add it up, 48 people shot. And then I have to listen to a governor say how nice it is. It's a wonderful
Remember,
experience.
chat, the question was...
It's a wonderful experience. It's D.C. People are eating in the restaurants. They just opened...
What are you talking about
worked in
when it comes to health care and
we
immigrants?
had it pretty good 4 years
Because they
ago.
can't
We were just
receive it.
getting ready to do this. But
And now
we
he's
did
gone
it.
on like a
And, you know,
20-minute
we had
rant
a big
because
victory in the
you can't answer it.
Supreme Court.
He's just
It's called
making shit
merit.
up.
And so that includes the military.
He does
And
it for
soldiers.
everything.
Did you see what they look like? These guys, they look like serious soldiers. They weren't playing games, and they went in there and they did a fantastic job. And Washington, D.C. is now a beautiful, safe city. The restaurants are thriving. The people are walking down the street holding their husband or their boyfriend's hand, and they're not worried about being raped or mugged or shot at. And it's been an amazing thing. And we'll do that in every city. We'll do them sort of one at a time. We'll do a couple of...
You already said that. You just said that.
Because, as you know, in
He has dementia. He is fucked. He is fucked.
2 years ago, when
So,
Biden would put out-
please, he's got to go.
Nobody would join. Nobody wanted to be in the military.
He
Nobody-
literally just said that.
It was just announced this morning. You probably saw my
25th Amendment. I don't give a fuck, dude. We got to get the Democrats a win. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't care if they're not. We need to get him in and then get him impeached again.
That was my
He's
baby.
got to go.
But we have.
We're not going to probably win the House or the Senate, but at least a House impeachment again.
So, you know, it's been an amazing thing. Well, we're going to have another meeting next week on this. We have another great company coming in, similar kind of numbers. But we're going to show you some 1,000% drops in prices. There has never been anything like this in the history of medicine, and it's an honor. And Albert, I want to thank you, and I want to thank everybody behind me, because you are a great team. We have a great team. Everybody says you have a great cabinet. It's a great team. So thank you, Bobby. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody.
What's the company next?
The immigrants didn't answer it.
Thank you, Brad. Thank you, Brad.
Wow.
President Trump with...
President Trump, we're going to suck him off now. They're not watching any more of that. We just watched them for their feed. Oh, boy, I can't handle it much longer today, you guys. It's been a lot. Been a lot of MAGA today. And watching it. The Purge begins. Wow, even name it. Ben Dykes. I debated this guy. This was the angry biker. Now he's just his name now. I debated this guy. Cooked him. Cooked. How many battalions of Marines do you think it takes to staff the border? What do you say, like 2? I can't remember what he said. It was Crenshaw. The Purge begins. But yet they're like, we're not fascists. Why you call us fascists? You just call us that. You just say that so you can be mean. I'm not buying Call of Duty. I won't be getting that one. Okay, Virginia, fucking go into the old folks home already. You old bat. Republicans be like, we need to get younger representation. And like these old, and then like every time you criticize the Republicans, they do this thing where like, both sides are bad, they don't have our interests, and they're super old. And then like, this is their politicians. Holy shit. Hegseth called the generals in to fat shame them, and we are here for it. We love shitting on the military. That's all they do, by the way. They don't give a fuck about the military. MAGA and Republicans don't care about the military at all. They use it. They use them for the aura, the aesthetic. They don't care about the health care for veterans. They don't give a fuck about soldiers, actually. Every time like they can, they just the only content on the right wing about the military is if it's not like so if it's not like some country that we're gonna go invade, then it's just shitting on who's serving, and it's always selective. They don't give a fuck about veterans or people that serve at all. I have fucking like MAGA family, and it's like that. They don't give a fuck. They use the aesthetic. They get all the American flag stuff and veteran looking attire and clothing, and and then they got the cross with the soldier and shit. And then never once have they like even given a fuck. Like it's wild. I posted about it in Discord yesterday. It's not just that though. Like I mean, as a veteran, I mean, I have my own experiences serving, but like, I'm talking like in general though. That's just from my experience. But like with these mass shootings that are taking place, or the kids getting gunned down in school, or Russia's invasion of Ukraine, or Israel's genocide of Gaza, they don't give a fuck about any of that. None of it. Charlie Kirk gets murdered though. Oh my God, the world shuts down. Oh my God, shut it all down, and you better pay respects, and you better condemn. Oh my God, this is the end times. Oh my God, this is God saying this is the end. Long conversations, and then they go fuck back off again, back into their hole that they come from. Don't say shit else about anything or care about anyone else other than their own cult. And that's where we're at in America. We live in a cult. Live in a cult country that follow and do MAGA, and it's a serious problem. They don't give a fuck. And like, yeah, it's just people in general are like that, but like we have people in government and power, political power, that are like that, and people that support it. And only when shit happens to MAGA or like their own little cult, then they care. No, nothing else. Zero care. Or like or Israel, when something happens to Israel, they care. Like they care about that. So Israel and then MAGA characters. If some shit happens, that's all they care about. It's crazy. Left needs a group. No, it doesn't. There's like that's what makes it actually strong, is there is no fucking group. It's just at this point right now in America, it's anyone opposing Donald Trump is the left now. Even conservatives. And I've been saying that. Since day one. It'll get to the point. We're at that point. No, we are there. Of anyone that is against Trump. We're like, I mean, just be ready or like tap out. I don't know what to tell you to protect yourself. I'm not. I put 10 years into the military and just swore an oath. So it is what it is for me. But like, I mean, we're here. Better be ready or don't be ready. I don't know what to tell you. I know that you're not alone. So like, if you're going to be locked in, and you're not backing down, you're not going to be by yourself. But the comfortable move for many will be just to tap out, because it's scary. Shit's getting scary. Battlefield 6, and this might be the last EA game I ever play. And even then, after this season 1, that might be it for Battlefield 6, because then the Saudis and shit start. It looks like a good season 1 coming out though. They got good updates, but then after that, then the Jared Kushner Saudis have it. So it's probably gonna get like AI and way worse. But I don't foresee any reason to play any EA games though. No, I mean, why would you? I'm hoping. I mean, is 2K? It's not saying like 2K is any better with their monetization, but like they are capable of making good games. So I'm hoping like especially the NFL. Why the fuck would they give the exclusive license to EA now that the Saudis own it and everyone knows that now? There better be like some. I would host a protest of the against the, not my Vikings. I'm watching the Vikings. I don't give a fuck. But like the NFL itself, if they're gonna keep the license deal with EA after Saudi Arabia owns it now, the fuck is that? So like 2K or an American developer better get a license to the NFL, or that's fucked. That's super fucked. Mark it now. Next year there'll be an overseas game in Saudi Arabia. Brother, probably. Did you watch the Canelo fight? They had a Saudi on the fucking ring because they own it, and like they were like it's bad. They even had to thank the dude. That's probably the most base take on Waco I've ever seen. Holy. Wow, the government won't let us run a child rape and illegal firearm factory. Wow. I like how conservatives still do that, and they're like, this is when the government does tyranny, and it's like their selective 3 events of like their people getting you know, finding out, fucking around and finding out, as the Secretary of War or whatever said to say, right? That's all they care about. But like when you got the military going all around the country right now, and we got levels of authoritarianism and big government that we have not seen since the first time he was president, double downing into the Patriot Act and Palantir, AI control. Nothing. No words. No crying. No saying this is tyranny. This is government overreach. Nope. Just when like their own people do shit and then they find out. They're mad about Bad Bunny, yo. This is the 21-point Gaza plan. Yeah, it's everything they mentioned yesterday. Omar Al-Fares says, it's a bad deal, but I don't think we can get any better terms than this. Yet to be seen if that's gone into motion. We can disagree and still be friends. Dad, I'm trans. I disown you. Or not. I mean, yes, but I'm not MAGA, and it's this too. And they do it like not like in a upfront way, and they'll still like help and shit, but like they don't want to talk to you about anything, or like there's no emotional support at all. You know, you're kind of like an other. You become a black sheep. They think they're the black sheep. They like I'm the black sheep because I'm conservative and I'm a victim, whatever. But then they like will treat you as if you're like a bastard or something. That's why people don't leave it. And like I get messages from people that are like adjacent to MAGA, but they're like they don't want to be, but like they're forced because there's nothing else for them. They don't have any other friends. There's no other social circle is just full of these people, so they're like stuck, and so they gotta like be quiet, or they'll lose all of their friends in their social circle. And I'm like, damn, that sucks. I blew up all my bridges, so it's like I can empathize with you, I guess, but I'm not there anymore. I'm not. Go fuck. There's still some bridges that are up still. I don't know how, but most of them are. I blew them up. I mean, why keep bridges with people that are gonna support like me going into a gulag? Hey, at least we can disagree as we're going into the camps. Okay. Prescription drugs with huge discounts will be available at... Oh. You gotta go to Trump RX, you guys. Oh my God. No fucking way. Never mind. So nobody's only a MAGA. Only maggots, only MAGA cultists that are gonna get his fuck. Oh, oh my God, is that how they're gonna do it? That's what they're gonna do. You have to, oh my fuck. So, any basic any basic service is gonna get privatized under his own name, and then you can subscribe to Trump's shit, and he gets enriched, obviously, because you're subscribing to his personal shit. And then, yeah, you'll get discounts and stuff because it's like a subscription plan, and no subscription plans offer discounts and stuff, or like percentages off and stuff all the time. But you're enriching him. And you have to like subscribe to his shit to even get the whatever the fuck. It's not for like Americans. It's for Trump dick sucks. It's for people that are going to oh my, it's always it's always, like I said, it's like Calypso and Twisted Metal. I made this analogy yesterday. I don't know if you guys have, or watch the TV show. Season 2 has the tournament now, so you can know who Calypso is. So you can watch the show if you've never played the games. And every time, and I mean, spoiler, it is what it is. The game's like 30 years old now, but every time you win, there's a catch to your wish that you get. And that reminds me of how Trump is operating here. It's, oh yeah, we got discounts for you. We got money coming in, but it's not for any Americans. It's for his rich friends. It's always like some bullshit. So there you go. You can get cheaper prescription drugs, but you got to do it through Trump's website. This should be illegal, bro. His phone that they're gonna do, they're doing Trump Mobile. Holy shit, bro. Dermatitis, postmenopausal osteoporosis, migraine, and rheumatoid arthritis. There you go. You get an 80% discount, 85% discount, a 50% discount, and 40% for those drugs. Get the fuck out of here. That's crazy work. Corpo-fascism? I don't even know what this, like... You centralize... He's all of the power and all of the money he's centralizing into himself. And then, obviously, you got the billionaires he's working with. I mean, this is like so fucking dumb. And it's just going to embolden. I mean, all it is going to do, because MAGA is going to get this. And they're going to be like, wow, Trump's doing so much for us. And then you're going to be like, yeah, if you have to subscribe to the Trump RXing to get it. And they're going to be like, well, then why didn't you do it? You didn't do it? You have TDS? Because Trump's president, you don't want to get his RX? And they're going to gaslight you. Oh, my God. So it's like, well, we still... Oh, my God. I weep for our future. Dude. Every fucking day now, you guys. It's something every goddamn day at this point. Flood the zone. I'm just going to keep putting Cam Higby's Israel photo up because that's what he is. Anyways, support the channel to help me get ballistic protection because shit's going to get psycho. So I need help. It already is psycho. And yeah, I'm like, it's gonna be like, if you guys seen the Civil War movie, we'll be like on the press team in that one. I like the Civil War movie because it was like from a perspective that I can relate to, but I know a lot of people didn't because it didn't do like. And I wish there would be a sequel that kind of goes into, you know, how it all unfolded and how California and Texas ended up being on the same team, and then, like, you know what I mean? But it was alright. It wasn't like the best movie ever. Every new perk in Black Ops 7. Well, at least these Stone Mountains. These Stone Mountains showing it. Looks like a mobile game. It literally looks like a mobile game. May I see your residence permit? Yo. Looks like a peanut. No. Help. It's just a piece of shit. I don't care. I don't even know what he's doing. He's a piece of shit just sitting there. There's a photo of the generals and their faces. And not just, I mean, the generals are in the front, but it's a bunch of non-commissioned officers too. That's NCO pad. That's a command sergeant major, which that's most of who's going to be in there. Yeah, it'll be like command sergeant majors and generals. Even probably some sergeant majors that run shit, but they're probably in the back or up top, but mostly command sergeant majors. Wow, okay, so just like his stupid, the no tax on tips thing. That is a bunch of nothing. Not a single one of his anything is helpful to regular Americans. Unless you, like, enrich him by doing so. And then who knows if you're even getting the disc. Like, you subscribe to his Trump RX thing, and then who knows if you're actually even getting discounts. Probably not. Because they're grifter charlatans. First look at the new Call of Duty. I hate it already. Oh god, wall running. Oh, that's great. Wow. This looks like a mobile game. Oh my god. This looks terrible. Mobile game duty. Yeah, we're not. This will be the first year in like years. I'm not playing this. I'm not streaming it. I'm not getting it. There will be no Black Ops 7 streams. So if you watch my gaming channel, I'm sorry. We're not doing that one. That looks like shit. They'd have to give me a copy for free or pay me, but I ain't doing that shit. I'm spending zero money on that. You got the Congress in session. Is that still going? Is outside? Is in the chamber. Still deciding whether or not the government's going to get shut down. Or they're on break, probably. Yeah, they're in recess for an hour. Schumer uses Thune's prop, then they get into a back and forth.
Thank the leader for letting me borrow his chart for a minute.
Okay, let's see how it's going. We got this is a clip from the stream that was just up. Government shutdown looming.
So he's pointed to each of these bar graphs, percentage of Democratic senators who supported Biden in their CRSs. Yes, that's true. Guess why? In each case, Democrats negotiated.
This motherfucker still has a flip phone. Is that a razor?
True. Guess why? In each case,
Jesus Christ.
Democrats negotiated with Republicans and said, let's have a bipartisan bill.
Do they make flip phones now? Here to peace out. Sounds good. See you later. Do they still make new flip phones? Is that still a thing?
It says it's a clean bill. It's a partisan bill. Not once were Democrats asked for what input should be in the bill. We were not told about it. We were not asked about it, etc. Nor did Speaker Johnson talk to Hakeem Jeffries. You cannot pass legislation in the Senate when it comes to appropriations unless it is bipartisan. So the leader will say it's clean. No, it's not clean because there was no...
I just miss using flip phones for being able to go like proper hang up. Like when you're like you snap your phone closed or like whip it open. That was cool back in the day. I don't know if it'd be cool now. It'd still be cool to hang up though. So you're like done with you. And now you just gotta go and like you miss and shit. Like you're trying to hit your phone, trying to end the call when you're mad.
Discussion. Every one of these times I went to the Republican leader and said, what do you need? What do you want? And in many cases, we had to significantly change the bill. One of our bills had aid to Ukraine. The Republicans didn't want it. To avoid shutting down the government, we talked to them, negotiated, and took it out. But not once was there any bipartisan discussion or talk on this bill. We wanted to give our Republican colleagues a chance. That's why some of us back in March said, okay.
And you shouldn't have. And now you have I eat ass face, and now people hate you because you shouldn't have done it then.
But we saw what happened after that.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's what it takes, I guess, in America. We gotta go through bad before you realize.
We saw a decimation of health care in the BBB.
Yep.
So bad right now that 80% of Americans support renewing the tax credits of the ACA. We saw them use rescissions, pocket rescissions, impoundments to undo what was done in the legislative process. So the world has changed, But that one way it's changed, and there are several, and I'll get to those, one way it's changed is there was no discussion. And we asked to have meetings. Hakeem Jeffries and I asked the leader and the speaker to sit down with us as early as July. They didn't. The job of a leader is a bipartisan negotiation. And the appropriators, which you'll say are discussing things. But the two issues we care about, extending the ACA credits, broadly popular with the American people, so they don't want to talk about it, they want to change the subject, and ending these rescissions and impoundments, which would undo what we would do. The four appropriators, when they got down and discussed it, they said that should be for the four leaders to discuss. That's what Thune said. That's what Cole said, the Republican head of appropriations in the House. That's what Collins said. That's what Murray said. That's what DeLauro said. They did not discuss it with us at all.
Sorry about that.
So to say the appropriations process is working is wrong. It's not working. It's not working because the leaders wouldn't discuss it with us, as we discussed with Republicans on every single one of these, what should be in the bill and out of the bill. Please.
So the senator from New York, the way that we've done it, and it's a different business model than the one he used, we actually have the Appropriations Committee sit down. And the date that they came up with, November 21st.
My bad. Massive steam sale. I didn't mean for that noise to come through.
And Democrat.
Would the speaker yield? Would the leader yield?
I will. And the Ukraine issue you're talking about wasn't a CR. That was an entirely different issue. So don't.
God damn it. Did it again. Sorry about that.
Yeah, it was not.
But
it was
what
not
we're
an
talking
entirely
about,
different
the
issue.
Democrat leader and his colleagues have the same leverage on November the 21st. This is a short-term CR.
Just making sure you guys are awake.
This is what we do all the time around here, as witnessed by the chart that you're just using there. 24 pages long, funds of government till November the 21st, at which time you have the same leverage then that you have right now, and we have until the end of the year to fix the ACA credit issue. And we're happy, as I said yesterday, and I've said on multiple occasions, to sit down with you to do that.
Thank you.
So, but that would give them, you have the leverage, Chuck Schumer.
Thank you. Now, reclaiming my time.
Nice.
They did not agree to the bills that the leader is talking about because they said explicitly, Democrat and Republican, there are two issues they can't resolve: impoundments and rescissions, and ACA tax credits and health care. And they all agreed, the four of them, that they couldn't agree to a bill until the leaders discussed it with us. We asked the leaders to discuss it with us in July, in the middle of August, at the end of August, in September.
I'm going to grab a sandwich. We're going to game after this for the afternoon unless something happens.
Give us another 45 days. Well, frankly, the Republicans have had 45 days since March. 45 days, another 45 days, another 45 days. And in the room yesterday, Johnson said he doesn't want to do it at all. He doesn't want to have any compromise. So the time to do it is now. And the idea that we can do it till January, when we talked to the president yesterday, he didn't understand this. But I know that the leader does. On October 1st, in a day or two, millions of Americans, millions, are going to get notices that their insurance premiums will rise an average of $400 a month, $5,000 a year. A middle-class family can't afford that. We want to renew those credits, among other things in health care, but renew those credits so that people won't pay that horrible increase.
They're going to be like 21 million Americans.
You can debate health.
If the Democrats fold and like the government stays open, it'll go through, and it's going to be really bad.
Care all you want, but the overwhelming majority of Americans, Democrat, Independent, and even a good number of Republicans, want us to renew those credits. And the impoundment rescission, I mean, what does the leader think? That we should go along, come to an agreement, and then let them undo it unilaterally as they've done once and now have asked to do it more?
Exactly.
No way.
Finally.
That's not how you deal with this, and we never had another president who did it. So I repeat, I love this chart. Democrats negotiated with Republicans. Democrats negotiated with Republicans. Democrats negotiated with Republicans, and on through the whole chart. Didn't happen this time. Leader Thune did not come once to me and say, is this bill acceptable? What do you want in the bill? So they call it clean. We call it extremely partisan. Not one discussion, House or Senate, between the two leaders. That is not how you negotiate. And that is not how you pass appropriation bills. And the Appropriations Committee is stalled by their own admission because the leader will not come and talk to us about it. Now, let me make a few other points. Republicans are heading us into a shutdown. We stand at the precipice of a government shutdown because Republicans are not serious about keeping the government open. If you want one glaring instance of that, Speaker Johnson sent his people home. They're home right now, even though the government will conclude at midnight. There's only one conclusion you can draw when the Speaker sends the House home, that he wants a shutdown. He doesn't want to negotiate. All they want to do is force us, try to bully us, and they're not going to succeed, into taking their partisan bill, take it or leave it. That is not how this place works. And that's why we're headed into a shutdown, because Republicans refuse to negotiate a bipartisan bill that deals with the health care needs of the American people, which they care about. Yesterday, Leader Jeffries and I went to the White House to meet with the president.
Okay, that's all I wanted to hear. So it looks like they're heading towards a shutdown. 750,000 government employees a day expected to be furloughed in the event of U.S. government shutdown tomorrow. Yeah, that's what it's sounding like. Got this video that just popped up in my YouTube. I want to check this out before we do anything else. So this is the man leading Christian nationalism, as we kind of heard some of it today in the address to the military for both Pete Hegseth and a little bit from Trump. They both do that. Pastor Doug Wilson is one of the most prominent advocates for Christian nationalism, the controversial movement to merge church and state. Wilson has spoken at the National Conservatism Conference and opened a branch of his church in Washington, D.C., where one of his congregates is Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth. But many worry his fringe ideologies are a threat to... So Pete Hegseth goes to this guy's church.
Angry with us. And that's my...
Let me start it over.
God is angry with us. And that's my short form definition of Christian nationalism. America should stop making God angry.
For Pastor Doug Wilson, that means merging church and state, something he's preached for decades. To many, he's
the person most closely identified with that phrase, Christian nationalism.
It's a term I accept and embrace. It wasn't a term I came up with, but I prefer it to the names I usually get called.
Which are?
White supremacist, theo-fascist, Christo-fascist, all-around bad guy.
Once a fringe ideology, Christian nationalism is now reaching the nation's centers of power. Wilson has spoken at the National Conservatism Conference, where a rising number of government officials now appear. He's opened a branch of his church in D.C., expanding his global network of 150 churches. And one of his most recognized congregants is Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth. WSJ politics reporter Aaron Zitner sat down with Wilson to discuss his growing influence under Trump.
So what is Christian nationalism as you define it?
Christian nationalism is the conviction that secularism is a failed project and that no society can function or exist without a transcendental grounding. So Christian nationalism is the idea that a society needs God in order to function.
What does government look like and civil society look like in a Christian nationalist, biblically guided
we will
frame?
Start with civil society. It would look a lot smaller. As I'm fond of saying, if this is the state, and if there is no God above the state, then the state is God. And I don't want the state to be God. I don't want to live under the pretentious rule of finite beings who breathe through their nose, running every aspect of our lives.
You'd rather be led by a ghost or a whatever. You'd rather have the air lead you, I guess.
As though they were the deity.
Is there room in a Christian, biblically driven society, a Christian nationalist?
Chungus, don't you go through this shit on your stream all the time, the Christian nationalist stuff?
Society for Muslims and Hindus and people who aren't Christians?
Yes, but not room for a ton of them. Protestants, Catholics, and Jews are sort of a de facto arrangement that we've worked out over centuries. But I wouldn't want to exacerbate our problem by importing millions of Muslims.
Vanilla ISIS is crazy.
Wind up with Dearborn, Michigan. With unregulated immigration, you're going to turn the Michigan-Ohio border into the India-Pakistan border. You're just...
That's crazy. That's so nuts. No way, dude. And this is this is the pastor for Pete Hegseth.
Dearborn, Michigan. With unregulated immigration, you're going to turn the Michigan-Ohio border into the India-Pakistan border. You're just importing strife. And I don't think we ought to import strife.
And gay rights, gay marriage, homosexual activity?
No gay marriage. No. And gay rights, well, it depends what you mean. Gays would have the right to keep and bear arms. They would have the right to peaceably assemble. They would have the right to publish their views. But those aren't gay rights. Those are people rights.
But at one point in this country, same-sex activity was a felony. Would you reinstate that?
No, same-sex activity was illegal, yes, and would be again, yes.
Wilson has expressed support for repealing the 19th Amendment, which gave women the right to vote in 1920. An alternative voting system is already in place at Wilson's church.
In our church, we have elections for ministers or elders or deacons. And in our polity, households...
Then they could have Man Love Thursday. Yeah, Vanilla ISIS for real, y'all. Guys, you ever went to the Middle East? We got deployed. It's the same with these. It's the same. Like I'm not. It's the extremists. Because you got to realize in the Middle East they are the same as the Christian nationalists. It's just different. It's just a different religion. But they're just as like right wing and as extreme about it, or more. But like these people here are the same, just like as Chatter said, vanilla ISIS, literally no difference. Just they speak English. That's it.
Have the vote, not men, not.
But that's and they absolutely like this group of dudes. All fuck. Okay, just want you guys to know that. All right, they all bang, and it's cool. We're cool with that. But they say these people say they aren't, and they try to subjugate LGBTQ plus people and talk down upon them. But in this, they the same shit. Man Love Thursdays between all of them here. Promise you.
And in our polity, households have the vote, not men, not women. So when a woman is the head of a household, as some of them are in our church, in Acts 16, Lydia is the head of her household. If she were in our church, she would vote. But she would vote on behalf of her household.
The household is the basic unit of societal organization, and the household votes, and which, if there's a man and a woman, would be a male-headed.
It's usually so the voter would usually be the man,
right?
But it's not required. That's not required.
The world you're describing seems like a different version of democracy, if it's democracy at all. There are people who would say this is a threat to democracy as we know it. There's no alternative religions in the public sphere. Homosexuality activity is outlawed, and our rules around voting default to male heads of households and not women. Is this a threat to democracy?
No. Were we a democracy in 1950?
What?
We were the world's leading democracy in 1950. We were a free and orderly society. When all these...
So again, this is the guy who influences Pete Hegseth, who runs our military, and MAGA. Let's make America 1950 again.
These things that on my wish list was actually the case. When I was a kid, it was the case. When I was a young man, it was the case. And we were not a totalitarian hellhole when all these things that I'm wishing for were the case.
Wilson says he didn't vote for President Trump in 2016, but supported him in 2020 and 2024 after Trump's Supreme Court nominations helped strike down Roe v. Wade.
What do you see from President Trump that is helpful in your goal of persuading Americans to accept a Christian nation?
I think that the most helpful thing that he is doing and is likely to do is, again, judges. Appointing judges to the federal bench who are in a position to cut back the overreach.
He's created more space in the public sphere for religion.
Yes. And I'm happy about that, although I don't want hard establishment of religion. I don't want an official denomination of the United States or of any particular state. But I do believe that the civil government should be friendly toward Christianity. And an example would be the prayer meeting at the Pentagon that Pete Hegseth started.
If you would bow your head in prayer for me.
I like to see that kind of thing, yeah.
The Pentagon confirmed that Hegseth is a member of Wilson's church network, and that he very much appreciates many of Mr. Wilson's writings and teachings. Beyond D.C., Christian nationalism is on the rise. Slain conservative activist Charlie Kirk hosted Wilson on his podcast last year, calling him an incredibly thoughtful man. After Kirk's death, Wilson said that
everyone on the left needs to answer for this politically.
Everyone on the left needs to answer for this politically.
You've grown in prominence. You've also gathered critics.
Yeah, that's happened, yeah.
There are a number of women who say that the church was insufficiently active in policing and preventing abuse, and that your vision of gender roles and fixed gender roles and women being subservient to their husbands creates an environment where women can be abused.
Yep.
What should we know about those accusations? And
if we zoom out and look at those accusations generally, as a group, there are a number of them where they're just telling lies. They're just
fake news. Wow, no way.
It's just, let's throw whatever we can.
These people are criminals, dude. These people are the plague of our society. Okay.
And at Christ Church and see what sticks. Sometimes the lies are whole cloth. Sometimes the lies are partial truths represented as the whole truth, which is an untruth. I would say to my critics,
this is why women don't come forward, because then some slob fucking greaseball like this dude goes, they're lying. And then people in their little flock or whatever the fuck go, okay, they're lying.
Knock yourself out. The leadership of Christ Church, not perfectly, but conscientiously, has sought to do the right thing morally and legally in all these cases.
Another criticism that has come up is your writings from the 1990s about slavery, in which you said relations between slaves and masters were amicable. Do you still believe that?
That's crazy.
Masters were amicable. Do you still believe that?
Some of the narratives are beyond horrific. They're everything you could imagine from some abolitionist literature. They're just evil. And as we said in that booklet, we're not going to defend anything evil. That kind of thing is just horrific. And then there were other relationships, other descriptions of slavery times from former slaves, where they looked back on that time wistfully. They loved their masters. They had a great relationship, and that quote I would apply to relationships like that.
They loved their masters, and that's the shit that we like. The slaves that loved their masters.
Means is that slavery,
I don't even know what to do, bro.
It was a human fallen institution that I'm glad is gone. Good riddance. But within that institution, there were people who were evil, and there were people who were decent human beings that remembered the Apostle Paul's instructions to masters in Ephesians and in Colossians. Remember that you have a master in heaven. Treat your slaves with equity and justice.
Treat your slaves with equity and justice. So, oh my God. And that's okay, wow. And that's why there's so many motherfuckers that view Charlie Kirk in such a highlight, because he could say all the evil shit he wants, but as long as he says, in Jesus' name, amen, and then quotes some Bible scripture, then he's fine. And then regular fucking Christians or whatever, or not regular, whatever, the Christian nationalists love all of it. And they can they gaslight themselves as if they're good because he can like they can recite Bible verses while saying evil shit at the same time. Yeah, hey, I think that as long as the slave master praised God and believed in Jesus and was equitable and charitable, which are woke words, by the way. I thought those were bad words now. All right, whatever. So whatever, dude.
Treat your slaves with equity and justice.
So we live in a society where the long-term trend is more people disaffiliating from religion.
Right.
We have a more diverse society with more people of different religious backgrounds than decades ago.
Right.
And we have a society that's more egalitarian in terms of women making gains in the economy and becoming managers and taking more prominent roles in businesses. Why should an America that has this diversity, should that America fear Christian nationalism? And why should it accept a vision of Christian nationalism as you've just outlined it?
Given their premises, they shouldn't.
They shouldn't.
Shouldn't
fear.
No, they shouldn't fear, and they shouldn't accept it, because we're not doing this with guns, right? We're not taking over. This is not a violent insurrection. What we're talking about is evangelism, church planting, persuasion,
propaganda, media, all that, everything, and it's into everything that is done. And gaslighting, and it's in your military, because this guy goes to that dude's church. Wick said, so when I joined the Air Force, a bunch of the NCOs had just gotten arrested for running a rape ring in basic. It was a huge scandal, had been going on for years and years, a whole culture of abuse and sexual assault. One of the reasons they got away with it is because the victims and those who witnessed the abuse feared reprisal, ironically enough, as I just kind of mentioned that. In the military, your COs and NCOs can fuck with you in a way that far surpasses what can happen in the civvy world. Fear of that sort of level of reprisal keeps a lot of mouths shut. Yeah. That is why it's important to allow for anonymous reporting, because otherwise real bad actors get away with evil, heinous shit like basic training R-word things. R-word rings. I had to bring a soldier to my NCO. And we could trust our shit. Like we didn't have any issues with, our unit was solid, man. Like there was like some cringe leaders, but we didn't have any leaders. There was a couple from that when we had got there that were like from the previous deployment. Like they had some issues, but like when I was in, we were pretty solid. We didn't have any leaders that were doing any bad shit, but like other soldiers were to other soldiers, and we had to bring them. And it's like you have to walk with them to the NCO, and luckily we had a platoon sergeant that was so good, and we could go to him for anything. So we got to it. So when she came up to me and was like, "Hey, I'm getting, I'm going through a situation with another soldier," we were able to go to the platoon sergeant straight away. I had asked her if she wanted to bring the squad leader involved, and she was closer she had known the platoon sergeant more because he was our squad leader for a while. Then he became platoon sergeant. So we just went to him, but then like he's like, let's get your squad leader too, because just if there's like a solid chain there and people aren't on fuck shit, it's fine. It really is, honestly. But if like you have a leader that is toxic, then you don't really want to involve them, because then they can do what Wick said here. But it depends on the unit. It depends on the culture of the unit. Not all units are the same. You think they're completely different. You could have the same job. You have the same role, but the culture of the unit and the leadership there is everything. We were solid because our unit was like deploying all the time, so we only had like a couple of fucky leaders, but they were like sergeants. They weren't in charge. Our first sergeant, first time, the first guy was kind of loopy, but after that, though, we were cool. Commanders weren't too bad. Cringe, just officer cringe, but beyond that, lieutenants were solid too. Heavily involved in our platoon. We only had ourselves. We were stationed in Alaska, so And there was some, and there was a lot of fuck shit in the combat units in Alaska that take place because you're up there, you're way far away. But yeah, that's the fear, is that with this announcement today about new policies to overhaul the IG, EO, MEO process, no more walking on eggshells. That means the people that used to do all that would get in trouble now might be able to do that and might be able to commit these acts. Like that's why the whole military had to change, and you have to have like a battle. You had to have a battle buddy, and you had to, if you ever had to go somewhere with another a person of the opposite sex, then you bring like it's two people. But if you ever had to go anywhere, it's like you and another person. They gave whistles out actually, but now and I think they stopped doing that for a while. But they were giving whistles out because people were getting R-worded, and it was really bad. And there was a time period of really bad in the military, and sexual harassment was really bad. So it's taken a long time to get away from that. And like I said, our unit was solid. And I think, if I recall, we had one instant when we were deployed, we had one instance of someone being racist, and they had wrote a racist letter that was found and caught, and we had to do a recall formation. I'm not kidding you. We all had to go to the motor pool and stand there, and then find out, and then the commander had the fucking letter in his hand and wanted to know who wrote the letter. Type shit. And I'm telling like, and that's the effect of the opposite of what Wick is saying. Like, they are in charge of you. Like, when you're in the military, whoever is above you is your fucking boss. Like, but like in deeper ways than just like is reporting to work. Like, when you go to work and you clock in, you got a boss. No, like they like own you almost. Okay, like they own your life. That's why it's good to have good leaders that aren't fuckheads, that aren't toxic, because they are all up in your ass of your NCO and your commander. But if your unit's solid and you have a healthy climate, or if you have a healthy leadership structure, and your shit's good, like we were so good, like we were all E4s before I became an E5, but like all of us E4s would like handle it, and like the privates we'd work with, the privates would come to us and we'd get shit done, and then like our squad leader would be like, all right, is this done? And then we'd be like, yep, we got it done an hour ago, and he'd be like, solid. And then that's just how we worked, because we were just busy. We got deployed right away, so it was immediate like training. Regardless though, yeah, there was a racist letter, and like that got addressed. It was some no shit. Or like when DWIs would happen, that recall formation suck ass, because you all have to go in and stand there in a formation in your civilian clothes, and it's so stupid. And then there was, I'm trying to think. Oh, there was an instance of something that had happened that was an NCO that wasn't a part of the unit anymore, but like they still investigate you. It doesn't matter. And so there was like there was something happening there, but we all got recall formation. We all had to stand there, and then like CID interviewed like everybody, the whole unit. We had to go one by one. You're there for that too. Like, it's no like it was no like oh, what are we here for? What happened? No, it's like there was some shit that happened. CID's here to interview all of you and ask you about it. And we had to do it. So only 2 instances, but it wasn't anything connected to like our platoon or anything that was close with Sharp or EO or any of that. It was some NCOs that were connected to it. But it can still happen though. Those are just my 2 personal stories. But beyond that, like even like I served in the reserves, we were solid, no issues. We had nothing EO or Sharp related. It was one soldier or one NCO had like just a mental health episode at the VA. And that was it. But our reserve unit never had any of these issues. But it can happen though. Okay. And it does happen, which is why it's important to have the ability to go to the EO or go to the IG or whoever if you have a crime committed to you. So that could be troublesome. Dangerous times to join the military now. Very dangerous. Okay. All right, y'all. Just canceled my Netflix subscription. If you play someone who celebrated the murder of Charlie... Oh, they're canceling Netflix today? Hamish Steele celebrating Charlie Kirk's murder. The Hogs are canceling Netflix today again. Didn't they cancel it because of the Obamas once? I never guess who the creator of the show is. They LGBTQ blue sky fan who mocked Charlie's murder. What did he say? Why the fuck are you even commenting on this, dickhead? You sympathy for any of the families being slaughtered by your weapons, but a random Nazi gets shot and it's a public statement. Where's the celebration? Where is this person celebrating at all, other than making a statement of a fact? He's not relishing in the fact that a random Nazi was shot. He's actually pissed about it because of the shit I said earlier, or I posted on my Discord. A longer version of what he said, because no one gives a fuck about anything else ever, except for when it comes to Charlie Kirk, and then they care. So they're canceling Netflix because of that statement today. Just canceled. Yep. 20 years done. 20 years. No. In 2027, it'll be 20 years since the streaming. But even then, like, what was streaming like then on Netflix? You had the DVDs. You had to wait and get the DVDs in the mail. That's how Netflix used to work. You'd go online and order them, and you have to wait. You get the red envelope with the blue. Well, we were getting Blu-ray. We had the Blu-ray package for the super high def. No, 4K wasn't a thing yet. Netflix 2007. It just didn't work. All right. Well, yeah, a lot of fascism today. I'm overwhelmed. If there's any big breaking news, feel free to @ me or let me know. Join the Discord server. Link is in the description. Any protests that take place, obviously we're peeping the military and what city they're going to. He's threatening Chicago and Memphis. Okay, out in Portland. We were watching Portland. There wasn't nothing other than MAGA agitators. But we'll stay tuned. We got a little nest egg built. I'm gonna make a new one though because I have our travel fund going. But you guys, as I showed earlier, and I'll go through the information tonight. I'll measure my head so I get the actual size of helmet I need, and then the support for the week. And as long as we do news coverage, will be to help get me a better gas mask, fast helmet, ballistic helmet, and then plates for my vest. Yeah, I need new armor plates because if I'm going to be going out and covering news in person, this is just what I need. I hope that is understandable. I really do. I really hope you guys understand. I need like a war outfit basically when I'm out there. Because it is like war journalism. I mean, it's the same shit. Ironically, all the stuff that I've had, all this I wore this to Ukraine, all this stuff that I have. I got all this in 2020 or no, 2020, 2021. And I didn't start with this. This stuff's good. But I had some cheap ass shit until I saved up for this and help fundraise for it. And then I was wearing that on the streets of all around the country, and then I went to Ukraine on the front lines with it. So it's like I already had all this war shit before I even went into the war zone, the real one in Ukraine. Not fucking Portland, Oregon, but even then, like, I'm wearing that stuff anyways, just because back in 2020, the police would come out and just flashbang, tear gas, projectiles going everywhere back then. All right, so that's coming. So look for the Buy Me a Coffee link, but then I'll just give you guys like a hard number. You can support on the PayPal, Venmo, etc. But to help get me the equipment I need. So I appreciate you guys for doing so. Don't feel obligated. The best thing you guys can do is just hit the like, subscribe to the YouTube channel, be live on my gaming channel. In like a little bit, I'm gonna go get lunch and coffee. I want a coffee, but then we'll be on my gaming channel. So subscribe to Mercado Gaming. Keep a lookout for the stream. I don't have it built yet. I don't know what I'm gonna game or do yet. So just stand by and come over to Mercado Gaming when you see a stream pop up. The best thing you can do is join the Discord server. Link is in the description. Thank you guys so much for all your support. Thank you to all the members. Thank you to the supporters. Thank you to the mods. Have a good night. Have a good afternoon. I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace.